Chapter 1542. The Wildlands Beast King wanted to re-enter the Beast Sovereign Mountain and fought with the Beast Sovereign. In the end, he was defeated and had no choice but to retreat. The battle between the Golden Battle Dragon and the Emperor of the Beast Emperors was earth-shattering. This was a battle between Sage-to-Be, and many experts had come to watch the battle. Among these experts were Gu Fei and Divine Emperor Ba Tian. Who would have thought that not only did the Beast Sovereign get rid of the death chi in his body, he even profited from the disaster and broke through to the quasi-sage realm. The tyrant sky deity sovereign was not mistaken. The Beast Sovereign was already a quasi-sage. Back then, when the peerless demon god broke into the Beast Sovereign Mountain, the Beast Sovereign was injured by the peerless demon god and poisoned with corpse poison. The corpse poison on the evil god's body wasn't an ordinary one. Even Sky Tyrant God Emperor was injured by the evil god when he was suppressing the immature evil god. The death chi contained in the corpse poison made Sky Tyrant Deity Emperor hover between life and death. Even his cultivation fell from the Sage-to-Be realm and he was almost at the end of his rope. If he had Gu Fei's help, Ba Tian Shin King would really be in danger. The Beast Sovereign Mountain's extreme Dao inheritance is incredible. Gu Fei glanced at the huge mountain floating in the sky and said indifferently, "The reason why the Emperor of the Beast Emperors was able to expel the deathly aura from its body was probably because the Emperor of the Beast Emperors had used extreme strength." Gu Fei's intrusion into Mount Meru caused the wilderness's human race to completely break off relations with the Buddhist sect. One had to know that Gu Fei and Erebus had ascended Mount Meru with the identity of the wilderness's human race's emissaries. The Wildlands human race and Gu Fei had joined forces. The Yi clan and Li clan already knew that Gu Fei had obtained an array to enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha Path. He Tian was already calculating it. With He Tian's array formation cultivation, laying out this array was only a matter of time. The humans of the Wildlands were waiting, but no one knew about this news. The people of the Buddhist sect didn't believe that He Tian could set up an ancient Buddhist array that was set up by a quasi-honorable. The reason why Gu Fei and the others rushed into Mount Meru was to snatch away that receiving array. Because Great Monk Fa Tian returned in time, Gu Fei and the others left empty-handed. However, Great Monk Heavenly Fa's ambition was too great. He actually wanted to subdue the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave. These were two superpowers that possessed supreme inheritances. Gu Fei and Batian Shin King disappeared in the sky. A few days later, the Chaos Demon Lord also made his move. The Chaos Demon Lord wanted to gather his trusted subordinates, but there weren't many ancient demons who were willing to follow him. However, it had to be said that the Chaos Demon Lord's methods were indeed better than the Savage Beast Lord's. Some of the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave were actually persuaded and left the Chaos Dragon Cave. Heavenly Peng and Qilin were both shocked and furious. The Chaos Demon Lord constantly appeared in the vicinity of the Chaos Dragon Cave. This was a threat to all the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave. The Chaos Demon Lord had already converted to the Buddhist sect and was no longer a demon lord. However, the situation in the Chaos Dragon Cave was different from the Beast Emperor Mountain. Even though Heavenly Peng's cultivation had reached the peak of the half-sage realm, he still couldn't break through. The group of ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave was actually blocked by the Chaos Demon Lord. Other than a small number of ancient demons who sought refuge with the Chaos Demon Lord, the rest of the ancient demons weren't willing to follow him. They joined the Buddhist sect and became the Buddhist sect's protectors. To put it nicely, they were the Buddhist sect's protectors. To put it bluntly, they were the Buddhist sect's thugs and claws. The Chaos Dragon Cave's Grand Array was fully activated. The Chaos Demon Lord didn't dare to barge in. This was the power of the extreme Dao. The Chaos Demon Lord knew how terrifying this power was. The Chaos Dragon Cave would never submit to the Buddhist sect. Heavenly Peng had no choice but to shut himself in, attempting to break through in the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Once he succeeded, he wouldn't need to fear the Chaos Demon Lord anymore. Both the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave were at a disadvantage. The ancient beasts and demonic beasts didn't dare to venture out. As a result, the Buddhist sect's momentum grew stronger. Buddhist experts began to appear in the Heavenly Buddha sect's territories. The wilderness's human race was also protecting themselves, not participating in the battle. The human race had Heaven Hegemon Shin King and Gu Fei. Even Empty Shumi's Great Monk Fa Tian didn't dare to act presumptuously. Great Monk Fa Tian knew that Gu Fei had a saint weapon of the extreme Dao on him. If he pushed Gu Fei too far, It wouldn't be good for him. In the Yi family's ancient city square, divine lights would shoot out from time to time. He Tian was doing his best to deduce the Buddhist sex connection array that had been branded into his heart. He Tian was surrounded by a large number of divine materials, surrounded by lingering spiritual energy. Those were the waste materials of divine materials, but even if they were waste materials, they still contained spiritual energy. They were many times better than those immortal crystals that contained spiritual energy. There wasn't a single Yi family disciple who wasn't jealous, but none of them dared to go pick them up, afraid that they would disturb He Tian. Heaven He Gemin Shen King had already passed down the order that no one from the Yi family was allowed to disturb He Tian. If anyone dared to disobey the order, they would be directly expelled from the Yi family. Pang! A muffled sound rang out. He Tian was inscribing array runes on a piece of divine jade when it suddenly exploded. He Tian frowned. He failed again. That's the 9th heaven divine jade. The Yi family disciples in the distance all felt that it was a pity. A rare piece of divine jade turned into dust just like that, and the huge amount of spiritual essence it contained dissipated in the void, wasted in vain. He Tian took out another piece of chaotic refined gold and began to inscribe array runes on it. However, this piece of chaotic refined gold was also destroyed by He Tian. There was a mistake in the array runes, and this piece of chaotic refined gold also exploded. Setting up an array was not an easy thing to do. There must not be a single mistake when setting up the array runes, otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. What a wastrel! Even some of the Yi family's higher-ups couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw that He Tian had destroyed countless divine materials. However, he had too many divine materials, as if there was no end to them. It was as if he could have as much as he wanted. Time trickled by. He Tian stood on the square of the Yi family's ancient city, constantly experimenting and deducing. After consuming a large amount of divine materials, the embryonic form of the array was finally laid out by He Tian. Although it was only an embryonic form, it wasn't far from success. Gu Fei also returned to the ancient city. At this time, the situation in the heavenly Buddha sect had developed to a point where it was almost out of control. Extreme Taoists were constantly confronting each other. The Buddhist sect's influence was overwhelming, forcing the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern to retreat into the mountains. The desolate human tribe became the target of the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern. Emissaries from the two superpowers kept coming to visit, wanting to invite Heavenly Tyrant Shen King to come out of seclusion. Heavenly Tyrant Shen King was unwilling to attack the Buddhist sect at this time, so he didn't agree to the alliance. However, Gu Fei was different. He didn't have any misgivings. He walked out of the ancient city and intercepted the primal Chaos Demon Lord outside the Chaos Dragon Cavern. He wanted to challenge a demi-saint. He's crazy. He actually dares to challenge a demi-saint. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances, but Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow as he stared at the primal Chaos Demon Lord in front of him. He wanted to use the demi-saint to temper himself. So what if it's a demi-saint? I'm invincible. Gu Fei is very confident. Watch the first advertisement. Please share. Chapter 1543. The primal Chaos Demon Lord was an invincible expert who dominated an area of the wildlands. He had the cultivation of a quasi-sage and was extremely powerful. However, a supreme expert like him had actually converted to Buddhism. No one knew what had happened that caused a supreme expert to convert to Buddhism. None of the quasi-sage experts were willing to be ordered around by others. They were extremely arrogant. However, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian was able to make these existences that once looked down on the wildlands convert to Buddhism. So you're Gu Fei. Amidst the monstrous demonic qi, a pair of incomparably sharp eyes could be seen. The wildlands demon lord was sizing up the human in front of him. A supreme expert at the 5th heavenly layer. Did this guy come here to die? However, the wildlands demon lord did not let his guard down. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared. How could such a person come here to die? This person must have some sort of backing. The Wildlands Demon Lord was aware that Gu Fei had a clone of the immortal Dao Saint physique. However, even if Gu Fei had a clone that had been upgraded, the Wildlands Demon Lord was not afraid. So you're the Demon Lord. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, calmly looking at the roiling demonic qi in front of him. His tone was surprisingly calm, without a trace of nervousness. The primal Chaos Demon Lord was originally a golden bird. When she took human form, she was actually a beautiful and charming woman. Gu Fei was very surprised. He did not expect that the primal Chaos Demon Lord, one of the 3 overlords of the Wildlands, was actually a woman. Very well. A voice that was unclear whether it belonged to a man or a woman rang out amidst the monstrous golden demonic chi. Following that, the primal Chaos Demon Lord made her move. Boundless demonic chi condensed into a golden claw in front of her and grabbed at Gu Fei. This was the power of a quasi-sage. The golden claw tore through the void, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. In an instant, it reached Gu Fei. This is the power of a quasi-sage. Gu Fei used the 8 directional void steps, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. His real body soared into the sky as an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. Boom! Monstrous chi and blood rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Above his head, there seemed to be a huge dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. In this process, his aura instantly rose to the peak. "Eat my fist!" Gu Fei roared out. He would not go easy just because his opponent was a woman. He used his full strength right from the start. Chaotic force turned into yin and yang as his 2 fists pulsed with 2 completely different energies. His left fist was as black as ink, and there was an endless black fog rising from it. His right fist, however, was like a divine sun, emitting a terrifying white light. His fists revolved, like the samsara of yin and yang. A yin-yang Dao diagram appeared between his fists. The principles of yin and yang collided with each other, causing the strength of his fists to rise exponentially. Rumble! Gu Fei displayed an invincible fist intent, shattering the heavens and the earth as he punched towards the Chaos Demon Lord below. Layers of demonic aura dispersed under his fists. The Chaos Demon Lord was secretly shocked. This human's combat prowess was actually so strong. This was truly out of her expectations. How could a supreme existence with a cultivation base of the 5th layer have such combat prowess? Although she was shocked, the Chaos Demon Lord did not back down. Swish! Behind her, a pair of golden wings unfurled. After that, the golden feathers on her wings all soared into the sky, transforming into rays of golden light that pierced towards Gu Fei. Every single feather was a shocking golden rainbow, shattering the void and piercing through the heavens and earth. It was absolutely terrifying. Roar! Gu Fei roared in anger. Light shot out from his eyes as his fists directly collided with the thousands of golden rainbows. The heavens and earth trembled as a patch of golden rainbows was shattered by Gu Fei's fists. However, a powerful force indeed sent Gu Fei flying. Those golden rainbows were like peerless heavenly swords, each of them containing terrifying power. Although Gu Fei destroyed a patch of golden rainbows, the sleeves on his arms were completely shredded by the golden rainbows. Scars crawled all over his arms. The power of a quasi-sage is truly terrifying. Gu Fei only felt waves of intense pain coming from his arms. Even though his physical body had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, he was still injured. Moreover, the golden demonic aura even penetrated into his arms through his wounds. Humph! He shook his arms and a powerful martial art force erupted. Sizzling sounds could be heard as rays of golden divine light rushed out from his arms. The demonic aura that had invaded his arms was immediately expelled. What? This time, the Chaos Demon Lord was truly shocked. Her opponent had actually only suffered a small injury from her attack. This made her very surprised. One should know that even a pinnacle supreme existence was like an ant in front of a quasi-sage. They could be squashed to death with a single finger. However, this ant seemed to be unusually strong. Clang! The pair of golden wings on the Chaos Demonic Lord's back flapped once again. This time, the power of the Great Way erupted from her wings. The golden feather that had just flown back turned into thousands of golden rays of light once again, soaring into the sky and piercing towards Gu Fei. This time Gu Fei sensed something strange. Under his martial path heavenly eye, the speed of all the golden rainbows that were piercing towards him slowed down. He was shocked to find that each golden rainbow contained a demonic mark of the Great Tao. The mark condensed the power of the Great Tao. This was the divine light of the Great Tao that pierced through the sky. Damn it! Gu Fei knew that if he did not use this power, he would most likely be killed on the spot. A thunderous explosion sounded from within his body as divine marks of the Great Tao began to appear on his skin. At this moment, He seemed to have turned into a peerless sacred weapon. This was a sacred weapon in human form. Die! Gu Fei pounced down from the sky and directly shattered the golden rainbows. He charged towards the Chaos Demon Lord who was shrouded in golden demonic aura. At this moment, the power of the great Tao was added to his body, making him incomparably powerful. The golden rainbows that contained the power of the great Tao were destroyed by his fists. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Chaos Demon Lord and directly punched at the Chaos Demon Lord's chest. The Chaos Demon Lord was extremely shocked. She never imagined that Gu Fei would be so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of her. Humph! The Chaos Demon Lord sneered. Her pair of jade-like hands turned golden as if they were cast from immortal gold. She moved forward to block. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Chaos Demon Lord's hands. Gu Fei only felt a strong force coming from the Chaos Demon Lord's hands. His fist seemed to have landed on an immortal divine mountain, and could not move the Chaos Demon Lord at all. Dang! The Chaos Demon Lord's cold voice rang out. Then, golden demonic marks of the great Tao appeared on her golden palms. An even more powerful force erupted at this moment. What? This time, Gu Fei was truly shocked. He felt a great sense of crisis. Please share. Chapter 1544. Near the Chaos Dragon Cave, Gu Fei was fighting against the Chaos Demon Lord, who was at the Quasi-Sage realm. Both sides went all out from the start. Gu Fei displayed his invincible martial arts techniques and charged towards the Chaos Demon Lord, throwing a powerful punch at him. Gu Fei had used all his strength in this punch. His essence, qi, and spirit were all at their peak. This was the strongest attack he had ever unleashed after breaking through to the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm. Rumble! Divine markings of the Great Path appeared on his arms and the power of the Great Path surged on his fist. The void collapsed as he punched. However, the Chaos Demon Lord only used a pair of jade-like hands to block Gu Fei's powerful punch. Moreover, the Chaos Demon Lord's true strength only exploded after blocking Gu Fei's punch. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. His muscles and bones let out a series of explosive sounds. The strength of his physical body and the chaotic true power were all stimulated. Pang! The clothes on his upper body were instantly torn apart by the powerful force that rushed out from his body. Boundless power surged crazily into his fist. Boom! In an instant, Gu Fei's figure was enveloped by the golden demonic light emitted from the Chaos Demon Lord's hands. Then, a figure flew out from the golden light. Too powerful. Gu Fei had to admit that the Quasi-Sage realm was still an insurmountable mountain for him. There was still a huge gap between him and the existence of a Quasi-Sage realm. He was sent flying by the power of the primal Chaos Demon Lord. The powerful force directly impacted his martial body, causing the bones in his arms to shatter. The primal Chaos Demon Lord pressed her lily-white hands on his chest. Then his chest caved in. His entire body was almost broken into two by the Chaos Demon Lord's palm. Gu Fei was seriously injured, but his martial body was incomparably strong, so he did not lose all his combat strength. He was sent flying thousands of feet away, but in a breath, his collapsed chest immediately recovered to its original state. The shattered bones in his arm were rapidly recovering. In just a few breaths, most of the injuries on his body had already healed. This was the strength and terror of a mighty martial body. The chaotic force in Gu Fei's body surged as his muscles, bones, and flesh healed at a visible rate. In just a short moment, he had completely recovered. Vigorous blood and qi surged around Gu Fei's body. His life force was so strong that even the Chaos Demon Lord was incomparably shocked. This human was incredible. We can't let him live. The Chaos Demon Lord wanted to kill. The battle prowess that this human had displayed was way too heaven-revolting. Within the same cultivation state, there was probably no one who could be a match for him. If he didn't eliminate this human now, he would become a huge threat once he truly matured. The primal Chaos Demon Lord's killing intent rose, and he immediately took action. A figure like the Chaos Demon Lord was decisive in killing and directly attacked. Rumble! The Chaos Demon Lord turned into a golden bird, spreading his wings and flying high. The entire heaven and earth were shaken by the vast and mighty demonic power that emanated from his body, causing the void to collapse. Millions of demonic marks appeared on the body of the golden bird. The Chaos Demon Lord had used his full strength to activate the power of the Great Tao. This was a Quasi-Sage, and his understanding of the Great Tao had already reached a level that others could not hope to reach. Countless demonic marks appeared. The Chaos Demon Lord was about to unleash his strongest attack to completely annihilate this human who dared to challenge him. However, at this moment, Gu Fei crushed a piece of divine jade in his hand. A divine light surged from his body, instantly engulfing him. Swoosh! The void was collapsing, and countless runes appeared on the ball of divine light that was wrapped around Gu Fei. In an instant, the ball of divine light escaped into the void and disappeared. What? The Chaos Demon Lord was dumbfounded. His opponent's movements were so fast that he actually escaped the instant he was about to unleash his killing move. Roar! The Chaos Demon Lord roared angrily. He was both shocked and furious. This human was decisive in killing. His cultivation and temperament were heaven-defying and far surpassed his peers. There was no one like him in the demon race. However, Gu Fei had already borrowed the power of the formation to escape into the void. Even if the Chaos Demon Lord's killing intent was monstrous, it would be difficult for him to pose a threat to Gu Fei. At the same time, a teleportation formation in the Yi family's ancient city suddenly lit up. Rays of divine light rushed out from the teleportation formation, and the void above the teleportation formation rippled like water. There's movement. The two Yi family disciples guarding the teleportation formation were shocked and rushed towards the governor's palace. However, just as the two Yi family disciples were halfway there, a figure had already rushed out of the governor's palace. The figure instantly flew over the heads of the two Yi family disciples and appeared outside the teleportation formation. It's our ancestor. The two Yi family disciples were shocked by the figure. However, when they saw who it was, they were shocked again and hurried forward to greet him. However, the figure did not pay any attention to the two Yi family disciples. The two Yi family disciples stood behind the figure, and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Swoosh! At this moment, the void above the teleportation formation suddenly shook violently. A figure passed through the ripple-like void and fell out of the void. Brother Gu! Batian Shen King waved his hand and Gu Fei floated out of the teleportation formation. It was as if an invisible hand had pulled him out. Gu Fei landed on the ground and exchanged a few words with Batian Shen King. Then, he turned around and left. He entered the secret room specially prepared for him to comprehend the insights he had gained from the battle with the Chaos Demon Lord. Impressive, he actually managed to escape from the Chaos Demon Lord. Batian Shen King stared in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. His eyes flickered. When he heard that Gu Fei was going to challenge the Chaos Demon Lord, even he was shocked. One must know that the Chaos Demon Lord was a quasi-sage. In this world where sages were extinct, a quasi-sage was an invincible existence. Gu Fei was going to challenge the invincible Demon Lord. Batian Shen King did not think highly of Gu Fei. He thought that even if Gu Fei managed to escape from the Chaos Demon Lord, he would definitely be severely injured. However, when Gu Fei returned, he was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's blood and qi were extremely vigorous and he did not suffer any injuries at all. Batian Shen King was extremely surprised that Gu Fei managed to escape unscathed. Batian Shen King stood there for a long time before returning to his governor's mansion. Many people in the Yi family knew that Gu Fei had challenged the Chaos Demon Lord. When they found out that Gu Fei was actually able to escape unscathed after challenging the Chaos Demon Lord, everyone was in disbelief. At this moment, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground in the secret room and started to recall every single detail of his battle with the Chaos Demon Lord. He did not let go of any detail. He had a plan, and that was to continuously challenge quasi-sages before Mahakala successfully comprehended the profoundness of the guiding formation of the Buddhist sect. The primal Chaos Demon Lord was the first quasi-sage he had challenged. Who would his next target be? Please share. Chapter 1545. In a secret chamber in the ancient city of Yi, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the floor and slowly recalled his battle with the Chaos Demon Lord. There was nothing in the secret chamber, not even a prayer mat. Furthermore, there was no light in this place. Once the door was closed, it was pitch black inside. The walls of the secret chamber were engraved with great Tao runes, and even a half-saint would find it difficult to break through. This was a secret chamber specially prepared for cultivators to cultivate in. Otherwise, if someone were to make a breakthrough in their cultivation in the city, the newly born energy would burst out of the secret chamber and spread to the surroundings. That would definitely be a disaster. Although the battle with the Chaos Demon Lord was short, Gu Fei possessed the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, which could see through all illusions in the world and point to the source. Although the killing technique displayed by the Chaos Demon Lord was terrifying, it wasn't untraceable. Gu Fei wanted to use the Chaos Demon Lord's technique to comprehend his own technique. This was a reference, not an imitation. The current Gu Fei needed to deepen his understanding of the Dao if he wanted to improve his cultivation. The Chaos Demon Lord's understanding of the Dao had already reached a level that others couldn't hope to reach. She was only one step away from comprehending her own Dao and becoming Dao. However, it was this step that the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't truly take. She was stuck at this bottleneck for countless years and had no choice but to take the risk and enter the depths of the wildlands. Gu Fei's mind gradually entered a mysterious state. In his mind, there seemed to be another him fighting with the Chaos Demon Lord. He was simulating the battle between him and the Chaos Demon Lord over and over again. He didn't miss a single detail. After repeated simulations, he realized that he could actually hold on for a while longer when fighting with the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord's understanding of the Dao wasn't something that Gu Fei could compare to. However, when one's power was strong enough, even the Dao could be suppressed. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. Coupled with the power of the chaotic genuine Qi, the two complemented each other and formed a powerful battle force. It was this battle force that allowed Gu Fei to challenge experts with higher cultivation realms than him. The primal Chaos Demon Lord gave Gu Fei a huge amount of pressure. Only with this kind of pressure could Gu Fei continue to advance bravely, becoming stronger and stronger. But this time, his opponent was a demi-saint, which was different from his previous opponents. If Gu Fei didn't have something to rely on, he would never challenge such an existence. However, if his cultivation base and strength were to increase by another level, even a sage-to-be wouldn't be able to do anything to him. For the next few days, Gu Fei closed his door, not taking a step out. By this time, the news of Gu Fei challenging the Chaos Demonic Lord had already spread throughout the Heavenly Buddha sect, shocking all the experts present. Many people knew that Gu Fei was only a fifth heaven almighty, but he was able to escape unscathed from a fight with the Chaos Demon Lord. Such a battle record could be said to be heaven-defying. If this person grows up. In the primal Chaos Dragon Cave, ancient demon Heavenly Peng only said half a sentence before falling silent. Why didn't their demon race have such a genius? On the Beast Emperor Mountain, a long sigh came from the extreme Dao Beast Palace. Could it be that Gu Fei's rise is already unstoppable? On Mount Meru, heavenly monks stood in front of the ancient Buddha Palace, looking in the direction of the ancient human city. His eyes flickered. The primal Chaos Demon Lord, who had already become a Buddhist protector, was extremely depressed. That battle was simply a humiliation to her, causing her to lose all face. If Gu Fei hadn't escaped in time, she was 90% sure that she could have killed him on the spot. Because she hadn't used her true killing move yet. The next time we meet, no matter how heaven-defying you are, I will tear you to pieces. On Mount Meru, under a Bodhi tree in the first heaven of the Buddhist palace, a beautiful figure exuded a baleful aura, which was incompatible with the auspicious Buddhist aura around her. The battle strength that Gu Fei displayed was shocking and unbelievable. No one had ever dared to challenge a quasi-sage when they were only at the fifth heaven, because such a crazy move was undoubtedly courting death. In the eyes of all cultivators, a quasi-sage and a quasi-sage were two different existences. A quasi-sage stood high in the ninth heaven, looking down on the world, invincible. On the other hand, a quasi-sage was merely an ant on the ground. However, the appearance of Gu Fei overturned the understanding of all cultivators. It turned out that an ant could also challenge a giant dragon. This was the truth, not a joke. Even if some people didn't want to believe it, it had happened. And the protagonist of this matter, Gu Fei, sat in the secret chamber of the Yi clan for 10 days straight. In these 10 days, the outside world seemed calm, but in reality, undercurrents were everywhere. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave didn't make any big moves. The return of the barbaric Beast Lord and the Primal Chaos Demon Lord caused the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave to feel apprehensive. One must know that these two supreme beings of the barbaric wilderness knew the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave like the back of their hands. The humans of the barbaric wilderness also didn't make any moves. With tyrannical Shin King overseeing the Yi clan's ancient city, no one dared to provoke him. However, The current situation was dominated by the Buddhist sections. One had to know that the Buddhist sects had 3 supreme Buddhist weapons and 3 quasi-ascension existences overseeing Mount Meru. On the other hand, the human race, beast race and demon race only had 2 quasi-sages, the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave. If they were to fight for real, even if the 3 parties joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Buddhist sect. As for the human race, the appearance of a Gu Fei caused everyone to feel apprehensive, especially the Buddhist sect. Great Monk Fation knew that Gu Fei definitely didn't have a good impression of the Buddhist sect. The peace in the heavenly Buddha sect didn't last long. On a morning 10 days later, the door to Gu Fei's secret chamber opened and a figure walked out. Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. This time, his aura had changed a lot. His entire person was much more restrained. At first glance, he simply looked like an ordinary person. After 10 days of enlightenment, although Gu Fei's cultivation and strength didn't increase, his state of mind had improved a lot. His understanding of the heaven and earth Tao had also deepened. Quasi-sages were truly terrifying. Even after thousands of simulations, Gu Fei still couldn't see the profound meaning of the Tao from the primal chaos demon lord's killing technique. Experts who could sever their Tao would cultivate a Tao that was most suitable for them. Moreover, it was unique. Only the primal chaos demon lord could understand the Tao of the primal chaos demon lord. Gu Fei almost walked into a dead end. Rather than peeping at the Tao of others, he might as well comprehend his own Tao. With this enlightenment, his path to becoming an expert became even more resolute. He didn't intend to stop. He directly left the ancient human city and came to the vicinity of Mount Meru. For the next few days, Gu Fei lingered around Mount Meru. He used the heaven and earth energy to isolate his aura. No one could sense his presence. On this day, a golden light rushed out from the peak of Mount Meru and flew towards the primal chaos dragon cave. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Primal Chaos Demon Lord. After seeing the golden light, Gu Fei's eyes instantly emitted a dazzling light. He directly used the 8 Desolation Void step and chased after it. Please share. Chapter 1546. The Chaos Dragon Cave was once one of the 3 most powerful forces in the Wildlands. It once produced a true dragon of the extreme Tao and stood on equal footing with the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Wildlands Ghost Domain. However, this powerful force with a true Tao inheritance was now in a terrible predicament because of a quasi-saint beast. What made all the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave depressed was that this quasi-saint beast used to be their lord. The Chaos Demon Lord used to rule the demon race in the Wildlands. Even the ancient Pang, ancient Qilin, and other powerful ancient demons had to listen to her. Back then, the Chaos Demon Lord was the supreme emperor of the Chaos Dragon Cave. No ancient demon dared to disobey her orders. But now, the Emperor of the Chaos Dragon Cave was no longer recognized by the ancient demons of the Chaos Dragon Cave because their demon lord had actually converted to Buddhism. However, the Chaos Demon Lord was still the strongest demon in the Wildlands. As a quasi-saint, she knew everything in the Chaos Dragon Cave like the back of her hand. The ancient Pang and the other ancient demons did not dare to let their guard down. They activated the extreme Tao formation of the Chaos Dragon Cave to block the Chaos Demon Lord outside. If the Chaos Demon Lord entered the Chaos Dragon Cave, it would definitely be a terrible disaster for the demon race. No one in the Chaos Dragon Cave was a match for the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord would regain control of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Swoosh! At this moment, a ray of golden light flew over from the sky. A loud shout immediately rang out from the Chaos Dragon Cave. A terrifying energy ripple spread out from the Chaos Dragon Cave. Rumble! The entire Chaos Dragon Cave shook. Extreme Tao Dragon Chi rose. Tens of thousands of dragon shadows rushed out from the pitch-black hole. Endless extreme Tao formation runes appeared. With the arrival of the golden light, the extreme Tao energy in the Chaos Dragon Cave was awakened. It was as if a true dragon of the extreme Tao was awakening in the black hole that was spewing chaotic dragon chi. At this moment, the golden light that flew over from afar dissipated. A beautiful woman with golden light flowing around her body appeared. This woman was the Chaos Demon Lord. She had arrived near the Chaos Dragon Cave. However, the extreme Tao energy in the Chaos Dragon Cave had awakened. Even someone as powerful as the Chaos Demon Lord did not dare to approach. One must know that this was the extreme Tao energy. Sky Pang, Qilin, Quickly open the formation and let me in. The Chaos Demon Lord sent a voice transmission to the Chaos Dragon Cave. She wanted to return to the Chaos Dragon Cave, but no one responded, as if they couldn't hear her at all. Preposterous! The Chaos Demon Lord was infuriated. She was the Demon Lord of the desolate demon race, yet she was betrayed by her subordinates. This caused the Demon Lord of this generation to feel incomparably furious. To be able to become a quasi-sage, the primal Chaos Demon Lord was definitely a ruthless character. She sat down in the void and began to channel her mystic arts, intending to use her supreme mystic arts to open up the Extreme Tao Great Formation. Rumble. The entire Extreme Tao Grand Array trembled. Demon Lord Hun Du wanted to use his own strength to stop the Extreme Tao Grand Array. She used a trace of the Extreme Tao Grand Array's power. However, just as the Extreme Path Formation began to tremble, an even more powerful energy rippled out from the Chaos Dragon Cave. The entire Extreme Path Formation immediately began to operate rapidly. The Chaos Demon Lord used her mystic arts to activate the power of the Extreme Tao Grand Array in an attempt to take control of the Extreme Tao Grand Array. However, the ancient demon in the Chaos Dragon Cave did not agree to it. The vast and mighty chaotic dragon Qi instantly severed the connection between the Extreme Tao Grand Array and the Chaos Demon Lord. At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. He strolled leisurely and soon arrived in front of the Chaos Demon Lord. He looked at the Chaos Demon Lord with a smile. Swoosh! The Chaos Demon Lord immediately stood up when she saw this person. Her beautiful eyes flickered with sharpness and a chilling murderous intent filled the air. I didn't think that you would dare to appear in front of me. The Chaos Demon Lord's tone was extremely cold, as if she was looking at a dead person. The young cultivator opposite her couldn't help but feel shocked. Humph! Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you? The newcomer sneered. Although the other party was a quasi-sage, the newcomer wasn't afraid at all. His face was calm, but no one knew what he was thinking under his calm expression. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The primal Chaos Demon Lord had been feeling stifled and didn't know how to vent her anger. Now that this person had arrived, a terrifying power suddenly exploded from her body. With a schwa sound, a pair of golden wings spread out from her back. Bas! The void trembled. Golden Tao runes rushed out from the Chaos Demon Lord's body and branded in all directions before disappearing into the void. The newcomer couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This Chaos Demon Lord actually used Tao runes to seal the entire void to prevent him from escaping. This young cultivator was Gu Fei, who had been chasing after the Chaos Demon Lord. At this moment, many figures appeared in the Chaos Dragon Cave. Some ancient demons were dumbfounded when they sensed Gu Fei's arrival. This human really doesn't know what's good for him. The ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave were still not optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. Previously, Gu Fei was already very lucky to be able to escape from the Chaos Demon Lord. This time, the Chaos Demon Lord had already sealed the surrounding void and cut off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Gu Fei couldn't escape even if he wanted to. No one believed that an almighty could break through the void that was sealed by a quasi-sage's great Tao demon runes. The entire void had already turned into an invisible cage. You're dead this time. A cruel smile appeared on the Chaos Demon Lord's beautiful face. There was no room for mercy in the cultivation world. Even in the Buddhist sects, there were arhats who could subdue demons. Although the Chaos Demon Lord admired Gu Fei's courage, such a heaven-defying character couldn't be allowed to grow. He had to be nipped in the bud. Not necessarily. Gu Fei laughed. Even the Extreme Tao Formation couldn't trap him, let alone a quasi-sage's great Tao demon runes. Of course, the current situation was different from the time he was in the Extreme Tao Formation. In this place, it was difficult for him to awaken the power of the Extreme Tao's sacred weapon. Die! The Chaos Demon Lord couldn't be bothered to say more. She immediately attacked. Her jade-like hands turned into a sky full of palm shadows that enveloped the entire sky. Every palm shadow was faint and illusory, as though it was an illusion. The terrifying power crushed the void between the heavens and earth, displaying its terrifying might. Phew! Gu Fei didn't care about the layers of palm shadows in front of him. All he did was throw a punch. There were no ripples of energy, nor were there any Tao patterns on his fist. However, his punch seemed to follow the trajectory of the great Tao. The entire sky and earth shook along with his fist. Please share. Chapter 1547. Gu Fei challenged the Chaos Demon Lord once again. In the eyes of the Chaos Dragon Cave's ancient demons, this was undoubtedly suicide. The Chaos Demon Lord had sealed the void of the heavens and earth. Even a half-saint would find it hard to escape, let alone an almighty. This human race almighty was undoubtedly in a desperate situation. Swish! The Chaos Demon Lord didn't want to waste any more time with Gu Fei. She immediately attacked. A pair of slender hands instantly turned into countless palms that bombarded towards Gu Fei. Every palm shadow was faint and illusory. An ordinary person naturally wouldn't be able to see through the Chaos Demon Lord's move. However, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary person. Under the scanning of the martial path heavenly eye, the layers of palm shadows disappeared. In front of Gu Fei's martial path heavenly eye, only a pair of palms slapped towards him. Huff! Gu Fei's punch seemed like a casual punch. There weren't any shocking energy fluctuations, nor was there any dazzling radiance. It was just an ordinary punch. However, Gu Fei's punch seemed to follow the trajectory of the Great Tao. As he punched out, the entire heavens and earth shook. The Great Tao energy of the heavens and earth was drawn and frantically gathered towards his fist. What? The Chaos Demon Lord was shocked. She never expected Gu Fei to be able to throw out such a punch. This punch displayed his understanding of the Great Tao of the heavens and earth, drawing the Great Tao energy of the heavens and earth for his own use. Although this punch of Gu Fei's seemed ordinary, it was an extremely powerful punch. With this punch, the heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Bam! The thousands of palm shadows disappeared. The Chaos Demon Lord's slender hands collided with Gu Fei's right fist, emitting a dull thud. Great Tao demon marks appeared on the Chaos Demon Lord's hands. The Great Tao energy instantly erupted and clashed with the Great Tao energy on Gu Fei's fist. A battle at this level was extremely dangerous. Once one was injured by the opponent's energy of the Grand Tao, then it would be extremely difficult to recover, and it might even leave behind future injuries that would affect one's cultivation. The two of them were locked in a stalemate for a while. Gu Fei let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. Both of his arms exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The other party's power of the Great Path was incredibly powerful, and it was difficult for him to contend against it. You won't be so lucky this time. The Chaos Demon Lord immediately chased after him. The golden wings on her back flapped continuously, and rays of resplendent golden light flew out from her back, piercing towards Gu Fei in front of her. Every ray of golden light was a demonic mark, and they contained terrifying divine laws of the Great Path. If they were hit, even a saint would be injured. This was an attack of Tao power. One must know that the Chaos Demon Lord was a demi-sage and was infinitely close to becoming a demonic sage. He already had some of the aura of a demonic sage and was only a step away from attaining the Tao. I still can't beat him. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, his injuries were not light. At this moment, countless rays of golden light had already pierced towards him. However, at this critical moment, a ball of divine light surged out from Gu Fei's body and enveloped him. Swoosh! A powerful force erupted from Gu Fei's body. This force directly tore through the void of the heavens and earth that was sealed by the Chaos Demon Lord, and he once again escaped into the void. What? This time the Chaos Demon Lord was truly shocked. How could his opponent actually break through the void that she had sealed with the demonic marks of the Great Path? Although it was hard to believe, the truth was right before her eyes. Roar! The Chaos Demon Lord retracted the golden divine light formed from her feathers and roared angrily towards the sky. Her voice shook the 9 heavens. She was furious. This was the second time that her opponent had escaped from her hands. However, she still could not do anything and could only watch as her opponent escaped. Swoosh! The teleportation array in the ancient human city lit up again. A figure fell out of the void. This time, Batian Shin King did not appear. Even the Yi clan disciples guarding the teleportation array had disappeared. This time, Gu Fei's injuries were not light. His arms were invaded by the Chaos Demon Lord's Tao power. His arms could not withstand the power and turned into a mist of blood. His injuries were attached with the opponent's Tao power. It was difficult for Gu Fei to recover. He entered the secret chamber and began to heal. This kind of injury caused by Tao power was very difficult to heal. If an ordinary person was injured by Tao power, they would not be able to recover and would suffer endless torture. However, Gu Fei was not afraid. The resources he possessed were unmatched by any other cultivator. He directly entered his own inner world. This piece of divine land was surrounded by spiritual qi. Every place here was much better than those grotto heavens in the human world. This was a sacred place suitable for cultivators to cultivate. After Gu Fei entered his inner world, he directly walked into the depths of this world and came to the side of a divine spring of life. The breath of life from this divine spring made all the pores on his body relax. The rich life essence automatically drilled into his body. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly jumped into the divine spring of life in front of him and disappeared in the divine spring of life. This time, Gu Fei stayed in the divine spring of life for more than 10 days before the Tao energy that invaded his body was gradually erased. As the Tao energy that invaded his body was erased, Gu Fei's body was tempered to become even stronger. Over the past 10 days, the endless life essence had been constantly cleansing his body. His arms had been completely repaired and they were even stronger than before he was injured. The Tao patterns that were imprinted on the solid body constantly emitted Tao power. The chaotic energy in his dantian was also condensed. Gradually, countless Tao patterns wrapped around Gu Fei, forming a cocoon. The power of the Great Path was vast and mighty in his inner force. It was as if a Tao embryo was being born. Above the divine spring of life, there was a vague divine sound of the Great Path that resonated with the Great Path. This strange phenomenon only lasted for more than 10 days. Then, the divine sound of the Great Path stopped. The Tao patterns that surrounded Gu Fei's body also retracted into his body. Gu Fei's body floated up from the depths of the divine spring of life. Splash! With a splash, Gu Fei broke out of the divine spring of life. Then, he stood beside the divine spring. A powerful aura emanated from his body. After this tempering, his martial body had taken another step forward. A powerful force filled every inch of his muscles, making him feel as if he was filled with power. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The entire inner world shook, causing all the creatures in the world to be terrified. This time he had gained a lot. At the very least, his martial body had been tempered to become more powerful. However, his cultivation level was still at the 5th heaven of Almighty. After Gu Fei came out of the inner world, he immediately received a piece of news. He Tian was about to set up the Buddhist teleportation matrix that could connect people across worlds. Am I going to leave from here? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was finally going to return to the human realm. Please share. Chapter 1548. On the square of the ancient human city. Wu Fei Zhongwen? From time to time, rays of divine light would shoot out from the net. He Tian had been concentrating on the Buddhist path's great guiding array. For the past half a month, he hadn't rested at all. He had expended a large amount of divine materials, some of which were extremely rare in the world, but he had wasted them, turning them into a pile of dust. After half a month's worth of research, He Tian had finally figured out the operating state of the great guiding array. He began to inscribe more formation runes on the divine materials. He Tian had reached a crucial point. Even the heavenly tyrant Shen King was standing at the side of the square, paying close attention to his progress. The Yi clan's upper echelons were incomparably nervous. If they could control the heavenly Buddha Path's array, the heavenly Buddha Path wouldn't be able to trap them anymore. After being trapped in the wilderness for so many years, they were about to return to the true great heaven and earth. All the wilderness humans were extremely excited. No one was willing to be bound by a small great heaven and earth for life. Only the true great heaven and earth was the home of an expert. In order to become a paragon, one had to conquer the 3 worlds and 6 Daos. An extreme Tao paragon could only be born in the true great heaven and earth. During this period of time, Gu Fei's injuries had completely healed. Coming out from his inner world, he didn't pay much attention to He Tian's progress. He directly left the ancient human city. This time, he didn't find a quasi-saint to challenge alone. This time, he wanted a great battle. A small number of experts from the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave submitted to the Savage Beast Lord and Chaos Demon Lord. Among these ancient beasts and demons, there were even powerful half-saints. Gu Fei stood guard outside Mount Meru. He didn't attack the ordinary Buddhists, instead, he waited patiently. After waiting for several days, there was no movement from Mount Meru. On the 8th day, a figure finally rushed out from Mount Meru. When Gu Fei saw that figure, He was instantly invigorated. He immediately chased after it. It was a great demonic beast with a powerful half-saint cultivation. Since there was an insurmountable gap between him and the sage-to-be, Gu-Fei set his sights on the sage-to-be. Where is the tiger going? Flying at high speed ahead was a tiger demon. This tiger demon was different from ordinary tiger demons. It was an ancient demon that had cultivated to the half-step saint realm. Gu-Fei carefully followed behind the tiger demon. The tiger demon did not notice anything strange at all. Soon, they were thousands of miles away. The tiger demon was very careful. It seemed to be afraid of being followed. From time to time, it would suddenly stop or suddenly rush into the forest below. It would only come out after a while. After confirming that no one was chasing after it, the tiger demon continued to move forward. An hour later, the tiger demon entered a large mountain. Gu-Fei followed the tiger demon from a distance. He was very curious as to why the tiger demon would come to this barren mountain. What was his motive? Soon, the tiger demon entered a valley. Gu-Fei carefully followed it. He sensed a few powerful auras in the valley. Gu-Fei carefully snuck into the valley and hid behind the rocks. Then, he looked into the valley and saw that after the tiger demon entered the valley, 3 figures surrounded by demonic auras quickly came out to greet it. When Gu-Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be surprised. There were actually 3 great demons waiting for the tiger in this valley. This tiger was one of the experts of the demon race that had sought refuge with the Chaos Demon Lord. Even among the demon race, the cultivation of a half-saint was one of the top experts. Brother Tiger, you're finally here. The 3 of us have been waiting for you for more than 10 days. Among the 3 great demons, a tall and skinny man said to the tiger demon. The 3 Xianlong brothers are indeed loyal. The tiger demon was overjoyed to see that the other party did not miss the appointment. What Xianlong? It's just 3 black flood dragons. Gu-Fei snickered in his heart. The 3 great demons that came out of the valley were black flood dragons. However, the 3-headed black flood dragons' cultivation base and strength were also very shocking. They were actually at the peak of the almighty realm. This caused Gu-Fei to be secretly shocked. Could it be that such a great demon wanted to escape from the Chaos Dragon Cave? The tiger demon was a subordinate of the Chaos Demon Lord. Gu-Fei had already vaguely guessed something. Brother Tiger saved our lives in the past. Of course, we 3 brothers will follow your lead. The tall and skinny man said. His 2 brothers also agreed. Yes, we will always remember Brother Tiger's great kindness. A short and fat middle-aged man wearing a green robe said. The 3 black flood dragons had all turned into human figures and were dressed like Taoists. Those who did not know the truth would think that the 3 of them were the legendary true immortals. Let's talk inside. The tiger demon said and walked into the depths of the valley with the 3 great demons. There was a pavilion there with a small stream flowing in front of it. The scenery in the depths of the valley was not bad. These guys really know how to enjoy themselves. Gu-Fei couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he saw this. These greater demons were actually experts, which made him feel a little strange. After all, these fellows weren't humans. A demonic half-saint and 3 almighty demons. Very good. Gu-Fei's figure disappeared on the spot. Brother Tiger, when we left the Chaos Dragon Cave this time, we were discovered by Tian Peng. He chased us out and almost never saw you again. After sitting down in the pavilion, the 4 great demons began to talk. Something like that actually happened? The tiger demon was shocked to hear this. He had secretly instigated the 3 Xianlong brothers to betray him. This was something that absolutely no one knew, but Tian Peng actually found out. Fortunately, the 3 Xianlong brothers cultivated a great mystique that allowed them to escape from Tian Peng at the critical moment. Tian Peng was extremely powerful and was an expert second only to the Chaos Demon Lord in the Chaos Dragon Cave. After the Chaos Demon Lord was expelled from the Chaos Dragon Cave, Tian Peng became the strongest ancient demon in the Chaos Dragon Cave. The 3 Xianlong brothers were extremely lucky to be able to escape from Tian Peng. The tiger demon and the 3 Xianlong brothers were talking in the pavilion. Just as they were about to leave, a person suddenly appeared in the valley. What? The tiger demon and the 3 Xianlong brothers were shocked. They actually did not sense this person's arrival. This made them feel uneasy. Could it be that this person's cultivation was higher than theirs? It's you? When the tiger demon saw the appearance of the person, He was shocked again. This person was actually the human almighty who dared to challenge the Chaos Demon Lord. The 4 great demons in the pavilion stood up abruptly. Monstrous demonic aura erupted. With a boom, the entire pavilion was sent high into the sky by the demonic aura from the 4 great demons. Chapter 1549. Date: November 12th. Gu Fei tailed the tiger demon under the Chaos Demon Lord and arrived at a valley, where he blocked the indestructible martial lord of the 4 demon clans who were making contact. The 4 demon clans all had powerful backgrounds. The tiger demon was a demi-sage demon clan while the 3 Xian dragon brothers were pinnacle almighties. With such a force, even in the heaven realm, they could conquer a territory and become the overlord of a region. "You're courting death." The tiger demon roared angrily as demonic power surged from his body. A powerful demi-sage aura surged from his body, causing the entire void to tremble. The indestructible martial lord. Gu Fei stared coldly at the tiger demon in front of him and said, "Who's courting death?" "Brother Tiger, how about us brothers pluck off his head and give it to you?" The eldest of the 3 Xian dragon brothers said as a cold murderous aura surged from his body. "Be careful." The tiger demon warned the 3 Xian dragon brothers before taking 2 steps back. He wanted to let the 3 Xian dragon brothers test out this human almighty first. The demi-sage demon was very careful. To be able to become a demi-sage demon clan, one must be extremely talented. Otherwise they would not have such cultivation and strength. "Humph. He's just a 5th heaven almighty and he dares to appear in front of us." The second of the 3 Xian dragon brothers said sinisterly. Swoosh. A pair of black dragon head scissors appeared in the hands of the eldest of the 3 Xian dragon brothers. This was a magical weapon that the 3 Xian dragon brothers had cultivated and it was called the black dragon scissors. The second of the 3 Xian dragon brothers held a heavenly halberd in his hands. This was an almighty divine weapon. The pitch-black halberd was engraved with demonic patterns. This was the famous mysterious dragon halberd of the demon clan. This famous demon clan divine weapon had once tasted the blood of a pinnacle almighty. A pinnacle almighty had been impaled to death by this halberd. The 3rd brother of the Xian dragon clan did not have any weapons in his hands. However, Gu Fei could sense a dangerous aura from his body. The 3 great demons charged towards Gu Fei together. Their powerful auras pressured Gu Fei to the point of suffocation. These were 3 pinnacle existences. In the heaven realm, such an existence was enough to be called an emperor. Kill the indestructible martial highness. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot and pounced towards the 3 powerful demons in front of him. Swoosh. 2 beams of black light shot out from the black dragon scissors in the hands of the black dragon boss at almost the same time, transforming into 2 black dragons that intertwined and charged towards Gu Fei. Almighty divine weapon? Gu Fei immediately waved his fist and smashed towards the 2 dragon silhouettes. On his fist, the chaotic true power surged, and the 2 dragon silhouettes were smashed apart. Bam! Gu Fei's fist smashed fiercely onto the black dragon scissors. The ferocious fist force exploded in an instant. The black dragon boss only felt his hands shake, and the black dragon scissors in his hands flew out. A sharp pain spread from his hands to his brain. What? The black dragon boss was taken aback. He did not expect the other party's fist to be so powerful. The power contained in the fist was so strong that it caused his hands to break apart. Before the 2nd and 3rd brothers of the mysterious dragon clan could react, Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into the chest of the 1st brother of the mysterious dragon clan. Bam! The black dragon boss's entire body was smashed into pieces. 1,000 feet long black dragon roared. The black dragon boss had been beaten back to his original form. The huge black dragon's corpse fell from the sky, and the void seemed to be raining blood. Boss. The 2nd and 3rd brothers of the Black Dragon clan had never imagined that their eldest brother's physical body would be destroyed by this human mighty figure just like that. Moreover, even their eldest brother's primordial spirit could not escape. In other words, the Black Dragon boss's body and primordial spirit had actually been destroyed by a human almighty being who was only at the 5th heaven of almighty cultivation. He killed the boss. The Black Dragon brother's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were revealed. They were a pair of dragon claws covered with pitch-black dragon scales. This was a sign that he was about to transform into a dragon. Among the Black Dragon brothers, the Black Dragon boss was not the strongest. The strongest was actually the 3rd brother. Although the serpent had the word dragon in its name, it was not a dragon. It was not easy for the Black Serpent to transform into a dragon. The third brother of the Black Dragon brothers had clearly taken that step. "You deserve to die." The Black Dragon brother seemed to have gone mad. The Black Dragon halberd in his hand emitted a blinding black light and pierced towards Gu Fei. It was as if a black dragon had come to life in his hand. This divine weapon actually emitted a trace of dragon might. Humph. Gu Fei laughed coldly. His martial body was incomparably strong. He directly went forward and grabbed the Black Dragon halberd. Then, he exerted force and with a snap, the Black Dragon halberd was actually broken by him. Gu Fei instantly rushed forward and stabbed the halberd into the Black Dragon brother's chest. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled. A pitch-black dragon claw tore through the void and grabbed towards Gu Fei. A terrifying dragon chi was emitting from it. Gu Fei's battle intent surged and his blood was boiling. He directly struck out with his palm and blocked the Black Dragon claw. Then, he raised his leg and kicked the head of the Black Dragon brother who was trying to retreat, causing it to explode. He was a martial artist. His close combat skills had reached the point of perfection. Anyone who got close to him would be in danger. Indestructible, martial, honorable. What was a martial artist best at? It was close-quarters combat. In the ancient times, martial artists were not extinct yet. All cultivators, be it the demon clan or the demons, did not dare to let a martial artist with a high level of cultivation get close to them. Once a martial artist with a high level of cultivation got close to them, it meant death. The Black Dragon brother was also dead. His head was crushed by Gu Fei's kick. His primordial spirit could not escape. Another demon clan pinnacle power was killed. Gu Fei easily killed the two demon clan pinnacle power in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the tiger demon in the distance wanted to help, but it was too late. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The shadow of a ferocious tiger appeared between the heavens and the earth. A gust of strong wind blew the sand and rocks in the valley. The tiger demon was shocked and angry. His opponent's combat strength was really so heaven-defying that he could kill two demon clan pinnacle power in an instant. This was a miracle. Rumble! The tiger demon made his move. A huge shadow of a ferocious tiger pounced down from the sky. A pair of tiger claws grabbed at Gu Fei. The strong power of a half-sage caused the void to tremble and collapse. The demon clan half-sage made his move. It was different from the Black Dragon brothers. The half-sage drew the Tao energy from the heavens and earth. It was as though the heavens and earth were crushing down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei forced the Black Dragon brother to retreat. The martial Tao energy in his body was circulating crazily. He struck out with the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist. The pure Yang energy bloomed on his right fist. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering sound, Gu Fei's fist collided with the tiger demon's claws. The two powerful forces collided with the indestructible martial lord. Gu Fei only felt that the two tiger claws were as heavy as a primordial divine mountain. Under the impact of the tiger demon's power, cracks appeared on his right fist, and blood began to seep out with a bloody glow. Bam! The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet exploded. Both his feet sank into the ground. The entire ground undulated like waves, trembling from the impact. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar. His right fist, which was blocking the tiger demon's claws, emitted a dazzling radiance. It was as though a divine sun had appeared in the valley. The pure Yang energy was exploding continuously. What? The Black Dragon brother was dumbfounded. This human was actually able to block the tiger demon's furious attack. This was unbelievable. The tiger demon was a half-sage of the demon clan. The Black Dragon brother couldn't accept the fact that two of the three Black Dragon brothers had died in such a short period of time. The Black Dragon brother had already retreated far away when the tiger demon made his move. The strength of a half-sage was not something that he could withstand. Even if it was released, it would take his life. Is this human really that strong? It was impossible for the experts of the Demon Clan in the Chaos Dragon Cave not to know about Gu Fei's challenge to the Primal Chaos Demon Lord. However, only a few of the higher-ups of the Demon Clan had seen Gu Fei in action. The others had never seen Gu Fei challenge the Primal Chaos Demon Lord. Some people didn't believe this at all. They thought that it was an exaggeration or that there was no such thing. One had to know that there was no comparison between a fifth heavenly layer mighty expert and a half-sage. A half-sage could kill a fifth heavenly layer mighty expert countless times over with a single finger. The one who was the most shocked was the tiger demon. His strength was actually blocked by the other party. This was something that had never happened before. How could a mighty expert have such combat strength? Destroy the invincible martial lord. A dazzling divine light shone from Gu Fei's body. The primal chaos force turned into the yin-yang force. The yin-yang true force circulated in his body. The two forces intertwined, collided, and fused again. The changes in the two forces caused the two forces to rise continuously. Kill! Gu Fei roared furiously. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his right fist, and an even more powerful force rushed out from his fist. The two tiger claws that were blocking Gu Fei's fist were crumbling. What? The tiger demon's expression changed. How could his opponent's strength be so strong? This was beyond his imagination. A fifth heavenly layer mighty expert definitely didn't have such strength. You want to compete with me in strength? Gu Fei's fist shone with a million rays of light, shattering the tiger claws. He shot into the sky and headed for the tiger demon's real body with unparalleled strength. Anyone would find it hard to stay calm when faced with such a monster. Whoosh! The tiger demon retreated. Gu Fei's attack was too fierce. Moreover, his opponent's battle techniques were extremely terrifying. He definitely couldn't let his opponent get close to him. Once he did, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Gu Fei had the fastest movement technique in the world. He used the 8 desolate void steps and seemed to have entered the void, raising his speed to the extreme. He took a few steps and caught up to the tiger demon. Then, his entire spiritual force was raised to the extreme as he punched the tiger demon. Chapter 1550. The invincible martial saint's battle prowess was heaven-defying. Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. After consecutively killing the eldest and second brother of the 3 mystical dragon brothers, he immediately went up against the half-sage demon. This was a ferocious primordial tiger that had attained the Tao and cultivated to become a half-sage demon. His cultivation was extremely powerful, but when faced against Gu Fei's martial arts and battle techniques, the ancient demon had no choice but to be cautious. Eat my fist! Gu Fei's aura instantly soared to its peak as he threw a powerful punch at the tiger demon. This punch contained all of his essence, qi, and spirit. As the punch was thrown, the entire space in front of it trembled. Boom! Unable to withstand the powerful force that erupted from Gu Fei's fist, the entire space collapsed and shattered, turning into a terrifying destructive force that surged towards the tiger demon. Roar! The tiger demon let out a furious roar and no longer retreated. He slammed his tiger claws forward, and an extremely terrifying demonic force surged from his claws. Tiger stripes appeared on the tiger claws. Each stripe emitted a dazzling divine light, as if they had charged out from the tiger demon's claws. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided fiercely with the tiger claws. This time, he had directly collided with the tiger demon's body, and a powerful force was transmitted from the tiger demon's claws. Thud! 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 Gu Fei could not control his body and was knocked a few steps back by the force. With every step he took, the space beneath his feet would tremble, and ripples of space could be seen spreading from his feet. A powerful force wreaked havoc between Gu Fei and the tiger demon, forcing the tiger demon to take 3 or 4 steps back from the impact. He was shocked to the extreme. It seemed that this human cultivator was truly heaven-defying, to be able to fight evenly with him. After all, he was a half-sage, while this guy was only a 5th-layer human cultivator. Tiger devours heaven and earth. The tiger demon shook its body and transformed into its true form. A savage yellow tiger appeared between heaven and earth. This was an ancient beast that was even taller than a mountain ridge. Roar! The tiger demon roared at the sky and opened its mouth at Gu Fei. A heaven-devouring force erupted from the tiger's mouth, wanting to devour Gu Fei in one gulp. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten as he was enveloped by the heaven-devouring force that came from the tiger's mouth. His entire body flew towards the tiger's mouth. Humph! You want to swallow me whole? Gu Fei allowed the heaven-devouring force to pull him into the tiger's mouth and didn't resist at all. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was swallowed by the tiger demon. Then, the power of a half-step saint realm condensed in the tiger demon's body. He wanted to refine Gu Fei. He killed this human cultivator named Gu Fei just like that? In the distance, the third of the 3 Xianlong brothers was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, his eldest and second brothers had been beaten to death by this human. How could an expert who could kill two pinnacle experts in an instant be defeated by the tiger demon so easily? The third of the three Shen dragon brothers felt a little uneasy. Ha ha! The ferocious tiger shook its body and transformed into a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man laughed heartily. He didn't expect that he would be able to make such a great contribution on this trip. Killing Gu Fei was equivalent to removing a huge threat for the Chaos Demon Lord. Ha! However, at this moment, the tiger demon's expression changed. He realized that Gu Fei, who he had swallowed into his stomach, was still alive. How is this possible? The tiger demon couldn't believe that the human cultivator he had swallowed into his stomach hadn't been destroyed by the demonic power condensed in his body. This was something that had never happened before. Even an opponent who was also a half-step saint would only last for a short while after being swallowed into his stomach before being refined by him in the end. However, the tiger demon realized that his half-step saint realm power couldn't break through the layer of divine light around his opponent's body, let alone refine this human. Swallow me into your stomach? You're courting death. Gu Fei's voice resounded in the tiger demon's mind. This scared the hell out of him. Not only was his opponent not refined, but he was also not threatened at all. The fact that his opponent was unharmed shocked the tiger demon to the extreme. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch. The violent fist force wreaked havoc in the tiger demon's body. This punch almost shattered the tiger demon's internal organs. Roar! The tiger demon roared in pain. His body had suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's punch just now had almost pierced through his body. Swoosh! The tiger demon's glabella suddenly split open. Then, a demonic light rushed out from the glabella and entered his stomach. A middle-aged man with monstrous demonic aura appeared in the tiger demon's body. Kill! The tiger demon used the primordial spirit technique and formed another version of himself. He rushed into his body and wanted to kill Gu Fei, who was causing trouble in his body. Tiger stripes rushed out from the middle-aged man's hands. Every tiger stripe was emitting the divine sound of the Great Path. This was the power of the Great Path that had turned into a supreme killing move. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He sat cross-legged in the void and his chaotic true power quickly gathered in his glabella. His glabella emitted a purple-golden divine light. Swoosh! A purple-golden sword rushed out from Gu Fei's glabella and crushed the countless tiger stripes that were rushing at him. It even killed the middle-aged man that the tiger demon had conjured. What? When Gu Fei killed the middle-aged man, the tiger demon felt a great impact. His body swayed a few times and he almost fell to the ground. A trace of blood seeped out of his glabella. Humph! Using the primordial spirit technique in front of me is simply showing off. After the purple golden sword killed the middle-aged man that the tiger demon had conjured with his primordial spirit power, it flew back to Gu Fei and entered his glabella. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the primordial spirit sword of the way. Although the tiger demon's primordial spirit transformation was brilliant, how could it compare to the supreme secret technique of the immortal path created by the supreme Tao ancestor? Gu Fei did not hesitate. In the next moment, his chaotic true power exploded. This was an unimaginably powerful force. Roar! The tiger demon roared in pain. His entire belly was bloated. He desperately channeled the demonic power of a half-sage, trying to suppress Gu Fei in his belly. However, the force that erupted from Gu Fei's body was too powerful and unstoppable. The tiger demon's body made a sonic boom and his bones were breaking. Ugh! The tiger demon let out a blood-curdling screech. Then with a boom, his entire body exploded. His entire person instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 1551. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. A bloody mist appeared in the sky as a terrifying power exploded out. The power that descended from the sky caused the ground to tremble. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect was dumbfounded when he saw this. A half-sage's physical body had been destroyed by someone else? No one would believe such a thing even if it was told to others. Who would believe that a semi-sage's body would explode because of a person who was only at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm? A figure walked out from the bloody mist. It's over. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect turned around and fled without hesitation. What a joke. This freak could even kill a half-sage. If I don't leave now, I'll be waiting for him to kill me. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect didn't want to take revenge anymore. He needed strength to do so. Without strength, it wouldn't be revenge, but death. However, Gu Fei wouldn't let the third brother of the mysterious dragon sect leave so easily. Swoosh! He stepped forward in the air using the 8 desolate void steps. With a single step, he caught up to the third brother of the mysterious dragon sect and attacked without hesitation. The Yin-Yang reincarnation fist shook the heavens and the earth. The black dragon sect's third brother turned pale with fright. Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to land on his back, his body suddenly became faint and illusory. Ha! Gu Fei was taken aback. The third brother's body seemed to have turned into thin air. He felt as if his punch had landed on thin air. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect cultivated a secret technique and tried to neutralize the force of Gu Fei's punch. However, the force of Gu Fei's punch wasn't that easy to neutralize. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect was sent flying thousands of meters away as his body turned solid. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect spat out a mouthful of blood as his body suffered a huge blow. This human was too monstrous. This kind of strength shouldn't appear on Almighty. Gu Fei's battle prowess had already surpassed Almighty beings and broken through the restraints of the Almighty being realm. Just as Gu Fei sent the mysterious dragon third brother flying with a punch, the bloody mist behind him didn't dissipate. Instead, it rapidly converged towards the center. A figure appeared in the void. That person was the demonic race's demonic half-saint, the primordial ferocious tiger, whose body had been destroyed by Gu Fei's tyrannical power. It wasn't easy to kill a half-saint, and it required special methods to kill a half-saint. Gu Fei ignored the tiger demon behind him as he chased after the third brother of the mysterious dragon clan. With the 8 desolate void steps, the third brother of the mysterious dragon clan couldn't escape at all. Once Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps, he possessed the fastest speed in the world. Without any suspense, the moment Gu Fei used his Yin-Yang reincarnation fist, the third brother of the mysterious dragon clan was only able to block a few punches before he was smashed into smithereens by Gu Fei. Roar! You deserve to die. A roar came from behind Gu Fei. At this moment, the tiger demon had already completely restored his body. His demonic chi soared into the sky as he charged towards Gu Fei. A large flag appeared in the tiger demon's hand. He waved the flag fiercely with both hands, and a terrifying astral wind swept out from the flag. This astral wind was extremely powerful, and it even caused the void to shatter. It's your good fortune to die under my Tiger Emperor flag, the tiger demon said fiercely. When his body was destroyed by Gu Fei, he had consumed a lot of Yuan Qi. Reconstructing one's body was no ordinary divine ability. Tiger Emperor flag? Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny. This wasn't a magic treasure refined by a half-saint, nor was it a true holy weapon. It was really laughable that the tiger demon wanted to kill him with just this thing. Let's see who will kill who. Gu Fei shouted and directly turned around to attack. His fists bloomed with yin-yang divine light, and a yin-yang Dao diagram appeared behind him. The yin and yang evolved, and the resulting power was incomparably terrifying. There seemed to be a world evolving between Gu Fei's fists. This was a manifestation of the great Dao. What? The tiger demon was a half-saint, so his knowledge was extraordinary. When he saw Gu Fei's combat strength, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Was this guy really only at the 5th heavenly layer? Rumble. The two forces collided. Gu Fei's fists hit the flag until it was on the verge of collapse. The astral wind from the flag couldn't even get close to Gu Fei's body. Damn it! The tiger demon frantically urged his demonic chi. All the Dao patterns on the Tiger Emperor flag lit up, triggering the great Dao of heaven and earth. A peerless and terrifying aura spread out from the Tiger Emperor flag. It's time to fight for real. Gu Fei's aura also skyrocketed. His body was shrouded in a layer of primal chaos divine light, but behind him, a yin-yang Dao diagram was faintly discernible. The martial Dao true force he cultivated was very marvelous. It could be transformed into yin-yang true force, and yin-yang true force could be transformed into 5 elements true force. One had to admit that the tiger demon was a good opponent. At least, in Gu Fei's opinion, engaging in a life-or-death battle with such an opponent was much better than taking the risk of challenging a half-saint. A true martial artist had to experience countless life-or-death battles in order to grow. Bang! Endless demonic chi surged out. A demon flag shook the world and shattered the void. The earth trembled, and many nearby mountains collapsed. The entire region was thrown into chaos. This was an evenly matched battle. The Tiger Demon's Tiger Emperor flag slaughtered everything in its path, but Gu Fei didn't show any weakness. His fists shattered the void, and the Tiger Emperor flag found it hard to suppress him. They fought as they moved, destroying everything in their path. The more the Tiger Demon fought, the more shocked he became. This human supreme expert was incredible. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. The power in his body seemed inexhaustible. Is this the battle power of a half-saint? This was the first time Gu Fei engaged in a true life-or-death battle with a half-saint. Moreover, it was with his own strength, without any external help. He didn't use an extreme sacred weapon, nor did he use his immortal Tao sacred body avatar. This time, he was fighting with his own strength, contending against a demonic half-saint. The Tiger Demon was peerlessly powerful, standing at the peak of the cultivation world. In the entire cultivation world, there weren't many people who could defeat this demonic half-saint. Gu Fei could be proud of himself. He actually jumped levels to challenge a half-saint, and they were evenly matched. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, even a peak supreme expert would have been killed by this Tiger Demon. Bang! Gu Fei was swept away by the Tiger Emperor flag. His entire body flew away, and a trace of blood seeped out of his mouth. However, the moment he was swept by the Tiger Emperor flag, he also punched the Tiger Demon's chest. Gotcha! The Tiger Demon's chest immediately caved in. Gu Fei's fist was extremely powerful. The power of this punch was so great that even a mountain would explode. Good. Very good. Gu Fei stopped his retreat in the air and stabilized his body. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Chapter 1552. The battle between Gu Fei and the half-step saint of the demon race shocked the Tiger Demon greatly. This was just a human cultivator at the 5th layer of the Almighty Realm. This was simply a miracle, a myth. A human cultivator at the 5th layer of the Almighty Realm could actually fight against a half-step saint. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that this guy has talent comparable to a young extreme supreme? The Tiger Demon couldn't help but be shocked, because the battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed was really too amazing. Even the legendary Extreme Supreme was no better than this in their youth. Extreme Tao Supremacy was a legendary existence. Some people could become Extreme Tao Supremacy at a young age and display heaven-defying talent. However, this was not absolute. There were some Extreme Tao Supremes who, in their youth, kept a low profile and walked forward step by step, without much of a dazzling performance. However, in the end, they left everyone behind and cultivated the supreme Tao fruit. There was no doubt that this human almighty belonged to the former. He was extremely talented and had already shown off his talent at a young age. He had the aura of a sovereign. Kill. Such an existence could not be left alive. If he was allowed to grow, the demon race would be suppressed by him. At any time, only one sovereign could be born. Rumble. The Tiger Emperor flag shook violently, and a terrifying force spread out from it. The void was annihilated, the earth was shattered, and even the chaotic energy was hit out. The destructive energy swept towards Gu Fei in an earth-shattering manner. The Tiger Demon was going all out. He circulated his demonic power with all his might. Tiger stripes appeared on his body, and the Tiger Emperor flag in his hand burst out with a dazzling demonic light. This guy. Even Gu Fei was moved by the fact that a half-step saint of the demon race was going all out. He used the universal void steps and quickly retreated, but there was a great force pulling him towards the Tiger Emperor flag. What? Countless tiger stripes rushed out from the Tiger Emperor flag. These were the demonic stripes of the great Tao cultivated by the Tiger Demon. Countless demonic stripes interweaved, and the flag turned into a pitch-black hole. The Tiger Demon displayed its ultimate killing technique, wanting to swallow Gu Fei into an unknown void. This was a killing technique of the half-step saint level. Even the void was torn apart. The power of the Great Path was vast and mighty. Gu Fei was dragged by a heaven-devouring power into the black hole. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Divine patterns of the Great Path rushed out from his body. These were the patterns that he had cultivated, and they could condense the power of the Great Path and use it for himself. He wanted to rush out, but he found that his body seemed to be entangled by invisible Tao patterns. For a moment, he couldn't break through that great suction force. This guy. Gu Fei was taken aback, but he didn't hesitate to use one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. A peerlessly powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! The void trembled, and a violent force swept across the world, directly breaking free from the suction force that enveloped him, and then shot up into the sky. The great hand covers the sky! Gu Fei roared, his voice shaking the heavens. A huge black hand covered the heavens and the earth as it slammed downwards, causing the void to collapse and the chaotic energy to be blasted out. The black hole formed by the Tiger Emperor flag was directly wiped out by the giant black hand. The tiger demon suffered a great impact and was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The tiger demon's ferocious eyes revealed a trace of fear. The opponent's battle prowess had suddenly increased by 10 times. Such power was difficult to resist, not even a half-step saint. This power had already surpassed the shackles of the Almighty. This was a forbidden power that broke through the limits of cultivation. Could this be the legendary? The tiger demon was extremely shocked. Tiger demon was shocked to the extreme. This kind of power was so strong that even a half-step saint would find it hard to suppress it. Gu Fei's palm had seriously injured him. Roar! The tiger demon roared. His whole body was surging with demonic power, and the injuries on his body were healed in an instant. However, his expression was somewhat weary, and his momentum had weakened. If it wasn't for the protection of the Tiger Emperor flag, Gu Fei's palm would have destroyed his body. At this time, cracks appeared on the Tiger Emperor flag. This! The tiger demon was shocked again. The magic treasure that he had refined for countless years was destroyed by Gu Fei. The Tiger Emperor flag was a half-step Saint Divine weapon. Gu Fei's power was enough to resist a half-step Saint Divine weapon. Dang! Gu Fei was like an invincible god of war descending from the 9th heaven. At this time, the essence, chi and spirit of his body had soared to a limit, beyond the limits of cultivation. Bang! He punched out and the stars in the sky shook. The powerful fist energy shook the world, and the invincible fist intent made the world lose its color. Fight! Gu Fei's fist pushed forward like 100,000 ancient divine mountains, blocking all the tiger demon's escape routes. He punched out to force the tiger demon to fight him head-on. The tiger demon knew that he couldn't dodge this punch, so he had no other choice. At this moment, all the demonic power in his body was activated. Countless tiger stripes emerged on his body, and the power of the great Tao crazily gathered towards the Tiger Emperor flag in his hand. Countless demonic patterns rushed out of the flag. Roar! A tiger roar resounded, and the phantom of a primordial tiger emerged on the Tiger Emperor flag. A fierce aura spread out from the Tiger Emperor flag, sweeping across the world. Rumble! The power that erupted from the Tiger Emperor flag this time was too powerful. The fierce tiger seemed to want to rush out from the flag. The powerful force caused the entire void to crack and collapse. This was the terror of a half-step saint when he went all out. The wrath of a half-step saint was enough to destroy an area. The terrifying fluctuation spread out, alarming many experts, and some people quickly came to this area. Who's fighting? Such fluctuations, it's definitely a battle between half-step saints. The ancient beasts and ancient demons in the Beast Emperor Mountain and the chaotic dragon cave were all alarmed. Many powerful existences appeared near the battlefield, watching this battle. It's the tiger from the chaotic dragon cave. Didn't this tiger betray the chaotic dragon cave? Someone recognized the tiger demon's origin, and they were all extremely shocked. This tiger demon was a primordial tiger that had attained enlightenment, and transformed into a human form. He was an expert in the chaotic dragon cave. However, the return of the Chaos Demon Lord caused the ancient demons in the chaotic dragon cave to be divided. A few ancient demons wanted to welcome the Chaos Demon Lord back. However, the Chaos Demon Lord had already converted to Buddhism, and most of the ancient demons were unwilling to serve the Chaos Demon Lord as the supreme of the demon race. Therefore, a few ancient demons in the chaotic dragon cave left the chaotic dragon cave and submitted to the Chaos Demon Lord. This tiger demon was the leader of the few ancient demons. The tiger demon was incomparably powerful, and even the ancient demons Heavenly Peng and Qilin were wary of him, unwilling to fight with him. In the end, they let him lead the few ancient demons out of the chaotic dragon cave. Unexpectedly at this time, this tiger demon was actually fighting with someone in the mountain, and the whole area was turned into ruins. It was incomparably terrifying. No experts dared to approach, and they all watched from afar. Rumble. At this moment, A ferocious tiger bigger than a mountain surged out from the Tiger Emperor flag in the Tiger Demon's hand, and an extremely fierce aura spread out. This was an incomparably powerful Tiger Emperor, and it directly pounced towards Gu Fei. This was a ferocious tiger formed from countless interweaving demon marks, and as it pounced, the whole world shook. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch. It looked like a casual punch, but it contained boundless power and an indomitable and terrifying momentum. In the face of absolute power, any magical power or killing technique was useless. Gu Fei's punch directly blew up the head of this ferocious tiger formed from countless interweaving demon marks. There was no suspense. Under the invincible power of the Ascension secret technique, the Tiger Emperor flag was shattered, countless demon marks dispersed, and a magic treasure that had been refined by a half-step sage for countless years was directly destroyed. Bang! After the momentum of Gu Fei's punch smashed the Tiger Emperor flag, it did not reach its end. Half of the Tiger Demon's body turned into a bloody mist, and it was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. What? In the distance, the people watching the battle were all dumbfounded. They never thought that the Tiger Demon would be defeated, and so miserably, with half of its body blown up. Who was this tiger? It was a half-step sage of the demon race, an existence that stood at the peak of the cultivation world, and was incomparably tyrannical, invincible under the quasi-sage realm. Who was this human? How could he defeat such an expert? Could it be that the heavenly tyrant Shen King personally took action? But that person was full of vitality, and he was young. He was definitely not the heavenly tyrant Shen King. An existence that had lived for countless years was easy to distinguish from an existence that had lived for hundreds of years. Even if one's appearance did not change, the traces of time would more or less appear on a person's body. In the eyes of some experts, Gu Fei was too young. Eat another punch of mine. Gu Fei shouted and threw another punch at the Tiger Demon. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps, which was the ultimate of the world. With just one step, he had already caught up with the flying Tiger Demon. No! The Tiger Demon roared in despair. Half of its body had already been smashed by this human expert. If this human punched it again, it was afraid that both its body and soul would be destroyed. But Gu Fei was decisive, without any hesitation. Boom! A black hole was punched through the void, and the remaining half of the Tiger Demon's body was smashed into dust under his fist. Not even a bloody mist was left. Roar! Just as Gu Fei's punch destroyed the Tiger Demon's body and soul, a terrifying roar came from the direction of Mount Meru, and an aura so powerful that it could make all living beings tremble swept over. It's her! Gu Fei was shocked. He had killed the Tiger Demon and provoked a peerless expert. At this time, the time limit of the secret ascension technique was about to end, and he knew that he was no match for that person. Swish! Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. Taking advantage of the time limit of the secret ascension technique, he directly used the ultimate of the world movement to leave. Chapter 1553. Roar! With a roar, heaven and earth shattered. The person who came was enraged. The Tiger Demon's death in battle was definitely a huge storm. It should be known that the one who died was a half-step saint of the demon race. Gu Fei, I want you to die. Endless demonic aura enveloped the heaven and earth. The Chaos Demon Lord had arrived, but it was already too late. Gu Fei was about to leave after killing the Tiger Demon. All the experts who were watching the battle were frightened and retreated immediately. No one dared to provoke the furious Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord's expression was extremely ugly. Swish! She directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the ancient city of Yi Clan. She knew that Gu Fei was there. The reason why she didn't attack was because she was worried about Ba Tian Shen King in the ancient city. It should be known that Ba Tian Shen King was the invincible Shen King of the Wildlands. He had beaten the experts of the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave to the point that they had to retreat when they saw his shadow. Countless years had passed, and no one knew what level Ba Tian Shen King's cultivation had reached. But now, the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't care less. Gu Fei had actually killed her half-step saint of the demon race. How could she let this matter go so easily? There's going to be a good show to watch. All the experts were paying attention. The Chaos Demon Lord was peerlessly powerful. He was a demi-saint of the demon race, and his cultivation was only half a step away from that of a demi-saint. However, Ba Tian Shen King was also an invincible Shen King of the human race. When these two experts met, a battle was inevitable. This was a battle between demi-saints. Gu Fei didn't know that he had provoked a terrifying enemy for the Yi clan. However, he acted according to his heart and had no scruples. Even if he knew that killing the tiger demon would completely anger the Chaos Demon Lord, he still killed it without hesitation. Rumble. In the heavenly Buddha path, many living beings saw a golden divine bird flying across the sky. The heaven and earth shook, and the powerful aura caused all living beings to tremble. In the mountains, in the Yi clan's ancient city, in the city lord's mansion, a man suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of divine light shot out of his eyes, several meters long. At this time, He Tian had reached a critical juncture. He had already evolved the Buddhist sect's great guiding formation countless times, and he began to set it up on the square of the ancient city. Swish! That person immediately rushed out of the city lord's mansion. He Tian could not be disturbed while he was deducing the formation. If all his previous efforts were wasted, then all his previous efforts would be for naught. Rumble. The ancient city was shaken. The higher-ups of the Yi clan were alerted as well. A powerful expert was charging towards the ancient city. The ancient city's formation had been activated. Beams of divine light rushed out of the ancient city, interweaving into a huge net that enveloped the entire ancient city. This was the ancient city's defensive formation. The ancient city of the human race had existed for countless years and was protected by a great saint-level formation. Even if a sage came, he might not be able to break into the ancient city. Gu Fei, come out and meet your death. A furious roar reverberated throughout the mountains, startling the birds and beasts in the mountains and causing them to flee in panic. A golden divine bird descended above the mountains. The powerful aura of a quasi-sage almost caused the heavens and earth to collapse. The void was shaking, and the earth was trembling. This was the anger of a quasi-sage. Swish! That golden divine bird was about to swoop down, but at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the divine bird and intercepted it. It doesn't matter who comes today, I want Gu Fei's life. The golden divine bird was even bigger than a mountain. This was a shadow condensed from golden demonic energy, not the true body of the divine bird. Amidst the endless golden demonic energy, a graceful figure stood there, her eyes flashing with golden light. Behind her, there was a pair of golden wings flapping. Fight or retreat? The person who came was very straightforward. A shocking battle intent rushed out of his body. The domineering aura of heaven and earth was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, causing the world to lose its color. Batian Shen King. The peerless demon lord sensed a dangerous aura from the figure and couldn't help but become serious. She wouldn't let her anger get to her head. At the level of the Chaos Demon Lord, even if she was furious, she would instantly calm down when she encountered an opponent who could truly threaten her. Without any hesitation, and without too many words, the Chaos Demon Lord directly attacked. Boom! A demonic energy wave so powerful that it made one's spiritual soul tremble burst out of her body, and a pair of golden wings spread out behind her. Clang! Like 100,000 heavenly swords vibrating, the golden feathers on the wings of the Chaos Demon Lord all turned into rays of dazzling golden sword light, soaring tens of thousands of feet and piercing towards Batian Shen King in front of her. Each ray of golden light contained the power of the great path cultivated by the Chaos Demon Lord, and within each ray of golden light, there was a demonic mark of the great path faintly visible. This was a divine sword of the great path. Facing the extremely ferocious attack, Batian Shen King just stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! The void trembled, and a huge palm appeared in front of Batian Shen King. Then, all the golden sword light that pierced towards him was blocked. The huge palm was like an insurmountable mountain, and no matter how many sword light pierced through it, it didn't budge at all. Even the sword light that contained the power of the great path couldn't do anything. What? The Chaos Demon Lord was shocked. The divine ability displayed by Batian Shen King was truly astonishing. The great path didn't appear, but it blocked all the attacks. Thousands of golden feathers danced in the air, and then all flew back towards the Chaos Demon Lord. Batian Shen King really lives up to his reputation. The Chaos Demon Lord was secretly shocked. This was a powerful opponent. Although he had fallen from the demi-saint realm, his understanding of the great path had already reached an unattainable level. Such an existence was only one step away from enlightenment, and then becoming a saint. Stand down. Batian Shen King stood with his hands behind his back. The domineering aura on his body was no longer earth-shaking, and had been restrained. This was a sign that he had returned to his natural state. Humph! The Chaos Demon Lord sneered. Although this human demi-saint was powerful, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat the Chaos Demon Lord. They were both demi-saints, and it would be very difficult to determine a victor. Golden Crow slaughters saints. The Chaos Demon Lord roared, and his entire body emitted millions of golden lights. That golden demonic aura was like a heavenly fire, sweeping out in all directions, and instantly enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Amidst the endless golden demonic aura, a golden bird floated, and emitted a powerful saint-level power. What? At this moment, Batian Shen King was finally moved. The opponent's power had already broken through the shackles of the demi-saint realm, and this was the true power of a saint level. I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the Golden Crow. Batian Shen King was incomparably shocked. The Golden Crow was said to be born from the Sun Star, and was an innate divine bird. When the Golden Crow truly matured, it would at least be in existence of the great saint realm. Unexpectedly, the Chaos Demon Lord actually had the bloodline of the Golden Crow. Chapter 1554. Date: November 16th. Gu Fei killed the Tiger Demon subordinate of the Chaos Demonic Lord. The Chaos Demonic Lord was enraged and charged towards the Yi family's ancient city. He wanted to drag Gu Fei out and tear him to pieces. A demonic half-sage and 3 demonic peak experts were killed by Gu Fei. The entire heavenly Buddhist sect was in an uproar. A 5th heavenly layer expert killed a demonic half-sage. It was a miracle. The enraged Chaos Demonic Lord charged towards the Yi family's ancient city. Shen King, who was guarding the ancient city, had no choice but to take action. At this time, He Tian's plan to approach the Buddhist Grand Array had reached a critical juncture. As long as He Tian successfully set up the Great Receiving Array on Mount Meru, the human race of the wilderness would be able to return to the human race. The tyrant Sky Divine Emperor would never allow the primal Chaos Demon Lord to approach the human race's ancient city. Thousands of miles away from the human ancient city, Shen King intercepted the Chaos Demonic Lord in the sky above the mountain. Unavoidably, Shen King and the Chaos Demonic Lord finally fought. This was a battle between demonic sages. The ancient beasts of the Beast Emperor Mountain and the great demons of the Chaos Dragon Cave appeared. In the distant sky, a mass of Buddhist light floated over. The Buddhist Vedanta on Mount Meru also appeared. Rumble. At this time, the Chaos Demonic Lord used his supreme divine technique. Endless golden demonic energy swept out in all directions and engulfed Shen King in an instant. This was no ordinary demonic energy. It was the solar essence fire. The Chaos Demonic Lord had the bloodline of the primordial divine bird, the Golden Crow. This was the power of his bloodline. Countless demonic runes appeared in the golden demonic energy. They interweaved into the runes of the heavens and earth, drawing upon the power of the great Tao. He wanted to refine Shen King into the solar essence fire. Clang! The sound of a sword resonated through the 9 heavens. In the endless sea of golden flames, a ray of sword light shot up to the sky. It broke through the layers of flames and slashed out. Shen King made his move. The Overlord's sword was unsheathed. An unstoppable and terrifying sword chi slashed out. Countless golden demonic runes shattered under the sword light. With a sword in hand, it could break through all divine techniques. All right. Let's see how long you, Tyrant Shen King, can protect that kid. The murderous voice of the primal Chaos Demon Lord came out from the sea of fire. The endless solar essence flames retreated like the tide. The primal Chaos Demon Lord turned into a beam of flame and disappeared in an instant. No one knew what had happened in the sea of fire. The Chaos Demon Lord had actually retreated just like that. Sky Overlord Shen King stood upright with his sword in hand. The domineering aura on his body had already been withdrawn, but the Overlord sword in his hand was still emitting a domineering aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. What's going on? How did the primal Chaos Demon Lord lose so quickly? The experts who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. They wanted to see a fierce battle, but it ended like this. No one had thought that such a scene would happen. Is Batian Shen King going to become a sage? In a ball of Buddhist light on the horizon, a tall monk wearing an old kasaya muttered to himself. In the eyes of such an expert, the primal Chaos Demon Lord had been driven away by Sky Overlord Shen King. Could it be that Sky Overlord Shen King's cultivation was stronger than the primal Chaos Demon Lord? The combat strength that Sky Overlord Shin King had displayed made the experts from all sides fearful. No one dared to look down on the human race. In the end, Sky Overlord Shen King returned to the human race's ancient city. The experts from all sides gradually dispersed. Thousands of miles away, a figure stood on the peak of a mountain. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. She was a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Sky Overlord Shen King. The woman in white stretched out her hand. On her jade-like palm, there was a bloodstain. Golden blood seeped out from that bloodstain. Everyone thought that a battle between quasi-sages would erupt. However, this battle that could shake the world did not happen. Some people were disappointed, while others were glad. The higher-ups of the Yi family heaved a sigh of relief. The invader turned out to be the primal chaos demon lord. He was an invincible existence. If Sky Overlord Shin King had not been in the ancient city, the Yi family would have been in big trouble. When the people of the Yi family found out that it was Gu Fei who had provoked this big enemy, everyone in the Yi family fell silent. Even if they were dissatisfied, no one dared to voice it out. It should be known that this guy was a freak who could even kill demi-sages of the demon race. Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the 5th heaven, but he could kill demi-sages. What kind of concept was this? Even the legendary extreme grade supremes did not have such a battle record when they were young. This is an existence qualified to aspire to the extreme grade supremes. An old man of the Yi family said. Everyone in the Yi family was shocked. They realized that Gu Fei's potential was absolutely limitless. As long as he could become a sage, perhaps even a great sage would not be able to suppress him. Being invincible in the same realm was not a legend. It was a real thing. What did it mean to be invincible in the same realm? Gu Fei was a good example. The Yi family wanted to befriend Gu Fei. The higher-ups of the Yi family believed that Gu Fei had limitless potential. Befriending such an existence would bring unimaginable benefits to the Yi family. As the protagonist of this incident, Gu Fei returned to the ancient city of the human race before the sky turned dark. He entered the secret chamber that the Yi family had prepared for him. Gu Fei was completely focused on cultivation. He wanted to improve his cultivation base. According to the goal he had set, he wanted to improve his cultivation base by a small realm before leaving the heavenly Buddha path. 3 days later, Gu Fei came out of seclusion again. This time, he looked for Sky Overlord Shin King. Then, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the depths of a mountain in the heavenly Buddha path. This fluctuation lasted for a short while before disappearing. This fluctuation alarmed many experts. However, by the time they arrived, the place had already turned into ruins. Someone was fighting here, destroying a part of the mountain. Mountains collapsed, rivers dried up, and lakes evaporated. Terrifying scars were left on the ground, and the aura of a Saint Realm expert had yet to dissipate. Experts who sensed this aura couldn't help but turn pale. The experts fighting here were at least half-saint existences. Only half-saint existences could exude the aura of a Saint Realm expert. In the battle with Sky Overlord Shin King, Gu Fei returned with heavy injuries. His injuries were severe, almost losing half of his life. However, this battle was worth it. After returning, he immediately went into seclusion. This guy is crazy. The Pearl of the Yi family, Yi Wu, paid close attention to Gu Fei's every move. Gu Fei's crazy cultivation method made her heart palpitate. This freak, in order to improve his cultivation base, he was willing to throw away his life? One had to know that an existence like Sky Overlord Shin King, even if he didn't want to hurt Gu Fei, once he made a move, it was impossible for Gu Fei to come out unscathed. However, what shocked Yi Wu was that Gu Fei only stayed in the secret chamber for 10 days. Then, he reappeared in front of her, full of vigor, and challenged Sky Overlord Shin King again. Does this guy have a problem with being tortured? Yi Wu couldn't understand. Chapter 1555. Overlord Shin King was peerlessly powerful, and Gu Fei was simply looking for trouble by challenging him. However, Gu Fei challenged Shin King again and again. In the beginning, he lost miserably, and his martial body was severely injured. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the lighter the injuries on his body. The experts of the Yi clan were incomparably shocked. Although Gu Fei was looking for trouble, his combat strength was gradually increasing. When they realized this, Yi Wuji, Yi Wu, and the others of the younger generation of the Yi clan were extremely envious. However, they did not dare to challenge Overlord Shen King. Only a freak like Gu Fei would dare to challenge a peerless existence like Overlord Shen King. He was using Shen King's hands to train his martial body. In front of Overlord Shen King, Gu Fei could attack as much as he wanted without any scruples. He knew that unless he used his extreme saint weapon, he would not be able to hurt Shen King at all. However, Overlord Shen King would not really kill Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was severely injured, it was only in his martial body. His life force was incomparably vigorous. Even if someone cut him into 8 pieces, he would still be able to recover. In the next month, Gu Fei and Overlord Shen King fought more than a dozen battles. Gu Fei's martial body became more and more powerful, and the chaotic qi in his body surged like thunder. Every time he punched, every time he kicked, Gu Fei's body would emit a faint sound of thunder. Rumble. On a martial arts field of the Yi clan, 2 figures flashed quickly. Waves of powerful energy spread out and collided with each other, causing the entire martial arts field to shake. This wasn't an ordinary martial arts arena. The entire martial arts arena was branded with saint-level Dao patterns. At this moment, under the impact of the power released by the 2 experts, the entire martial arts arena's Dao patterns lit up. There was a figure shrouded in chaotic qi, and his fists were radiating yin and yang divine light. His fists were transforming yin and yang. An invincible fist intent spread out from the black and white fists. Bang! Gu Fei punched out with a fist of extreme yang energy. Like a surging river, it rushed towards the figure in front of him, shaking the void with a single punch. All right. The man in front also punched out. This punch contained an overbearing aura. This was the Tyrant Fist, pressing forward with indomitable will. In the entire ancient city, there was only one person who could use this kind of punching skill. That person was Tyrant Shen King. Shen King of the Heavens cultivated the immortal Dao, but during the battle with Gu Fei, he actually created a type of hegemonic fist. This fist technique didn't have any moves, only fist intent. The hegemonic fist collided with Gu Fei's yin-yang reincarnation fist. When the 2 forces collided head-on, the invincible fist intent, when released, even Gu Fei would be injured. The hegemonic fist directly collided with Gu Fei's fist of extreme yang, and Gu Fei's fist was immediately deformed. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and sparkling and translucent blood splattered. The immortal Dao divine body of the quasi-saint level was too powerful, and even Gu Fei's martial body was injured. Tyrant Shen King didn't use his full strength, but even though he showed mercy, he still injured Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei flew out and hit the wall thousands of meters away. The Dao patterns on the wall surged and completely dissolved the force of the collision. This martial arts field wasn't an open-air one, but an enclosed one with a radius of thousands of meters. Only such a martial arts field could allow Gu Fei to fight freely. What a domineering fist! Gu Fei was shocked. Between breaths, the flesh and bones on his deformed fist surged, and in an instant, it completely recovered. Even the blood that had flowed out flowed back into the wound. Your life force is too vigorous, said Tyrant Shen King. Gu Fei's martial body had an extremely vigorous life force. This was the person with the strongest life force he had ever met. Gu Fei's qi and blood were comparable to that of the primordial dragon. Hee, only with a strong life force can one not die, said Gu Fei. At this time, his fist once again burst out with dazzling white divine light. Again! Tyrant Divine Emperor frowned. This abnormal guy had already fought with him for half an hour. Could it be that he still wanted to continue fighting? He was really a madman. Gu Fei's cultivation method was too abnormal. In the past month, he didn't know how many times he had been injured, and all the bones in his body had probably been broken. Fight! Gu Fei was like a god of war descending. His battle intent was still like a rainbow. He took a step forward, and the whole martial arts arena shook. It was like a giant taking a step. Boom! An extremely powerful aura burst out from his body, and a circle of transparent ripples could be seen with the naked eye with him as the center, spreading out in all directions. At the moment when Gu Fei took a step forward, lines of Dao patterns emerged from his body, crawling all over his body. His whole person was like an unsheathed holy sword, incomparably sharp. He slowly pushed his fists forward, and the entire void in front of his fists shook. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and a yin-yang divine diagram appeared in front of him. His right fist emitted a dazzling white light, and his left fist was as black as ink. The Yin-Yang Divine Diagram appeared, and Gu Fei's fists were the two Tai Chi eyes on the Yin-Yang Divine Diagram. Endless power of Yin and Yang surged out from the Tai Chi eyes on the Yin-Yang Divine Diagram. Such a battle technique had already surpassed the scope of a technique. Seeing Gu Fei use this technique, Batian Shin King's eyes lit up. This was a martial arts battle technique that had been lost for countless years, and he didn't expect someone in the world to still be able to use it. It seemed that this guy had obtained the inheritance of a supreme martial ancestor. Batian Shen King used his finger as a sword and directly pointed forward. A sword ray shot out from the tip of his finger, breaking the void and cutting open the world. No one knew that although Batian Shen King cultivated the immortal Tao, his strongest technique was the immortal sword Tao. With a sword in hand, he could break all techniques and divine abilities. This sword attack of Batian Shen King could not be described as stunning, but it stabbed at the weakness of Gu Fei's fist technique. With just one sword, it broke the point where the power of Yin and Yang converged, making it difficult for the power of Yin and Yang to intertwine. Boom! Gu Fei only felt his hands tremble, and his fists involuntarily flew to the sides. The Yin-Yang Divine Diagram collapsed, and the center was wide open. Batian Shin King took a step forward and punched Gu Fei's chest, causing Gu Fei to fly back again and hit the wall. Ugh! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. On his chest, there was a fist imprint. The fist imprint had sunk into Gu Fei's chest, shattering his bones and injuring his martial body. Fortunately, it was not a life-and-death battle, otherwise, this punch of Batian Shin King would have destroyed Gu Fei's body and soul. This was the battle strength of a quasi-saint, and it was difficult for Gu Fei to resist. Chapter 1556. One had to admit that Batian Shin King was too powerful. One had to know that the Tao pattern that Gu Fei cultivated was imprinted on his bones. Even with the protection of the Tao pattern, it was still shattered. It was imaginable how powerful Batian Shin King's punch was. Gu Fei took a deep breath and began to retract his battle intent. I'm done. Batian Shin King smiled. His punch was enough to shatter a semi-sage weapon. After receiving this punch, Gu Fei's bones and tendons were shaken and his body went limp. It was impossible for him to continue fighting for a while. At the same time, Batian Shin King was secretly shocked. The legendary martial physique was truly worthy of its reputation. Gu Fei's martial physique was the most powerful physique he had ever seen. I'm done. Gu Fei's bones and tendons were shaken. How could he continue fighting? He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his mystic art to heal his injured body. Batian Shin King's last punch was incomparably powerful. The fist mark on his chest couldn't be healed. Batian Shin King didn't say anything. He left the martial arts practice field and went to the ancient city of Guangqing. At this time, the square was filled with a type of divine jade. This divine jade contained fire chi, and the fire chi formed the shadows of phoenixes on the outside of the divine jade. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. Batian Shen King's knowledge was extraordinary. He could tell the origin of this divine jade at a glance. This was a rare divine material. Legend has it that it was formed by the blood of the divine phoenix. At this time, He Tian actually laid countless fire phoenix divine jades on the ground. The entire square was filled with fire chi as though there were many flying phoenixes. He Tian was using this peerless divine material to set up the formation. Wow, so many fire phoenix divine jades. Where did he get them? Even Batian Shin King was amazed by He Tian's generosity. As for the rest of the Yi clan, they were already dumbfounded. There were thousands of pieces of fire phoenix divine jade on the square. This was definitely a divine treasury, comparable to the entire collection of the Yi clan. This kind of divine treasury was very tempting. However, no one dared to covet these fire phoenix divine jades. He Tian's entire body was surrounded by Tao patterns. His entire body was a formation. Countless array patterns rushed out from his hands and entered the fire phoenix divine jade on the ground. Only a divine material like the fire phoenix divine jade could be imprinted with the array patterns of the Great Guidance Array on Mount Meru. Within each piece of fire phoenix divine jade, there were countless Tao patterns faintly visible. The runes on each piece of fire phoenix divine jade resonated with each other, interweaving to form a large array. On the square, lines of runes began to wander. He Tian had really laid out the ancient array on Mount Meru. At this time, he was extremely serious, not daring to be careless in the slightest. This person's cultivation in array formations is incredible. This was the Supreme Shen King's evaluation of He Tian. This person could actually lay out a quasi-supreme array. This made the Supreme Shen King feel that it was inconceivable. Finally, we can return to the great world. The Supreme Shen King turned around and left. He was very much looking forward to the Yi clan of the Wildlands. They had been trapped in the Wildlands for countless years. The Yi clan's upper echelons were incomparably nervous. At this time, anyone could see that He Tian was about to succeed. As long as the Great Guidance Array was successfully laid out, they would be able to return to the Great World. However, the final array patterns were too abstruse. Sometimes, He Tian couldn't even imprint a single array pattern on the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade below after a long time. The Li clan's upper echelons also came. The Yi clan and Li clan had already formed an alliance. With the two clans working together, they could protect themselves even against the Beast Sovereign Mountain or the Chaos Dragon Cave. This person, Li Qingyi, stood on a tall building beside the plaza. She stared at the figure floating above the plaza. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. A genius appeared in the Li clan of the Wildlands, and a pair of geniuses appeared in the Yi clan of the Wildlands. These three people were the rising stars of the human race. At such a young age, they had already cultivated to become supreme existences. However, after meeting Gu Fei and He Tian, Li Qingyi and the others realized that there was always someone above them. Compared to Gu Fei's freakishness, Li Qingyi and the others felt that their talent was not even worth mentioning in front of Gu Fei. Even that He Tian who was together with Gu Fei was someone that Li Qingyi and the others couldn't defeat. On a mountain peak 300 miles away from the ancient human city, a slender figure stood against the wind. Her clothes were whiter than snow, but there was a faint layer of golden light around her body. This was a woman who couldn't be any more beautiful. At this moment, the sky above the ancient human city was a sea of red. There was a faintly discernible fiery bird soaring in the sky. It looked like a fire phoenix and exuded a divine beast aura. What's going on? Why is there a divine beast in the ancient human city? The strange phenomenon that appeared in the ancient human city alarmed many powerhouses. This woman was the Chaos Demon Lord, who had been roaming around the ancient human city. Although Shen King Batian had chased away the Chaos Demon Lord, Gu Fei had killed the #1 expert under the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord would definitely not let Gu Fei off. Moreover, Gu Fei had also killed the 3 Black Dragon Brothers in addition to the Half-Saint realm. However, Gu Fei didn't show any signs of leaving the ancient human city. The ancient human city was protected by a great sage-level array formation. Even the Chaos Demon Lord, who was at the quasi-sage level, wouldn't dare to barge in. The Chaos Demon Lord hadn't left for a month. The human race is making a big move. Some powerhouses were attracted by the strange phenomenon in the sky above the ancient human city. The faintly discernible fire phoenix in the sky above the ancient human city gradually became clearer as time passed. The aura of the fire phoenix spread in all directions, as if a real fire phoenix had descended from the 9 heavens. 9 days passed, and the aura of the fire phoenix spread out from the ancient human city. It was as if a real divine beast was gradually awakening in the ancient human city. The aura of the divine beast was vast and mighty. Even the ancient beasts of the Beast Emperor Mountain appeared. Some people saw the figure of the savage beast lord appear near the ancient human city. The ancient demons of the Chaos Dragon Cave also came. All the powerhouses were shocked when they saw the fire phoenix in the sky above the ancient human city. There are no fluctuations of life. This isn't the power of a real divine beast. Could it be that someone is using the legendary divine material to do something? It seems that only the legendary Fire Phoenix Divine Jade formed from the Fire Phoenix Divine Blood can contain the Fire Phoenix essence. Some old antiques saw through something, but how many Fire Phoenix Divine Jades were needed to gather such a vast Fire Phoenix essence? There were no absolute secrets in the world. Soon, some powerhouses learned of a piece of news. This news shocked all the forces, and all the powerhouses couldn't sit still anymore. An almighty powerhouse of the human race had set up an array formation in the ancient human city. The array formation was actually the Great Receiving Array of Mount Meru. In other words, once it was successful, the human race would be able to freely enter and exit the heavenly Buddha path. Please share. Chapter 1557. He Tian sets up a formation in the ancient city of Yi family. The Fire Phoenix essence chi contained within the Fire Phoenix divine jade was gradually activated. A huge fire phoenix appeared in the sky above the ancient city. Shadow. The entire sky was dyed red, as if there was a fire in the sky. A fire phoenix soared in the sea of fire. This type of irregular scene was rarely seen throughout the ages, startling everyone. In the vicinity of the ancient city of the human race, there were more and more experts. Big figures were appearing and disappearing, and all the experts were staring at people. Everything that happened in the ancient human city. But the human race's ancient city was protected by a great saint-level formation. Even if a quasi-sage cultivated the heavenly eye, it would still be difficult to see through it. When they entered the ancient city, no one knew what was going on inside. Something has changed. At this time, in the sky above the ancient human city, the He Tian Hun billions of formation patterns blossomed from his body as he used the formation to communicate with the heavens and the earth. This time, it attracted the power of the great Tao. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of millions of formation patterns appeared around him. From time to time, formation patterns would be drawn into his hands. Up, and then into the Fire Phoenix divine jade below. Lines of runes flowed on the ground, and a powerful wave of energy surged out. His aura was vast and mighty. Did he really succeed? At this time, Gu Fei also walked out. Over time, his gains have been enormous. His cultivation has improved. He had already reached the peak of the fifth firmament of the Almighty. It was possible for him to break through to the sixth firmament eminence. The sixth minor realm of Almighty was already within reach. Just one step away. This time, He Tian had put in a lot of effort. He obtained the Fire Phoenix divine jade from the land of the Phoenix perishing dragon in the heaven realm. All of them were taken out. Only this kind of divine material could bear the mark of a quasi-supreme being. The final formation pattern was very abstruse and complex. He Tianbu, they had to be very careful not to make any mistakes. If there was a mistake, the consequences would be dire. On the plaza of the ancient human city, the Fire Phoenix essence chi rose. Tang! He Tian used the power of the Fire Phoenix to replace the Buddhist power. Then, the formation began to operate. Crimson fire chi condensed in the sky above Guangcheng. A Fire Phoenix soared, born of heaven and earth. It was the aura of an innate divine beast. All beasts within a 10,000-mile radius of the ancient human city. The aura of an innate divine beast made all the beasts tremble. Humans were all terrified, suppressing them innately. Only ferocious beasts and great demons who had cultivated to a certain level could, to resist the pressure of this divine beast. Can we really succeed? More and more experts gathered outside the ancient human city. That's right. Even the Buddhist Vedanta had arrived. Someone saw heavenly monk Dhamma's figure. You really overestimate yourself. How can my Buddha's formation be so weak? How could it be so easily stolen? A mighty figure of the Buddhist sect said something like this. The receiving formation on Mount Mi was a great formation. The great Buddha, who had the qualifications to aspire to the position of the extreme Tao supremacy, laid down endless. Throughout the ages, no one had been able to set up a new Buddhist formation that could connect to the outside world and the heavenly Buddha path. The Vedantas of the Buddhist sects are not optimistic about the ancient human cities. The Almighty who had set up the formation. It must be known that this was the Buddhist school of Buddhism. Not even a great virtue could replicate the great gate of guidance. Some people had tried to set up arrays before, but they all failed in the end. However, He Tian was different from ordinary people. He had countless rounds of experience. This time, he was a formation grandmaster, a master of countless generations. His cultivation base was gradually manifesting on his body. Every time he went through a reincarnation, He Tian's cultivation base and strength would be reduced to a minimum. However, He Tian's understanding of the great Tao wouldn't change. Every time he went through a reincarnation, his understanding of the great Tao wouldn't change. Every time he went through a reincarnation, his experience was accumulating. He Tian cultivated a supreme technique that could seize the fortune of the heavens. Heavenly art. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through He Tian, but he could. What was certain was that He Tian had many secrets. He had mastered the incomplete extreme Tao array and could set up a corner of it. An incomplete extreme Tao array. The Buddhist receiving array on Mount Meru was merely a quasi-supreme ancient array. But He Tian's cultivation base had reached a limit. He had spent countless efforts, but in the end, he still managed to set it up. It was set up. Boom! Just as He Tian imprinted the last array pattern, the entire array immediately emitted a bright fire. Light. Thousands of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade contained Fire Phoenix Essence Energy. Light. Thousands of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade contained Fire Phoenix Essence Energy. A bird's cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Endless Fire Phoenix Essence Energy condensed into a Fire Phoenix. It was as if a real phoenix was being reborn from the fire. It was as if he had been reborn from the fire, and a powerful aura appeared. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky and directly broke through the ancient city's seal array. The void shattered. A ball of fire in the ancient city. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky and directly broke through the ancient city's seal. The flaming phoenix charged straight into the sky. Rumble. Countless red array patterns interweaved. A spatial passage appeared in front of all the experts. The passageway appeared in front of all the experts. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that this would be the result. The few Buddhist great virtues were even more dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. It was hard for them to accept such a conclusion. Bureau. How is this possible? Soon, a vast and boundless aura of heaven and earth came out from the spatial passage. This was the power of the outside world. The power of heaven and earth came from the other end of the spatial passage. It came. The true great heaven and earth. That aura of heaven and earth was different from that of the heavenly Buddha Tao. The power of heaven and earth was the law of heaven and earth of the perfect great heaven and earth. The embodiment of it directly suppressed this world. Only the true great heaven and earth had a flawless great Tao. Only the true great heaven and earth had a flawless great Tao. The great Tao of heaven and earth could suppress all man-made heaven and earth. There was no doubt that this was a passage leading to the outside world. Rumble. Outside Mount Meru, a huge mountain was moving. The power of the extreme Tao surged out from the mountain. A blurry beast shadow appeared between heaven and earth. That incomparably huge beast shadow supported the great mountain. It strode in the direction of the ancient city of the human race. Go. In the other direction, a pitch-black chaos cave soared into the sky. Boundless primal essence energy surged and surged, one after another. The great dragon charged out of the cave of chaos, with a power of 10,000 das. It was not a real chaos divine dragon, but a mix of chaos dragon chi. Tens of thousands of dragons were soaring. This was unforgettable. The ancient demon in the Chaos Dragon Cave also moved. The passage connecting to the human world had appeared. At this time, no one could sit still. The ancient city of the Li clan emitted billions of divine light. The ancient city rose from the ground, and a great wave of divine light, the fluctuation of a sage, spread in all directions. Those old fogies from the wilderness were the first batch of experts. The spatial passage rushed out from the ancient city of the human race. The section outside the ancient city was no longer protected by the ancient city's array formation. With the protection of the ancient city's array formation, everyone could enter. Enter. This group of old fogies. In the ancient city of the human race, when Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. These guys had been trapped in the wilderness for countless years. Now, the passage to the outside world had appeared. Of course, they couldn't wait to return to the human world. Even He Tian hadn't expected such a situation. At this time, he was already on the verge of collapse. Gu Fei kept it into his inner world. Chapter 1558. Rumble. An ancient human city rushed over from afar. Mighty and mighty, the terrifying undulations of a great sage were so terrifying that the entire world seemed to be engulfed by them. The might of a great sage spread out in all directions. Endless formation patterns were swirling around, a dark mass of ancient buildings. The city blocked half the sky, and everyone retreated. Even a sage-to-be was no exception. The Li clan's ancient city was protected by a great saint-level formation. Even if a sage were to arrive, he would have to retreat. The ancient city quickly shrank, and then rushed into the spatial tunnel. In the Tao, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. All the experts were stunned. However, in the next moment, all the experts were seething with excitement. He stood up. Experts from all sides scrambled to rush into the space tunnel. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter the spatial passageway. Out of the way! A black bear ancient beast slapped its paw forward. The black serpent swatted over, directly shattering this mighty figure's realm. The black serpent was smashed into several pieces, and its blood splattered in the air. It fell like a rain of blood. Buzz! Just as the black bear ancient beast was about to charge forward, a resplendent sword light rushed up from the ancient black bear's divine beast. Come, directly killing the black bear ancient beast into a ball of blood. Fuck! A green figure dashed out from behind. A beam of sword light swept through the area, killing the nearby great fae and ancient. The beasts were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Taoist Long, you're going too far. Some ancient beasts couldn't take it anymore and came over from afar. The baleful aura overflowed into the heavens. This was a peak almighty being. However, they did not originate from the Beast Emperor Mountain. Humph! The green-robed Taoist sneered. The man and the sword became one, transforming into a terrifying green sword. The light rushed into the spatial passage. Where are you going? The ancient beast roared and chased after him. He disappeared into the spatial passageway. All the experts scrambled to jump out from the shadows. When they came out, some of the experts even started fighting. The great Yao and ancient beast had fallen in front of the spatial tunnel. At this moment, an even more terrifying sound came from afar. A huge mountain and a mouthful of primal chaos chi. The cave appeared in the distant sky and quickly moved towards the space. The tunnel was closing in. Chaos. The appearance of the spatial tunnel had sent the entire blessed Buddha into chaos. The Tao was in chaos. Mount Ling was a divine mountain in the west earth of the mortal world. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist lord once preached the Tao on the summit of the mountain. In the Buddhist palace at the summit, there was still a lecture platform. On this day, the melodious bell rang on Mount Lingshan. From time to time, the sound of chanting came from the void. The setting sun shone on Mount Lingshan, wreathed in mist. It was a fairyland on earth. In this peaceful evening, there is no sign at all. Omen, a mass of red light suddenly appeared in the sky above Spirited Mountain. Clouds and then, an extremely frightening wave of energy. It descended from the sky. Boom! An enormous sound rang out. The void shattered, and a beast's entire body was curled up. A giant bird surrounded by boundless divine fire rushed out of the shattered void. Then, the giant bird turned into countless scarlet sparks. The red formation pattern was branded into the void. A spatial passageway appeared in front of the Buddhist temples. In front of this, the chanting of scriptures on the Spirited Mountain disappeared. The disciples rushed out and looked at the sky above Spirited Mountain. All the spatial passageways that appeared were dumbfounded. What's going on? What happened? Someone was shouting, but no one knew what had happened. Something had happened. Rays of golden light soared into the sky, and there was a Buddha figure in each ray of golden light. The Spirited Mountain was in chaos. There were 5 Buddhist mighty figures. They soared into the sky and surrounded the exit of the spatial passageway in the sky. The array formation on the Spirited Mountain was also activated. A ball of golden Buddha light soared into the sky. Then, it enveloped the entire Spirited Mountain. It enveloped the entire Spirited Mountain. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar came from the spatial passageway. The entire space in front of the spatial passageway was trembling. A monstrous murderous aura surged out from the spatial passageway. It surged out from the passageway. The 5 Buddhist Vedanta in the mortal world were taken aback. The murderous aura that surged out from the passageway was too strong. If they wanted to condense such a murderous aura, how many would they have to kill? Young living beings? A figure appeared in the spatial passageway. It was the shadow of a beast. A powerful pressure emanated from that beast. It was emitted from the shadow, causing the 5 divine monks to change color. Hurry up and send a signal to inform the Lord Buddha. A white-browed divine monk sent a voice transmission to the Spirited Mountain below. The incoming enemy was extremely powerful. It was probably not something they could deal with. Then, a ray of Buddhist light rushed out from the Spirited Mountain. It came out and disappeared into the horizon. Then, a ray of Buddhist light rushed out from the Spirited Mountain. Damn it! It's that bald guy again. It was a silver divine wolf. It was the size of a small mountain. Its entire body was surging with murderous aura. The divine wolf's glabella had a divine eye on it. There was a divine eye on it. Within the divine eye, there was a flash of light. There were Tao patterns intertwining. Which evil creature dares to barge into the spirited mountain? A Buddhist lion roar resounded, and a man with a red-faced divine monk walked up with a staff in his hand. A powerful Buddhist force surged out from the divine monk's body. Ow! Roar! The divine wolf pounced out from the spatial passageway. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the divine monk. A powerful suction force came out from the divine wolf's mouth. Suddenly, the void was pulled into its mouth. Heavenly Buddha hand. The divine monk with the staff in his hand pushed forward with his left palm. With a slap, a golden Buddha hand rushed out from his hand. It went out and enveloped the entire void in front of it. In the middle of the Buddha hand, a 10,000 Buddha seal emerged. The Buddhist force intertwined, and the void was obliterated. Bam! The two forces collided, and the divine monk made a move. The divine monk was sent flying, and the divine wolf was also blocked. Its ferocious might was monstrous. And at this time, there was another powerful aura. It came out from the spatial passageway. This aura, it was not inferior to the divine wolf. In fact, it was even more powerful. It couldn't wait. There's more. The 5 divine monks couldn't help but be moved. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying wave of saint-level power erupted from the spirited mountain. An immortal Buddhist light rushed out from the spirited mountain. It rose into the sky and hit the spatial passageway in the sky. A Buddhist expert was using a Buddhist sacred weapon. He wanted to destroy this spatial passageway. What? The divine wolf silver fur stood on end. Come. Swish. The divine wolf instantly turned into a silver light and disappeared. At the entrance of the spatial passageway. Boom. That immortal Buddhist light directly hit the spatial passageway. On the Tao, the entire spatial passageway remained motionless. Around the spatial passageway, streaks of crimson light appeared. The formation patterns interweaved to produce the power of the great Tao. The Buddhist light was blocked. How is this possible? The 5 divine monks in the sky were shocked. Even the Buddhist sacred weapon couldn't destroy this spatial passageway. Was this the attack of a supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? There was no saint in the world. How could there be a supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? A supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? This was impossible. Chapter 1559. Please remember the domain name of this site. Or at, Chapter 1567, The Great Tribulation of Buddhism in the Human World, Rumble. At the peak of the spirited mountain, 3 terrifying saint-level fluctuations erupted as if 3 Buddhist saints were awakening. 2 beams of immortal Buddhist light soared into the sky, blasting towards the spatial tunnel in the sky. The foundation of Buddhism in the human world was terrifying. There were at least 3 Buddhist saint weapons on the spirited mountain. Some Buddhist almighty used their Buddhist holy weapons in an attempt to destroy the spatial passage in the sky. However, the result made the hearts of the Buddhist almighties turn cold. The 3 beams of immortal Buddhist light shattered the void and pierced through the heaven and earth. However, they couldn't shake the spatial tunnel in the sky. Crimson formation runes appeared and interweaved into an inextinguishable divine light of the great Tao, blocking the 3 beams of Buddhist light. Boom! 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 3 loud explosions shook the heaven and earth. 3 beams of golden Buddhist light exploded in the sky, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. The power of the saint level spread out, forcing everyone to retreat. Buzz! The void trembled as countless crimson formation runes appeared, scattering the 3 saint-level powers. Half of the sky seemed to be burning with heavenly fire. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the entire West Earth, causing millions of lives to tremble. This was an aura that surpassed the saint level. It was vast and boundless. This was the power of a quasi-supreme. Unless a saint weapon of the great Tao was revived, no one could destroy the spatial tunnel in the sky. Roar! With a furious roar, the giant silver wolf soared into the sky and rushed out of the spirited mountain. The Buddhist saints had their own saint weapons. This was a power that could threaten its life. Although the wolf god was powerful, it couldn't contend against a Buddhist saint with a saint weapon. Where do you think you're going? The Buddhist saint with the staff immediately chased after the wolf god. Both of them were extremely fast, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The experts who were about to come out of the spatial tunnel sensed the fluctuations of the saint-level power and hesitated. Waves of monstrous baleful aura spread out from the spatial tunnel. On top of the spirit mountain, there were Buddhist experts aiming their holy weapons at the exit of the spatial passageway. As soon as the experts in the spatial passageway appeared, they would unleash their strongest attack, instantly killing them on the spot. All the experts in the spatial passageway sensed danger. "Go get the saint soldiers." A voice came from the spatial passageway. "Go and invite the seniors from the Chaos Dragon Cave or Beast Emperor Mountain." An ancient demon shouted from within the spatial passageway. On the spiritual mountain, silence reigned. All the Buddhist disciples were stunned by the sudden turn of events. "They also have saint weapons. The Buddhist mighty figures on Spirited Mountain were shocked. It seemed like the other party was well prepared. Could it be that someone really wanted to break through Spirited Mountain in one fell swoop? The mortal realm was no longer the mortal realm of the past. During this period of time, the great Tao of the heavens and earth had undergone some changes. The mortal realm welcomed a flourishing age. It was unknown how many geniuses had jumped out. Ever since the return of the forces of the ancient desolate, the human world had begun to change. As for West Earth's Buddhist sect, there was a little monk named Fan Xiao. However, Fan Xiao had already entered the heaven realm. It was hard to say if he could return or not. It wasn't that West Earth's Buddhist sect didn't have any experts. Buddhist Lord Qinglian was a super expert. Unfortunately, Buddhist Lord Qinglian wasn't on Spirited Mountain. Someone from Buddhist sect had already sent a message to Buddhist Lord Qinglian for help. However, up until now, Buddhist Lord Qinglian still hadn't returned to Spirited Mountain. Without a super expert presiding over Spirited Mountain, there was a real danger of it being breached. Rumble. At this moment, the entire spatial passageway trembled. The ancient beasts and ancient demons in the spatial passageway all fell silent. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the spatial passageway. A power so powerful that it could cause people to feel despair was crossing over from the spatial passageway. What? The expressions of the four divine monks in the sky changed simultaneously. This power was too vast, even a holy weapon could not withstand it. The divine monk with the monk staff chased after the divine wolf. The four divine monks all felt uneasy. Swoosh! At the peak of Spirited Mountain, 3 rays of Buddhist light rushed out. 3 old monks rushed out with saint weapons in their hands. One of the old monks seemed to have a ball of Buddhist fire burning in his hand. That ball of Buddhist light emitted a saint tear fluctuation. Another old monk held a devil-subduing vajra in his hand. Buddhist runes of the Great Tao could be faintly seen on the vajra. This was a saint weapon. The last old monk had a bronze Buddhist bell floating above his head. The faint sound of the bell could be heard in the void, causing one's soul to tremble. These were the 3 great Buddhist elders of Spirited Mountain. Their cultivation base had already reached the peak of Almighty. The 3 great Buddhist elders and the saint weapons in their hands were the foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world. Peak Almighty wielded Buddhist saint weapons. With such combat power, they could even fight against demi-saints. In the mortal world, such power was already invincible. This was also why West Earth's Buddhist sect could intimidate the mortal world. No one dared to have any ideas about Buddhism in the mortal world. The foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world had been revealed. However, the expressions of the 3 great Buddhist elders with the saint weapons were very solemn. They stared at the exit of the spatial passage in the sky, and the Buddhist power in their bodies was vast. At this time, the mountain-protecting grand formation on Spirited Mountain had been completely activated. However, this was only a saint-tier mountain-protecting grand formation. The power that came from the spatial passage was too powerful. Rumble! The entire Spirited Mountain shook. Countless golden runes appeared in the void. The entire Spirited Mountain was covered with runes, condensing the power of Saint Tyr. Everyone stared nervously at the exit of the spatial passage in the sky. A huge black shadow appeared in the spatial passage. Endless divine light lingered around it. It was a pitch-black ancient city that exuded an endless ancient aura. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that an ancient city would come through the void. This was too extravagant. Could it be that someone wanted to occupy West Earth's Buddhist nation? A dark and huge city appeared in front of everyone. This scene was too shocking. This was an ancient city that was even bigger than a mountain. It almost blocked the entire spatial passage. There weren't many ancient cities like this even in the mortal world. After all, not all cities could survive for countless years without being destroyed by time. Only special ancient cities could exist forever in the mortal world. A powerful aura of life was emitted from the ancient city. This was an ancient city with a huge population. It was an ancient city of the human race that had been moved here. This kind of extravagance was enough to shock the world. The ancient city of the human race entered the mortal world through the spatial passage. There was no power that could stop it unless someone used an extreme Tao sacred weapon. However, not everyone could have an extreme Tao sacred weapon. At the very least, Buddhism in the mortal world didn't have the eternal Buddha weapon left behind by the eternal Buddha Lord. Buddhism in the mortal world only had 3 Buddhist sacred weapons, which were regarded as the foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world. The arrival of the ancient city made all the disciples of Buddhism feel that Buddhism was about to face its greatest crisis. Even the invasion of the Devil Lord wasn't as dangerous as today. Rumble. The ancient city emitted a divine light that enveloped the entire heaven and earth. This was a divine city that was even bigger than a spiritual mountain. At this time, it was covered by countless formation runes. A powerful aura that belonged to the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out from the ancient city. Not only did it spread through all of West Earth's Buddhist sect, all the living beings in West Earth could sense it. At this moment, it was unknown how many old antiques in the mortal world were alarmed. Swish! In a world filled with ghostly energy, a figure sitting cross-legged in a black palace suddenly opened his eyes. This was a pair of divine eyes that seemed to be able to ignore the barriers of space and see the ancient city on top of the spiritual mountain in the West Earth. In the depths of a devil cave in the devil territory, a terrifying devil howl came from there. A yin-yang Dao diagram floated in the devil energy, and a majestic figure sat on top of it. Are there more ancient powers that are returning? The yin-yang Dao diagram shrouded the entire devil cave. Endless yin-yang essence energy poured down, firmly suppressing the devil cave. This person suppressed a devil cave with his own strength. Such cultivation and strength were absolutely heaven-defying. This person was the peerless expert that came out from the yin-yang jade pendant. At the same time, on an island in the depths of the northern divine sea, a devilish figure looked towards the west. A terrifying devil might shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The peak existences of the mortal world were paying attention to all of this. The appearance of a great saint shocked everyone. This was a power that shouldn't exist in the mortal world because there were no saints in the mortal world, let alone a great saint. It's those big baldies again. These words came from the ancient human city. This ancient human city was the ancestral city of the Li clan in the Wildlands. Returning to the mortal world was the Li clan's top priority. The aura of the perfect world excited the higher-ups of the Li family to the extreme. But as soon as they came out of the heavenly Buddha path, they saw people from the Buddhist gate. This made the higher-ups of the Li family unhappy. One had to know that it was the ancient Buddhist lord who trapped the Li family's ancestor in the desolate. This place is not bad. An old voice came from the ancient city. Drive these big monks away. This place is ours. The voice of the Li family patriarch resounded in the ancient city. The entire ancient city directly pressed down on the spiritual mountain from the sky. The mighty power of a great saint came down, shaking the entire spiritual mountain. The saint-level mountain defense grand array could not withstand the power of a great saint. Although the ancient city defense grand array did not have the ability to attack, the power of the great saint gathered in the grand array was a real great saint. No! The 3 great Buddhist elders and the 4 great divine monks were shocked. The heritage of Buddhism in the mortal world was enough to shake the world, but it was still difficult to resist the power of a great saint. The entire spiritual mountain was cracking. The power of a great saint coming down from the sky was enough to destroy everything. Countless Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain were in despair. In the face of this power, they were not even the weakest of ants. This was a great calamity for Buddhism in the mortal world. For the latest chapters, please visit. It's a pleasure to read. I recommend you to keep it. Chapter 1560. The power of a great saint was unstoppable. The divine city in the sky came crashing down, causing the entire spirit mountain to shake. Terrifying cracks appeared on the huge body of the mountain. The old antiques of the Li family in the wilderness could see that this place was extraordinary. They wanted to take over this place and destroy the entire spiritual mountain so that the divine city of the Li family could take its place. One had to know that below the spiritual mountain was the ancestral vein of the entire West Earth. Spiritual energy gathered here. It was definitely a holy land suitable for cultivators to live in. The Leaf family wanted to take this holy land for themselves. Damn it! The 3 Buddhist elders and the 4 divine monks were shocked to the extreme. Buddhism had encountered an unprecedented calamity. Someone actually wanted to take over the West Earth of Buddhism. A great saint formation was in operation, sealing the entire heaven and earth. Without the protection of a supreme Buddhist weapon, the Buddhists in the human world would be completely suppressed. The terrifying pressure from the ancient city made all the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain unable to straighten their backs, making it impossible for them to escape. If it wasn't for the protection of the great mountain protecting formation, all the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain would have been killed by now. The Buddhist disciples who could cultivate on the spiritual mountain were all elites of the West Earth. If the spiritual mountain was really suppressed by the divine city, the losses of the Buddhists would be incalculable. Buddhist Lord Qinglian would probably vomit blood when he returned. Rumble! The ancient city pressed down from the sky. Billions of formation runes circled around it. The terrifying power of a great saint caused the void below to crack. This was definitely a disaster for the Buddhists. At this time, no one was optimistic about the Buddhists. However, just as the divine city was about to suppress the spiritual mountain, a peaceful Buddhist power suddenly came from the Buddhist palace on the spiritual mountain. The sound of chanting rang out in the void, as if a supreme Buddha was chanting supreme sutras. Everyone's mind was involuntarily attracted by this faintly discernible chanting. Roar! A furious roar resounded between heaven and earth. Some people were instantly alerted. The Buddhists had a good method. This Buddhist chant actually made people want to convert. The Buddhist voice caused all the experts to feel a sense of closeness and yearning for Buddhism in their hearts. If they couldn't resist it, they would most likely be enlightened and become a believer of the ancient Buddhist Lord. However, a powerhouse who could cultivate to become an almighty had an incomparably firm will. How could a Buddhist voice cause them to lose control of their state of mind? The Buddha's voice of salvation is here? The faces of the 3 Buddhist elders became a little strange. What's going on? Why would the Buddhist chant of salvation ring out at this time? The 4 divine monks of the Buddhist sects were also extremely shocked. They had no idea why such a Buddhist voice would be heard at this time. In the Buddhist palace at the peak of the spiritual mountain, it was as if a supreme Buddha was preaching. The great Tao was resonating. Auspicious light descended from the sky, and golden lotuses surged out from the earth. An ethereal Buddhist voice rang out, and an auspicious yet vast power actually blocked the ancient human city that was pressing down. Above the spirit mountain, a series of Buddhist seals appeared indistinctly. The Buddhist seal was the embodiment of the supreme Buddhist path comprehended by the ancient Buddhist masters. It was a kind of immortal trace of the great Tao. Once the Buddhist seal appeared, even the power of the great saint level would be blocked. What? The big baldy here actually has an immortal inheritance? Is this the power of the extreme Tao? A few old voices came from the ancient human city. The old-timers of the Li clan were all crying out in surprise. The Buddhist sects of the mortal world actually had the protection of the extreme Tao. The Buddhist power coming from the Buddhist palace at the top of the spirit mountain didn't contain a shred of killing intent. It wasn't an offensive power, but it was vast and boundless, protecting the entire spirit mountain under its protection. In the Buddhist palace at the top of the spirit mountain, the Buddhist platform was currently emitting rays of Buddhist light. The aura of the extreme Tao swirled around it. This was an immortal mark left behind by the ancient Buddhist masters. Legend had it that the ancient Buddhist masters had once preached the Tao on the spirit mountain of the west. At the peak of the mountain, they had left behind an immortal platform that had become the supreme treasure of the Buddhist sects of the mortal world. This platform could emit the voice of salvation, guiding people toward kindness and making them want to convert to the Buddhist sections. According to legend, if the voice of salvation came from the mouth of the ancient Buddhist masters, even the most terrifying demons in the world would be purified and converted to the Buddhist sections. Let's go! Someone shouted from within the ancient city. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the enormous city once more rose up into the sky. The Li clan's old-timers knew that they couldn't keep the spirit mountain under control. Knowing that they couldn't do anything, they decisively retreated. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook as the enormous city flew off into the distance. At the same time, the terrifying pressure from the ancient city faded away. At this point, the Li clan needed to find a place to settle down. By this time, Quite a few of the old-timers from the wildlands had emerged from the spatial passageway, and their auras were so intense that they could cause anyone's heart to palpitate. Rumble! The three elders wielding the sacred weapons of the Buddhist schools made their moves. A ball of Buddhist fire flew out of one of the elders' hands and turned into a transparent barrier of light that enveloped the group of old fogies in the sky. Saint-level Buddhist power rippled out in all directions. This bastard! The wildlands old-timers' expressions flickered. After all, these people were using Buddhist sage weapons. Humph! A green-robed figure stepped forward and slashed his sword at the incoming Buddhist light, causing a powerful draconic energy to erupt from the sword. Rumble! The sword light slammed into the Buddhist light shield, and the entire void was torn asunder. The green-robed figure was sent flying backward, but the Buddhist elder was also forced back a dozen paces. A sage item? The three Buddhist elders were visibly moved. The sword in that person's hand was actually a sage weapon, and the sword energy it emanated was strong enough to contend with Buddhist sage weapons. Taoist Long. When the wildlands old-timers got a clear look at the green-robed figure, they were shocked. It was a middle-aged man in green, but he wasn't actually human. This was a greater demon that had taken human form. Clang! The sound of a bell rang out, and a bronze bell hovering above the head of one of the Buddhist elders emitted a terrifying sound that transformed into an attack that shot toward Taoist Long Buzz. The holy sword vibrated and ripples of sword waves radiated from the sword, blocking all the attacking power of the Buddha's voice. Moreover, Taoist Long directly attacked the Buddha elder who held the Buddha bell. Swish! A beam of green sword light tore through the void, emanating terrifying fluctuations of sword energy as it slashed toward the Buddhist elder. Saint-level sword energy was something that even a Buddhist elder with a Buddhist sage weapon would be moved. Bam! The Buddhist elder with the devil-subduing Vajra scepter made his move, and a beam of golden light transformed into a golden dragon that shot out from his hand. Boundless Buddhist power slammed into the green sword light. Chapter 1561. Taoist Long was incomparably domineering. He was actually challenging the three Buddhist elders on his own. His holy sword radiated boundless swordlight that completely enveloped the three Buddhist elders. Incredible! The wildlands old-timers were all shocked. Had Taoist Long gone crazy? Buzz! The holy sword vibrated repeatedly, and endless draconic energy transformed into destructive swordlight that soared into the heavens and split the earth. It was a sword that could destroy all divine abilities. Clang! The Buddhist bell rang out, and sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out from it. Buddhist chants transformed into offensive techniques that were impossible to defend against. The devil-subduing Vajra pestle transformed into a powerful golden dragon that constantly slammed into the swordlight. The Buddha-like glass shield could change its size. When it was big, it could contain all of heaven and earth. When it was small, it was the size of a fist, and the Buddhist elder held it in his hand. In the end, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Taoist Long was quickly forced to retreat. Clang! A mighty sound wave arrived and directly sent Taoist Long flying thousands of feet away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Although his divine sword was powerful, it was still suppressed by the 3 Buddhist elders. Do you monks only know how to gang up on each other? Taoist Long said coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was like cold lightning as he looked at the 3 Buddhist elders. The 3 Buddhist elders didn't say anything, and simply pressed forward with Buddhist weapons in hand. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort rang out from the spatial passageway in the distance. A figure walked out from the spatial passageway and walked towards the battlefield. In just 2 steps, that person was already very close to him. That's... The wildlands old-timers' expressions flickered as soon as they saw who it was, and some of them immediately fled. It was a middle-aged man with a divine sword strapped to his back. He wasn't very tall, but he gave off a very oppressive feeling. Tyrannical Shen King. Taoist Long's expression flickered as soon as he saw the middle-aged man. He was an incomparably powerful existence who had single-handedly exterminated the wildlands ghost race. Buzz! Batian Shen King didn't say anything and directly attacked the 3 Buddha elders. It was just a slap, but it made the 3 Buddha elders feel great pressure. The 3 Buddhist elders shook the Buddhist holy weapons in their hands at the same time, resolving the powerful palm force. Buzz! The demon-subduing Vajra scepter vibrated, transforming into a golden dragon that soared into the sky, charging towards Batian Shen King. A terrifying saint-tier power radiated from the golden dragon, shaking the heavens. Clang! Shen, king of the heavens, pulled out the sword on his back and slashed forward. It seemed like a casual slash, but it followed the trajectory of the great Tao. This was the Overlord's sword, a great sage sword. There were ancient patterns engraved on it, and it was left behind by an unrivaled overlord in the wildlands. The Overlord's sword contained the great sage's great Tao seal. Without any suspense, the demon-subduing Vajra scepter was sent flying by the Overlord's sword. A sword scar appeared on the scepter. The subduing devil Vajra staff was almost cut into 2 pieces by the sword. What? The Buddhist elder who wielded the demon-subduing Vajra scepter was shocked. He never thought that there would be a powerful sword in this world that could cut a Buddhist holy weapon. A sword that could injure a holy weapon. Could it be a great sage weapon? The 3 Buddhist elders all retreated, and the demon-subduing Vajra scepter flew back to the Buddhist elder. Its light dimmed a lot, and the Buddhist holy seal contained within it suffered a great impact. Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor displayed an invincible and powerful battle prowess, shocking everyone. At this time, a terrifying aura came from the spatial passageway, and another powerful force crossed over. Moreover, it was different this time. The aura coming from the spatial passageway had a fluctuation that caused everything in the world to tremble. Those guys finally can't stand it anymore. Ba Tian Shen King's attention was attracted over. The fluctuation coming from the spatial passageway was vast and boundless. The entire spatial passageway was shaking as if it was about to collapse. The spatial passageway that even a saint-tier power couldn't shake was actually shaken at this time. To be able to shake the formation pattern created by a quasi-supreme expert, this power was definitely the power of the extreme Tao. The billions of lives in the entire West Earth could feel this power. Even the experts who had cultivated successfully felt their souls tremble at this moment. Everyone fell from the sky to the ground, and even the old antiques from the wilderness couldn't stand up. In front of the power of the extreme Tao, everything else was as weak as an ant. The 3 Buddhist elders used their Buddhist holy weapons to protect themselves and returned to the Spirit Mountain. The 4 divine monks also landed on the ground, pressed down by the mighty pressure coming from the spatial passageway. They were all almighty existences, but at this time, they were completely intimidated by the power of the extreme Tao. Only Ba Tian Shen King could barely stand. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in the spatial passageway. Beast Emperor Mountain. The ancient beast of Beast Emperor Mountain is here. Although the power of the extreme Tao had been restrained as much as possible, it was still enough to shock the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient beast of Beast Emperor Mountain was controlling the power of the extreme Tao. If it wasn't controlled, the spatial passageway would probably be destroyed. What? All the experts of the Buddhist sects were in despair. The other party actually had a holy weapon of the extreme Tao. How could they fight? The appearance of Beast Emperor Mountain made the disciples of the Buddhist sects lose all hope. Rumble. The shadow of a huge beast appeared above Beast Emperor Mountain. This was the power of the extreme Tao ancient Beast Emperor. This kind of power was enough to contend against a holy weapon of the extreme Tao. Bang! Just when the disciples of the Buddhist sects were in complete despair, the void above the Spirit Mountain suddenly collapsed. A ray of Buddhist light broke through the void and turned into a golden door. It fixed itself in the void and opened up a spatial passageway. Dong! The sound of a bell rang out from the golden door, resonating with the entire heaven and earth. The sound of the bell quickly spread throughout the West Earth and even out of the West Earth. What's going on? Someone is using the power of the extreme Tao. A voice came from the ghost palace of Plentiful City. The power of the extreme Tao has finally appeared. A sigh came from the devil region of the far north. In some forbidden areas of the mortal world, supreme existences were alarmed. Everyone felt that a great upheaval was about to occur in West Earth. The power of the extreme Tao was fighting. In the sky above Spirit Mountain, when the Beast Emperor Mountain appeared between heaven and earth, a figure also rushed out from the golden door. Gu Fei and Hei Tian could communicate between the 2 worlds. So could Heavenly Monk Dharma because they had the Orthodox receiving grand formation, allowing them to freely enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha path. The commotion caused by Mahakala was too huge. There was no way that Heavenly Monk Dharma did not know about it. Heavenly Monk Dharma would never allow the Buddhist sect in the mortal world to be destroyed. Please share. Chapter 1562. Inside the Heavenly Buddha Tao sect, There was a grand welcoming array that allowed all Buddhist disciples to freely enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha Tao sect. Although Erebus had also laid down a grand welcoming array that allowed people to cross over, the grand welcoming array on Mount Shumi was the genuine one, while Erebus's was a counterfeit. Rumble. At the most critical moment for the Buddhist sect, the void above the holy mountains suddenly trembled. A Buddhist light rushed out from the void, and endless Buddhist energy condensed into a golden door. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the golden door, and a figure appeared behind it. A tall monk walked out of the door. This is... Everyone was incomparably shocked. This was a monk wearing a very old kasaya. Although the kasaya on this monk's body was very old, it didn't have a trace of damage. A powerful and boundless aura spread out from the monk's body. If Gu Fei and He Tian were here, they would definitely recognize this monk. This monk was the one who schemed against them in the Eternal Buddha Palace. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian. This was a quasi-saint of Buddhist sect, so powerful that even Gu Fei and He Tian almost died in his hands. You bunch of unorthodox demons, retreat, or this Buddha will purify all of you. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's voice spread through the sky and the earth. Humph, who do you think you are? Do you think you are the Eternal Buddha Lord? A sneer came from the Extreme Tao Beast Emperor Palace on the Beast Emperor Mountain. The Emperor of the Beast Emperor Palace was in charge of the Extreme Tao Beast Emperor's immortal inheritance. The orthodoxy of the Extreme Tao Beast Emperor was not necessarily weaker than the orthodoxy of the Eternal Buddha Lord. Don't tell me you want to use the power of the Extreme Tao in the mortal world? Heavenly Monk Fa Tian said indifferently. The water in the mortal world was very deep, and the power of the Extreme Tao was a taboo in the mortal world. Even in the Heavenly Buddha sect, the power of the Extreme Tao was only a confrontation, and it did not show its true power. After all, they had just come out from the Heavenly Buddha sect, and they did not know anything about the mortal world. They did not know if there were any saints in the mortal world. If he rashly used the power of the Extreme Tao and attracted an Extreme Tao supremacy, then he would be in big trouble. Although the King of Beasts really wanted to kill Heavenly Monk Fa Tian, he also had a Buddhist weapon of the Extreme Tao. The result of a battle of Extreme Tao's power would definitely be horrifying. No one was willing to go that far until the very last moment. Rumble. Out of everyone's expectations, the Beast Emperor Mountain actually smashed towards Heavenly Monk Dharma. The aura of the Extreme Tao filled the air, and the entire world seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Great Monk Fa Tian was taken aback. He never expected that his opponent would be so powerful. Swish. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian didn't dare to face the Beast Emperor Mountain head-on, so he quickly retreated. One had to know that if the two extreme powers clashed together, the surrounding 10,000 miles around the Spirit Mountain would be plunged back into chaos. Great Monk, I'm not going to buy it. The voice of the Beast Emperor came from the Beast Emperor Palace. Although he didn't show himself, a powerful aura spread out from the Beast Emperor Mountain. This king among the Beast Kings had already taken that step and become a sage to be. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian had no choice but to retreat. The King of Beasts didn't have any scruples. At worst, he would just destroy this area. One had to know that the Spirit Mountain was the holy land of Buddhism in the human world. It was the supreme land of Buddhism in the hearts of millions of believers. If it was destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, the King of Beasts didn't want to cause a confrontation between the Extreme Tao's power. Since his attack failed, he controlled the Beast Emperor Mountain and flew far away. After returning to the human world, the first thing the savage beasts had to do was to find a place to settle down. After settling down in the human world, they would think about other things. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded from the golden gate above the Spirit Mountain. A golden war dragon rushed out of the gate, and the powerful aura of a quasi-saint filled the world. The savage beast lord had arrived, but he could only watch as the Beast Emperor Mountain disappeared from his line of sight. The arrival of the Golden War Dragon had greatly increased the strength of Buddhism. The existence of two quasi-saints was enough to intimidate everyone. Even Heavenly Tyrant Shen King felt a great pressure. Although he had chased away the primal Chaos Demon Lord, who was equally famous as the Savage Beast Emperor, he wasn't facing just the Savage Beast Emperor alone. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian and the Savage Beast Emperor's attention was attracted by the red spatial passageway. I didn't expect that person to be so amazing. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian couldn't help but admire that person. That person was actually able to set up a formation that connected the two worlds. This was something he had never expected. No one knew more about the profoundness and complexity of that formation than him, but that person was actually able to set it up. This kind of formation cultivation made people's hearts palpitate. Heavenly Monk Phaeton wanted to go forward. Swish! Just as heaven-defying Monk was about to move, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. An extremely dangerous aura came from the figure in front of him. Heavenly Tyrant Shen King. Heavenly Monk Phaeton had been hiding in the savage world before, so he naturally knew about such a powerful existence. He didn't dare to underestimate the person in front of him. Heavenly Tyrant Shen King didn't say anything. He just looked at Heavenly Monk Phaeton indifferently, but one of his hands was already pressed on the hilt of the Overlord's sword. The Overlord's sword was a great saint weapon. Even Heavenly Monk Phaeton felt a great sense of danger when he was locked on by Heavenly Tyrant Shen King's sword chi. It was as if he would be cut in half by the divine sword in the next moment. Heavenly Monk Phaeton needed time to prepare to use the supreme Buddhist weapon, but Heavenly Tyrant Shen King's speed of drawing the sword was definitely faster than him. Before the supreme Buddhist weapon could be activated, Heavenly Monk Phaeton's sword would have already killed him. Heavenly Tyrant Shen King was definitely a dangerous person. Heavenly Monk Phaeton didn't dare to act rashly. The Golden War Dragon's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. It actually wanted to rush forward and fight with Heavenly Tyrant Shen King. There's no need for that. I can't wait for those fellows from the Heavenly Buddha sect to come out as soon as possible. Heavenly Monk Phaeton said. His words weren't without reason. Those fellows from the savage world had already turned the entire Heavenly Buddha sect into a foul atmosphere. If they wanted to restore their former glory, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Great Monk, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the red spatial passageway. Then, a figure with a smile on his face walked out of the red spatial passageway. When Heavenly Monk Phaeton saw this person, his eyes immediately lit up. Hurry up and hand that thing over. Heavenly Monk Phaeton stretched his hand towards that person. Chapter 1563. Hurry up and hand that thing over. The person who came out from the red spatial passage caused even the quasi-saint Great Monk Phaeton's expression to change, so he directly demanded something from that person. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Fei's face was indifferent as he directly refused. What a joke. How could he hand over something that he had already obtained? He vaguely knew that this Great Monk Phaeton probably wanted that ancient monument. Humph, you're still playing dumb. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Great Monk Phaeton's face was incomparably solemn. Buddhist power surged from his body and a layer of Buddhist light emerged from his body. In the third layer of Buddhist palace, there was a great secret of heaven and earth. It was a desolate world, and at the origin of that desolate world, there was the 9 nether yellow springs. This was a secret that only 1 or 2 of the most powerful Buddhists in the Heavenly Buddhist sect knew about, and Great Monk Phaeton was one of them. He learned about this great secret from the most ancient scriptures of the Buddhist sect, so he found the ancient monastic robe and went to that place. Under the protection of the Millennium Buddhist robe, Great Monk Phaeton actually managed to enter that legendary place, but to his disappointment, that thing was actually taken away by someone else. The only people who could enter that place and take away that thing were Gu Fei and Hei Tian. Great Monk Phaeton pressed towards Gu Fei. The aura of a quasi-saint caused the void to tremble. He wanted to use absolute power to suppress Gu Fei. Shen King Ba Tian naturally wouldn't let Great Monk Phaeton attack Gu Fei. He was about to draw his sword, but at this time, Gu Fei transmitted his voice to him. Shen King, let me do it. Gu Fei was eager to have a real fight with a quasi-saint. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, and he could step into the 6th heavenly layer at any time. Batian Shen King glanced at Gu Fei and said, "Then be careful." Shen King of the human race retreated, allowing Gu Fei to fight against Great Monk Phaeton. However, Shen King was watching from the side. As long as Gu Fei was in danger, he would immediately make a move. You're courting death. When Great Monk Phaeton saw that Gu Fei wanted to challenge him, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that this guy is tired of living and wants to be saved by me as soon as possible? Wearing that old kasaya, he was already in an invincible position. Boom! Just at this moment, the entire heaven and earth suddenly shook. A shocking battle intent erupted from Gu Fei's body. The powerful aura caused the void to tremble. This The power displayed by Gu Fei had shocked even Fictional, as he had never expected that Gu Fei's cultivation base would actually rise to such a level. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything unnecessary. He directly used his fist to do the talking. As soon as he came up, he punched towards Fictional. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his fist, intertwining with the power of the Great Path. Great Buddha Palm. Fictional stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Endless Buddhist power condensed in his hand, and then, a Buddha palm rushed out from his hand. Rumble! Countless Buddhist patterns intertwined, as if a Buddha saint was slapping a palm at Gu Fei. In the palm of the great Buddha palm, there was a Buddhist seal that appeared. The Buddhist patterns and the Buddhist seal activated the power of the heavenly Buddha, and this palm was enough to destroy everything. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with Fictional's great Buddha palm. The two peerless and powerful forces instantly shattered the void, causing chaotic qi to rush out. The void within a radius of several thousand zhang instantly collapsed, leaving nothing behind. This was the result of both sides restraining their strength. Otherwise, when these two peerless and powerful forces collided, it would turn the void within a radius of 10,000 zhang into chaos. How is this possible? Fictional felt a strong force coming from the front, causing him to involuntarily take 5 or 6 steps back. His body swayed continuously. On the other hand, Gu Fei only took 3 steps back before he stabilized his body and continued to attack Fictional. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens. A sword shadow rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and pierced towards Fictional, who was retreating. This is... The sword shadow arrived in front of him in an instant. This startled great monk Fictional. Although it was just a sword shadow, it contained a dreadful power. If he was hit by this sword shadow, even Fictional would be severely injured. The spectators were extremely shocked. Gu Fei was actually able to force Fictional to retreat with just one move. Such combat power was too heaven-defying. The legendary primordial Dao sword. Shin King's eyes lit up like torches. He recognized this great technique. It was a legendary technique created by the supreme Dao ancestor, and it was the embodiment of the great Dao. Fictional felt the danger, and the old Kasaya on his body flew up, covering him within it. A scene that shocked Gu Fei appeared. The seemingly old Kasaya actually blocked his attack, and the primordial Dao sword was blocked. What kind of Kasaya is this? Gu Fei was in disbelief. It was just a seemingly old Kasaya, but it was able to block his primordial Dao sword. This was unbelievable. Fortunately, I have this Kasaya. Otherwise, I would really be in danger. Fictional secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Gu Fei's primordial Dao sword was so fast that he couldn't dodge it completely. Fortunately, he had the Kasaya to block it. Heaven Ascension. With a loud shout, Gu Fei soared into the sky, and a peerlessly powerful aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Around him, there seemed to be countless pure white feathers fluttering. He used 2 secret techniques of the immortal Dao at the same time. The Heaven Ascension secret technique gave him an immortal body, and his life force was extremely vigorous. Any serious injury would be healed by this secret technique. As for the Heaven Ascension secret technique, it instantly increased his combat power by 10 times. What? Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's combat power was already heaven-defying, but now it increased by 10 times. What kind of concept was this? Too strong. Could this be one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the Heaven Ascension secret technique? Shen King Batian and Fictional were both very knowledgeable, and the changes in Gu Fei's body caused their hearts to tremble. At this moment, Gu Fei's combat power was monstrous. Eat my fist! Gu Fei's fists shone with dazzling divine light, and countless Dao patterns coiled around his fists, interweaving into a supreme power of the great Dao that blasted towards Fictional. One yin and one yang. The 2 powers intertwined as if they were manifesting the reincarnation of heaven and earth. A Dao diagram of yin and yang emerged behind Gu Fei. This was a supreme battle technique, the yin-yang reincarnation fist. Friends who wanted to communicate with Liang San, please join the group. 274673223. Chapter 1564. Rumble. Gu Fei's fists turned into 2 extremes of yin and yang. The power of yin and yang intertwined with each other, transforming into primal chaos. The 2 fists caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Even Heavenly Monk Fation's expression changed. Net, what? When Heavenly Monk Fation felt the invincible fist intent from Gu Fei, he was shocked to the extreme. Could this guy be the reincarnation of a martial ancestor? How could he have cultivated to such a level? The Buddhist sect could be said to be the oldest sect in the heaven and earth. It had existed since the ancient times. Legend has it that it was founded by the Buddhist Lord. This kind of ancient inheritance contained a large number of ancient books. These books were incomparably precious. Some of them even contained all sorts of great secrets of the ancient times. Existences like Heavenly Monk Fation naturally had access to these ancient books. The ancient books of the Buddhist sect naturally had records of the extreme Tao of the ancient times. The bloodline of the martial ancestor had long been lost. However, Heavenly Monk Fation had met Gu Fei. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Boundless Buddhist energy gathered in front of Heavenly Monk Fation. A golden wheel appeared in front of him, emitting boundless Buddhist light as it flew towards Gu Fei's incoming fist. As soon as the Buddhist wheel appeared, the heaven and earth were filled with auspicious qi. The shadow of a Buddha appeared behind Heavenly Monk Fation. It looked solemn and dignified, as if it was about to walk out from the void. Bam! Gu Fei's fists fiercely smashed onto the Buddhist wheel. The Buddhist wheel that was condensed from boundless Buddhist energy crumbled in an instant. The Buddhist runes on the wheel started to dissipate. In front of absolute power, no great technique could withstand it. Heavenly Monk Fation was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's peerless fist. However, he was wearing a tattered kasaya and didn't suffer any damage. Could it be the legendary Buddhist robe? Gu Fei was taken aback. This big monk took his attack head-on and actually did not suffer any injuries. This caused Gu Fei to be in disbelief. Even Ba Tianxin King did not dare to take his full power attack head-on. One had to know that he had already used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. His battle prowess had increased tenfold, and even a demi-sage would be heavily injured by a single punch from him. Again! Gu Fei was like a peerless god of war as he strode forward. In just one step, he had already appeared in front of Heavenly Monk Fation. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a yang punch. His entire right fist emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. The glaring aura was like a divine sun appearing between heaven and earth. Gu Fei's speed was just too fast. Even an existence like Heavenly Monk Dharma couldn't dodge it. He was caught up in an instant. The powerful fist energy was like a primordial divine mountain crashing towards Heavenly Monk Dharma. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to hit Heavenly Monk Fation, the Buddhist robe on Heavenly Monk Fation's body suddenly fluttered. Gu Fei's fist landed on the Buddhist robe. Ha! Just as Gu Fei's fist came in contact with the Buddhist robe, he felt an ocean-like power blocking his fist. It was just a thin layer of Buddhist robe, but it was able to block Gu Fei's earth-shattering punch without leaving a trace. There wasn't even a trace of Buddhist light. A gentle power like water pushed Gu Fei away. There was no killing intent at all. How am I supposed to fight like this? Gu Fei's heart trembled. This Buddhist robe on Heavenly Monk Fation's body meant that he was invincible. This was the true meaning of invulnerability. The time limit of the Ascension secret technique was limited, so Gu Fei had to retreat. However, Heavenly Monk Fation wasn't going to let Gu Fei go. He flew over from afar like a big bird. The Buddhist robe on his body turned into a dark yellow cloud that shrouded Gu Fei. "You big bald head!" Gu Fei cussed under his breath. At the same time, he used the 8 Desolation Void Steps. He took a step forward and rushed out of the Buddhist robe. The 8 Desolation Void Steps was a supreme movement technique that Gu Fei had evolved from the 8 Desolation Void Steps. It was the fastest movement technique in the world. Bas! Just as Heavenly Monk Fation was about to use a Buddhist technique to capture Gu Fei, the sound of a sword whistling could be heard coming from afar. An overbearing swordlight slashed toward Heavenly Monk Fation's head. Shen King Ba Tian, who had been watching from the side, made his move. He slashed out with his sword and a monstrous domineering aura erupted from his body and swept across the sky. "You!" Heavenly Monk Fation was shocked. Although he had expected that Shen King Ba Tian would make his move, he hadn't expected that Shen King Ba Tian would use such a fierce attack. The overbearing sword light seemed to have fallen from the 9 heavens. If one was hit by it, even 10 baldies would fall to the ground. Swoosh! At this critical moment, Heavenly Monk Fation's tattered monastic robe flew up from his body and covered him. The tattered monastic robe didn't emit any Buddhist light, and there weren't any Buddhist Tao patterns on it either. However, it was such an unremarkable monastic robe that blocked Heavenly Shen King Bation's stunning sword attack. The sword light fell, but the monastic robe only shook a few times. Then, the dazzling sword light disappeared into the void. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe their eyes. How was this possible? One had to know that Shen King Bation had slashed out with the Overlord's sword. Those who knew the origin of the Overlord's sword were dumbfounded. The divine sword in Shen King Bation's hand was the Overlord's sword, a great saint divine weapon refined by a great saint. It wasn't something an ordinary saint weapon could compare to. A monastic robe that could block a great saint weapon. Could it be a monastic robe worn by a Buddhist lord? No one had thought that such an unremarkable monastic robe could block a strike from a great saint weapon. A great saint weapon was an existence second only to a great saint weapon. Gu Fei was already far away after being blocked by Heavenly Shen King Ba Tian. Preposterous! Heavenly Monk Fa Tian couldn't catch up to Gu Fei anymore, so he couldn't help but look coldly at Heavenly Shen King Ba Tian who was blocking his way. He wanted to attack, but in the end, he restrained himself. This time, when he came out from the Heavenly Buddha path, he didn't bring a Great Tao Buddhist weapon with him. The Great Tao Buddhist weapon was needed to guard Mount Meru, so it couldn't be used casually. As for the monastic robe on his body, it was hard for him to control it. It had been some time since he obtained the monastic robe, but Heavenly Monk Fa Tian found that he couldn't use it at all. He could only wear it. However, after putting on the monastic robe, even if Heavenly Monk Fa Tian couldn't bring out the full power of the monastic robe, he wouldn't be affected by any techniques. The Chaos Dragon Cavern's great demons had arrived. The entire Chaos Dragon Cavern was crossing over, and the aura of the Great Tao caused the billions of living beings in the West Earth to tremble. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian didn't stop the Chaos Dragon Cavern's great demons. The entire Chaos Dragon Cavern was crossing over, and the aura of the Great Tao caused all living beings in the West Earth to tremble. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian didn't stop the Chaos Dragon Cavern. He couldn't wait for all the wilderness forces to come out from the Heavenly Buddha path. Without any suspense, after the Beast Emperor Mountain, the Chaos Dragon Cavern also came out from the Heavenly Buddha path. In the end, the Yi clan's ancient city also crossed over. Hei Tian pushed the power of the Great Guiding Formation to the limit, enveloping the entire ancient city. The Yi clan's ancient city was the last to come out. When the Yi clan's ancient city came out from the Red Spatial Tunnel, countless Fire Phoenix Divine Jades in the city instantly turned into dust. At the last moment, countless pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jades that were used to arrange the formation turned into ashes. Hei Tian's heart was bleeding. That was several thousand pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jades. A huge amount of divine treasures. Anyone would be envious of such a fortune, but it turned into nothingness just like that. Go! Heavenly Tyrant Shen King soared into the sky, protecting the Yi clan's ancient city as they disappeared into the horizon. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian heaved a sigh of relief when all the forces that came out from the wilderness had left. One had to know that these experts were a huge threat to the Buddhist path. Gu Fei! Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's figure flickered and directly rushed into the golden door above the spirited mountain. The golden door in the sky did not close. After a while, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian once again rushed out from the golden door. This time, a peerless beauty followed behind him. This peerless beauty was the Chaos Demonic Lord. The Savage Beast Lord and the Chaos Demonic Lord, these two great quasi-saint experts had already converted to Buddhism and lost their freedom, obeying Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's orders. How could such characters be willing to be ordered around by others? However, no one knew what method Heavenly Monk Fa Tian used to subdue these two great quasi-saint existences. This was unbelievable. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian brought the Chaos Demonic Lord and the Savage Beast Lord away from the spirited mountain. I'm finally back. At the edge of the Western Buddhist land, on the peak of a mountain stood a figure. This person was none other than Gu Fei. After leaving the spirited mountain, he arrived at the periphery of the West Earth. This place was close to the Shaman land. He still had a disciple here. In the past, he broke out of the Hell Dao and wreaked havoc in the spirited mountain. After that, he came to the Shaman land that bordered the West Earth and Central Earth. There, he killed an incomparably powerful shaman demon and took in a disciple. So many years had passed. How was his disciple doing? What realm had his cultivation reached? The human world was no longer the human world of the past. The forces of the ancient desolate had begun to return, and the great Tao of heaven and earth was gradually changing. Experts were emerging in large numbers. In such a great era, his disciple would inevitably face all kinds of challenges. The world of cultivation was cruel. If one's cultivation wasn't strong enough, his life would be in danger at any time. If he met an opponent stronger than him, his ending would definitely be miserable. Let's go and take a look. When Gu Fei thought of this, he immediately soared into the sky and disappeared into the mountain. In the shaman land, an ancient city stood tall on the ground. It emitted a boundless aura. This was a god city that had existed for countless years. At this time, the ancient city was gloomy and gloomy. The city gates were tightly shut, and even the city protection formation had been activated. Many corpses lay in front of the city gates. There was a powerful existence blocking everyone in the ancient city. Chapter 1565. The Sorcerer Land used to be a barren land between the Middle Land and the Westland. It was ruled by the Sorcerer tribe for countless years, which was why it was called the Sorcerer Land. Since the Sorcerer tribe was destroyed by Gu Fei, the Sorcerer Land was under the control of the Gu family. The #1 expert of the Gu family was Gu Fei's disciple. Gu Fei's disciple was incredible. He really took the Holy Virgin of the Yaotai Holy Land as his wife and gave birth to a son. Gu Xiaofeng was now in the heaven realm. However, today, the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land faced a great calamity. Forces from the remote antiquity attacked the Gu family and surrounded the ancient city. Anyone who came out of the ancient city in China would be killed. Someone wanted to destroy the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land. Master, what should we do now? In the governor's mansion of the ancient city, a fat middle-aged man sat on a throne. Senior members of the Gu family sat on both sides of him. The hall was filled with sorrow. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land had been blocked in the city for 18 days. During these 18 days, many disciples of the Gu family were killed. Even Gu Zhong's eldest disciple was killed at the city gate. However, those people couldn't break the protective formation of the ancient city. The formation of the ancient city was set up by He Tian years ago. He Tian's formation was different. The ancient city's formation could automatically absorb the earth essence and gather power. After many years of absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the power of the formation had been enhanced to a level that could frighten even mighty figures. This was also the reason why those people didn't dare to attack the formation. Defend. Gu Zhong was no longer the Gu Zhong he used to be. He was now Gu Fei's disciple. Gu Fei had left him many elixirs before he left. With the help of the elixirs and his own efforts, Gu Zhong had become an emperor. A 9th Heaven Emperor realm expert could easily kill an immortal emperor and Shen King. He was only half a step away from the realm of mighty figures. However, he couldn't take this step no matter how hard he tried. The existence of the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor was enough to intimidate an entire region and compete with the 1st Heaven Martial Emperor. However, Gu Zhong was not Gu Fei after all. He did not have an extreme Dao Saint weapon, nor had he cultivated an inner world. When he fought with others, there was no way out. If he could not win, he could only escape. If he could not escape, he would die. Guard! The upper echelons of the Gu clan, who were in the main hall, felt despair. How much longer could they hold out? The other party had already sent someone to invite a semi-sage. The grand formation of the ancient city would be breached once a half-saint arrived, and the Gu clan would be completely annihilated once the half-saint arrived. A great calamity was about to befall them, yet they were still defending to the death. Wasn't that just waiting for death? Some of the members of the Gu family began to look for a way out. After all, not everyone was so courageous, and not everyone was unafraid of death. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from outside. An extremely powerful aura passed through the city-protecting grand array and entered the city lord mansion. Hearing this roar, everyone's expression changed. A peerlessly powerful existence had arrived. How could it be so fast? The upper echelons of the Gu clan, who were in the main hall, were extremely shocked. The semi-sage invited by the other party had arrived, and what awaited them was the butcher's knife. All of them felt despair. A semi-sage. What kind of existence was that? Even in the mortal dimension, a semi-sage was a peerlessly powerful existence and could be said to be invincible. They had never imagined that the other party would actually invite a semi-sage over so quickly. The setting sun was like blood. An old man stood on a mountain outside the ancient city. The old man's entire body emanated a divine radiance. Numerous divine markings of the Great Tao appeared on his body and interweaved with the energy of the Great Tao. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the old man's body. There was no one on the mountain peak who could withstand the pressure emitted from the old man's body. This old man was a semi-sage. Such an existence could move unhindered even in the mortal dimension. Who exactly did the Gu clan offend? Even Gu Zhong didn't know that the other party was actually able to invite a semi-sage. It was a mysterious force that had set its eyes on them. This grand formation is very extraordinary. It'll be a pity if it's destroyed. The old man's eyes emitted 2 rays of dazzling divine light. His knowledge was extraordinary, so he was able to discern the peculiarity of the grand formation in front of the ancient city with a single glance. It was connected to the chi of the 9 heavens and the power of the earth. The power drawn by this grand formation was too shocking. If this grand formation continued to absorb the essence of the world for a few hundred years, then even a semi-sage would probably find it difficult to destroy this grand formation. Even though it's a pity, there's no other way. The old man soared up from the mountain and flew towards the ancient city. Bam! A huge hand slapped down from the sky above the ancient city. Countless Tao markings surged on the huge hand, and it seemed like a world was pressing down on the ancient city. Rumble! The entire ancient city shook. Countless formation markings were activated at the first possible moment. All of them soared into the sky and interweaved into an inescapable net. Swoosh! Rays of starlight descended from the sky. Earth essence that looked like dragons surged out from the ground. At this moment, the grand formation of the city had drawn down the killing tribulation of the world. Even if a mighty cultivator were to barge in with such power, his expression would probably change. Rays of starlight transformed into a terrifying divine light of absolute death and shot towards the giant hand in the sky. Meanwhile, the giant dragon that rushed out from the ground also rushed towards the giant hand in the sky. Boom! The killing lights formed by the power of the stars and the dragons that rushed out from the ground all collapsed amidst an earth-shattering rumble. The huge hand was indestructible and carried the power of the great path. It seemed like it could suppress everything and wipe out everything in the world. You've gone too far. A loud shout was heard from the ancient city. Then, a figure rushed out from the city and threw a punch. The entire world shook. Boom! The huge hand that slapped down from the sky collapsed in an instant. Countless Tao markings were shameful. That person's punch had such power. A surprised voice was heard from the sky. The person in the sky did not seem to have expected his opponent to be able to block his attack. The combat power that his opponent had displayed surprised him. He's just a little guy in the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm. How could he have such combat power? The person who came was very surprised. Moreover, he wanted to know how the little guy in front of him had done it. A warrior in the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm was able to block the attack of a semi-saint. In fact, the power of the semi-saint had been greatly weakened by the grand formation of the city. That was why Gu Zhong could destroy the remaining power with one punch. Otherwise, even Gu Zhong would have been seriously injured. Although the martial body of the martial emperor realm was strong, the gap between the two was too big. Chapter 1566. The attack of a half-step saint had put the entire Gu family in danger of being annihilated. The grand formation laid down by He Tian in the past couldn't compete with the power of a half-step saint. What was a half-step saint? It was a half-step saint. Although it wasn't a true saint, it still had the aura and means of a saint. Although the Great City Barrier Array was extraordinary and could draw upon the power of heaven and earth for its use, it was still not enough in the face of absolute power. Rumble! A huge hand surrounded by countless Tao runes fell from the sky, emitting a peerlessly powerful wave. It was as if a part of the heaven and earth was collapsing and pressing down. The countless formation runes that enveloped the ancient city emitted the brightest light and displayed the most powerful force, but it still couldn't resist the suppression of the half-step saint's hand. Countless formation runes were dissipating and collapsing. A gap appeared in the sky above the ancient city. The entire grand formation was broken by the huge hand. Swoosh! In the sky above, huge starlight the size of mountains fell. It was the power of the stars drawn by the grand formation of the ancient city. Each of the starlight contained the power of destruction. Billions of starlight fell from the sky, forming the most terrifying destructive divine light. Even an immortal emperor would die if they were swept by these starlight. Even a supreme expert would be severely injured if he or she broke into this place. At the same time, formation runes emerged on the ground and interweaved into a mysterious pattern. The essence of the earth was drawn. Bang! Huge dragon-like essence of the earth rushed out of the pattern and soared into the sky like real earth dragons, colliding with the half-step saint's hand in the sky. The murderous intent descended from the sky and the murderous tribulation of the earth. This was the murderous tribulation of the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Even a half-step saint couldn't help but be moved. Boom! An earth-shattering sound spread across the entire shaman land, causing billions of living beings to tremble. The pressure of a half-step saint was too powerful. This was the peak power of the human world. Of course, a half-step saint wasn't the strongest, but it was enough to do whatever it wanted in the human world. Billions of starlight collapsed and countless huge dragons collapsed. The half-step saint's hand destroyed everything, directly breaking one of the most powerful attacks of the ancient city's grand formation. The higher-ups of the Gu family were in despair. They couldn't resist the power of a half-step saint. The grand formation that Tion had set up in the past could no longer protect the Gu family. This was definitely a disaster for the Gu family. Great changes were happening in the human world. It was as if there was a force driving all of this. There was an invisible dark hand that wanted to control these changes. Someone had set their eyes on the Gu family of the shaman land. This was a mysterious force. It should be known that the wife of the current patriarch of the Gu clan, Gu Zhong, was once the saintess of the Yaotai Holy Land. The relationship between the Gu clan and the Yaotai Holy Land was impossible to be unknown to the other forces in the human world. In the mortal world, the Jadestige ancient Holy Land was a transcendent existence. This Holy Land had a background that made others apprehensive. No one dared to look down on it, and no one was willing to rashly provoke it. Some people said that there were Yaotai ancient immortals sleeping in the Yaotai ancient sacred land. They were at least saint-level existences. If a saint were to appear in the mortal dimension where saints had vanished, then it would be a formidable force that was capable of toppling the entire mortal dimension. Saints in the human world were invincible and supreme existences. Gu Zhong's talent was extraordinary. He cultivated the martial way of the supreme martial ancestor, which was passed down from Gu Fei. It was a supreme martial way that could turn one's body into a saint. In the past, when Gu Zhong had stolen the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land, the experts of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land had come to the city. However, they were blocked by the ancient city's grand formation and could not enter the city. However, in just 100 years, the audacious Gu Zhong had become a martial emperor. His combat strength was at the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Even those at the 1st heaven of the martial emperor realm would be terrified. Of course, the fact that Gu Zhong was able to cultivate to such a level within 100 years was inseparable from the changes in the human world. The human world had become suitable for cultivation. The great way of the heavens and earth had become closer to each other. This was good news for all cultivators. The great way of the heavens and earth was no longer difficult to grasp. It allowed those who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation to break through. It was under such circumstances that Gu Zhong managed to cultivate his martial monarch body. The value of a martial emperor was undoubtedly great. In recent years, the Yaotai ancient sacred ground's attitude toward Gu Zhong had gradually changed. They seemed to be able to accept Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was in danger and the people of the ancient sacred ground would not ignore him. It should be known that Gu Zhong's wife had returned to the Yaotai ancient sacred ground 10 years ago. No one was willing to raise a flag to attack the Gu family. All of this was done in secret. A mysterious and powerful force wanted to destroy the Gu family. The half-saint's hand continued to press down. Although the power of the formation had reduced the strength of the hand by more than half, if the hand were to hit the city, it would definitely shatter the entire ancient city into pieces. The residents of the city would not be able to escape death. Damn it! A furious roar came from the city. You've gone too far. A figure rushed out from the city and threw a punch. The huge force shook the heavens and earth. It was only a single punch, but it was already earth-shattering. This was the might of a martial emperor. It was an invincible Tao. The martial Tao created by the supreme martial ancestor was invincible to begin with. It allowed one to become a martial saint by force. As long as one could become a martial saint, one would be invincible among those in the same realm. A martial ancestor was an invincible existence. Boom! The extremely ferocious fist energy collided with the giant hand in the sky. A destructive force swept out in all directions, causing countless formation runes to dissipate. Under this destructive power, the great city protecting array almost disintegrated. Gu Zhong threw out a powerful punch. The giant hand that was pressing down from the sky collapsed. The punch had actually shattered the half-saint's hand. What? A cry of surprise came from the sky. The half-saint in the sky could not believe that a mere ninth heaven emperor realm cultivator had withstood his attack. Gu Zhong fell from the sky with a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Although he had dissipated the half-saint's hand, he had also suffered a great impact. Even his powerful martial emperor body had been injured. Master. A few figures rushed out from the city lord's mansion. Humph! A cold sneer came from the sky. 9 rays of divine light shot down from the sky and pierced through the 9 figures. 9 people were killed on the spot. No! Gu Zhong roared in anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Those were his 9 disciples. He flew into a rage and rushed towards the half-saint in the sky. The death of his top 10 disciples was definitely a terrifying blow to Gu Zhong. It was enough to drive him mad. Kill! Gu Zhong shouted and immediately used an ancient combat skill. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he charged forward. So what if he was facing a half-saint? The worst that could happen was death. Chapter 1567. Immortal Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1575. Bullying my disciple? Bully my disciple? Eternal Martial Lord Chapter 1575. Immortal Martial Saint Chapter 1575 Chapter 1000 FAV Chapter 1575. Bullying my disciple? Xian Huan Fantasy, Immortal Martial Saint, Volume 2 Chapter 1575. Immortal Martial Saint Bully my disciple? Return to Immortal Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1575. Bullying my disciple Bully my disciple? Novel name, Immortal Martial Saint Author, Liang Clan's 3rd Young Master Category. Xian Huan Fantasy Indestructible Martial Saint Remember, updated quickly. As a martial artist, Gu Zhong could only move forward. There was no retreat. Of course, he had no other choice but to fight with his life on the line. Novel. No one thought that the enemy would invite a half-step saint so quickly. Without any suspense, the great protective formation was broken in the first moment. Kill! Gu Zhong roared, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. His murderous intent soared to the heavens. 10 of his disciples were killed. This almost drove him crazy. No matter what half-step saint he was, he still wanted to fight. Even if he died in battle, Gu Zhong would absolutely not retreat. The city's supreme treasure. Gu Zhong's body was still huge like a ball, but his movements were extremely fast. He cultivated the desolate steppes. His speed was so fast that even supreme experts couldn't catch up to him. Do you want to die? I haven't had enough fun yet. Cruel and callous words echoed down from the sky. A huge hand slammed down from the sky, sending Gu Zhong, who was about to risk his life, flying away. That half-saint had controlled his strength perfectly. He had only caused Gu Zhong's sovereign martial body to almost collapse. However, his life wasn't harmed. Then the huge hand swiped down towards the city. More than 10 figures that soared into the sky were shattered into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. You! Gu Zhong's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth. He was mad with hatred. The muscles on his face trembled. He was about to fall into a state of madness. Gu Zhong's father, brothers, and uncles were amongst those who were killed by the half-saint. They were Gu Zhong's closest relatives, yet they had actually died in front of him on this day, yet he was unable to do anything about it. I want to become stronger, I want to kill all of you, no matter who you are. Gu Zhong roared towards the sky as tears of blood flowed from his eyes. The martial Tao true force in his body surged violently. He cultivated the 5 elemental true force, which was different from his master, Gu Fei. Clang! Boundless 5 elemental true force rushed out from Gu Zhong's body, condensing into multicolored divine swords that floated around him, emitting a monstrous sword chi. Shuhage. Pure text, it's just a deathbed struggle, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. The icy cold voice in the sky resounded. A tiny emperor actually dared to compete with a half-saint? This was simply courting death. In the eyes of a half-saint, Gu Zhong wasn't any stronger than an ant. Bam! Another giant hand slammed down from the sky. Kill! Gu Zhong waved his hand, and the countless five-colored divine warships around him shot into the sky, piercing towards the blurry figure in the sky. Countless sword shadows soared into the sky. Such a scene was grand and shocking, but in the eyes of a half-saint, such an attack was too weak. The giant hand swiped and the sword light in the sky dispersed. The five-elemental sword chi was directly dispersed and then devoured by the giant hand. This power was absorbed by the half-saint. Such pure power! The cold voice in the sky resounded. Without any suspense, Gu Zhong was once again sent flying, but the half-saint in the sky was not in a hurry to kill him. Gu Zhong was only injured, not killed. I'm going to kill all of your family in front of you. The half-saint was ruthless, wanting to destroy the entire Gu clan. He attacked continuously, and the Gu clan didn't have the strength to resist. A few more people were killed. Roar! Although Gu Zhong's battle intent was like a rainbow, the disparity between the two sides was too great. Even if he wanted to go all out, it would be difficult for him to get close to the killing god in the sky. Master, it seems like this disciple is going to die today. Gu Zhong felt despair. Ever since he was accepted as a disciple by Gu Fei, he had never felt such despair. Even the great formation of the city couldn't stop the enemy. At this time, Gu Zhong thought of his master, Gu Fei, who had brought him on the path of martial arts. I want to look at your martial scripture. The half-saint in the sky was extremely domineering. He directly stretched out his hand to grab Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's emperor martial physique was seriously injured, and he couldn't dodge at all. He was grabbed by the giant hand and brought in front of the half-saint. You! Divine runes of the great Tao rushed out from the half-saint's hand and then branded into Gu Zhong's body, completely suppressing him. At this time, even if Gu Zhong wanted to go all out, he couldn't do anything. Preposterous! Gu Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the power of a half-saint? Before Gu Fei left, he had branded half of the martial scripture in Gu Zhong's heart. This half-saint was actually after his martial scripture. One should know that the martial scripture was a supreme cultivation technique created by the supreme martial ancestor. If it was leaked in his hands, then Gu Zhong would be a sinner of the martial ancestor's line. Swish! A divine light emerged from between the old man's eyebrows, as if a divine eye was growing out. An extremely powerful divine sense surged out from the crack between his eyebrows. Cultivation rampage. Quick look book. The old man wanted to use the soul-searching technique to directly read Gu Zhong's memories. In this way, all of Gu Zhong's secrets would be seen through by the old man. Aha! Gu Zhong wished for nothing more than to die right now. This soul-searching technique was extremely overbearing. The soul would be heavily injured, and if it was light, the soul would turn into an idiot. Roar! Just when the old man was about to use his powerful divine will to directly enter Gu Zhong's Naiwan palace, a loud shout came from afar. The voice was filled with anger. That is. As soon as the voice entered his ears, Gu Zhong was dumbfounded. He hadn't forgotten this voice for 100 years. Is that master? Bang! Following a muffled sound, Gu Zhong felt his body flying. The old man who grabbed him retreated in panic as if he had encountered a strong enemy. You dare to bully my disciple? You're courting death. A person rushed over from afar. A powerful aura was emitted from the person's body. It was vast and mighty. This person was like an invincible god of war. With just a punch, he forced a half-step saint to retreat. Master. It's really master. I'm not dreaming, right? Gu Zhong was surprised and happy. He saw a powerful figure reaching out his hand and catching him. Good boy, it's not a waste for me to accept you as my disciple. You actually dared to challenge a half-step saint. You're even more amazing than me. Gu Fei held Gu Zhong in his arms, and an unparalleled true power was transmitted from his hands. The great path divine inscriptions that were imprinted on Gu Zhong's body were immediately forced out of his body. Who are you? The old man was shocked and angered by Gu Fei's punch. This person was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was not a half-step saint. He was a fifth heavenly layer almighty. Gu Fei arrived. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, his only disciple in the human realm would have fallen. Master, it's really you. Gu Zhong shed tears. Gu Zhong was shedding hot tears. He had never imagined that Gu Fei would appear at this moment. The Gu clan was saved. It's me. Go and rest first. Watch as Master plucks this guy's head off and kicks it like a ball. How dare you bully my disciple? You must be tired of living. Gu Fei waved his hand. Gu Zhong's fat body immediately flew towards the city lord's mansion below. He was caught by the experts of the Gu clan who rushed out of the city and placed on the ground. Master? You're Gu Zhong's master? Very good. I want your martial scripture. The old man was still domineering. He didn't think that a guy who was only a fifth heavenly layer almighty would be his opponent. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and stared at the old man. Half-step saint? In his eyes it was a joke. After all, he'd killed the half-saint of the demon clan not long ago. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Book II Chapter 1575 Chapter 1000 Bully My Disciple? Is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the immortal martial supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream if you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered. Please add, indestructible martial arts revered, to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2. Chapter 1575 Chapter 1000 Bully My Disciple? Chapter 1568. You dare to bully my disciple? You're courting death. Gu Fei directly rushed forward like a phantom. His whole body seemed to have merged with the surrounding void. However, such a rush actually made the old man feel that it was difficult to dodge. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted from Gu Fei's body. What? The old man was shocked. This guy's cultivation was only at the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm. How could he make the old man feel like this? This was really unbelievable. Boom! A terrifying aura that seemed to come from ancient times erupted from Gu Fei's body. His speed instantly increased to the limit, and he instantly rushed in front of the old man. Swish! The old man was a half-step saint after all. His reaction was not slow and he immediately retreated. However, it was already too late. Gu Fei's fist had already hit in front of the old man. Roar! The old man roared and his clothes swelled up. Countless Tao patterns emerged on his body and weaved the power of the Great Tao. He was using the power of the Great Tao to protect himself. However, this punch of Gu Fei was at the peak of his strength. His spirit was raised to the limit. This punch was indomitable and invincible. The old man watched as Gu Fei's fist penetrated the Tao patterns outside his body and hit his chest. The sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. Gu Fei's fist deeply sank into the old man's chest. The powerful body of a half-step saint could not resist this powerful punch of Gu Fei's. Gu Fei used all his strength to fight a rabbit. He used the Ascension secret technique in order to kill the old man in one blow. He wanted to use thousands of moves in one blow to determine the outcome of the battle. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His fist blossomed with millions of rays of divine light, and a peerlessly powerful force erupted. It was as if a sun had exploded, illuminating the entire world. Ah! The old man let out a blood-curdling screech. His entire chest exploded. This power was simply too powerful. Even his half-sage physique couldn't withstand it and was heavily injured. A great amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky as the semi-sage was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's punch. His entire body was almost blown up. I'll kill you! Blood gushed out of the elder's mouth, and a powerful murderous aura emanated from his body. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the elder's body. His broken chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles, bones, and blood were surging rapidly. In just a few breaths, the old man's body had been completely healed. However, a punch from Gu Fei was enough to injure the old man's vitality. To the old man, this was absolutely unforgivable. If the news that he was injured by a little guy who was only at the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm spread, he wouldn't be able to face anyone. Of course, this was a mysterious operation. No one would know about it. However, the old man couldn't get over it. If he didn't kill Gu Fei, there would be a shadow in the old man's heart. It would be a knot in his heart. This would cause his cultivation to stagnate and affect his Dao heart. Kill. The old man displayed the powerful combat strength of the semi-sage realm. Countless Dao patterns weaved into a large bell, and it fell down on Gu Fei's head. This was a killing technique of the semi-sage realm. Humph! Gu Fei soared into the sky and punched upwards. This extremely powerful punch directly shattered the Dao bell. In the face of absolute power, even a real Dao instrument would be destroyed. This time the old man was really shocked. Was this really a guy who was at the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm? This was too heaven-defying. This kind of combat strength should not be possessed by someone who was only at the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm. Gu Fei didn't care what the old man was thinking. His goal was very simple, and that was to kill this guy who dared to bully his disciple. I'm not playing with you anymore. Gu Fei unsheathed the purple gold divine sword and slashed at the old man. A ray of purple sword light flashed across the void like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Blood suddenly appeared, and an arm flew high into the sky. The old man screamed and reached out to cover his broken arm. He quickly rushed into the distant sky, trying to escape from this place. That's a sword of the extreme path. How dare they trick me? The old man was shocked. Although Gu Fei's sword did not display the power of the extreme path, the murderous aura contained in the purple gold divine sword invaded his body and destroyed his vitality. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword was extraordinary. Even if this murderous aura invaded the body, it would be difficult for even a semi-sage to resist. Starting from the broken arm, the old man's body gradually collapsed, and his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones gradually turned into flying ash. In just an instant, half of the old man's body had already disappeared. Arg, damn it! The old man was scared out of his wits. Although he was a semi-sage, it did not mean that he would not die. It seemed that he would not be able to keep his body. To be able to become a semi-sage, this old man was also an extremely talented human. He was decisive in killing. His primordial spirit directly broke through the top of his head, turned into a divine light, and soared into the sky. Bas! A sword sound rang out, and a purple sword light chased from behind. No! The old man's primordial spirit was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. He wanted to use a primordial spirit technique to escape, but the speed of the purple gold divine light was too fast. Swish! The sword light flashed, and the old man's primordial spirit was instantly caught by the sword light, and directly turned into flying ash. A peerless semi-sage was killed by Gu Fei just like that. Master! In the ancient city, Gu Zhong saw this scene, and he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised by the strength of his master, who could easily kill a semi-sage. He was happy because the great calamity of the Gu clan had finally been resolved. Humph! A lot of people came. After killing the semi-sage, Gu Fei's pair of divine eyes immediately scanned the surroundings. There were many obscure auras coming from the vicinity of the ancient city. There were experts hiding nearby. What kind of disaster did this brat Gu Zhong do that someone actually invited a semi-sage to kill him? Swish! Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. In the next moment, a scream resounded from a short mountain outside the ancient city, and a cloud of blood burst out from that place. Someone was killed in an instant. Go! Someone secretly ordered, and the experts hiding in the surroundings of the ancient city quickly moved far away. They wanted to leave this place. Even the semi-sage they invited was killed. If they didn't leave now, then they wouldn't be able to leave anymore. What's going on? How can there be such a powerful expert in the Gu clan? Gu Fei's silhouette flashed in and out of the vicinity of the ancient city. He was like a god of death, wielding the violet gold divine sword, reaping lives one by one. Under the violet gold divine sword, no one could withstand a single attack from Gu Fei. Even if this sword didn't display its extreme divine power, it still possessed terrifying power. The murderous aura emitted by the purple gold divine sword was enough to threaten a semi-sage. This was a one-sided massacre. They were originally the hunters, but now they had become the prey. Not a single one of those mysterious experts hiding in the dark could escape. Let's see who in this mortal world dares to bully the disciple of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's voice spread far and wide. Chapter 1569. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is over. Master Hei's masterpiece Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is over. Master Hei's masterpiece, Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint, Volume 2 Chapter 1577. Master Hei's masterpiece. Master Black's masterpiece returns to the Indestructible Martial Lord Catalog Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is over. Master Hei's masterpiece. Name: Indestructible Martial Saint. Author: Liang Clan's third young master type, Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Update quickly. Gu Fei returned and slaughtered all those who dared to attack his disciple, not letting a single one of them escape. He used the violet gold godly sword, capable of slaying even a half-saint. Although Gu Fei had refined the extreme Dao sword, its killing intent was still as strong as ever. A single strand of killing intent was enough to kill a half-saint. There was no need to use the extreme Dao divine aura. Just a simple slash was enough to sweep through everything. This was the terror of an extreme Dao saint weapon. No one could resist such power. 108 experts. Just who did this Gu Zhong kid offend? In a forest, Gu Fei stood with his sword, a drop of blood dripping down from the tip of his sword. Behind him was a corpse. The smell of blood permeated the air. Gu Fei chased for 1,000 miles and finally killed one of the pursuers with his sword. He would never let go of those who dared to target his disciple, nor would he be merciful. In the cruel world of cultivation, there was no room for mercy. To be able to invite a half-saint and mobilize so many experts, this force was not simple. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. "You are the person I've been waiting for my entire life." He walked out of the forest and soared into the sky, flying towards the ancient city. This time, the Gu clan had suffered a great calamity. The Gu clan's members were either dead or injured. Almost all of them were crippled. Master Gu Zhong personally went out of the city to welcome Gu Fei. The two of them had not seen each other for 100 years and naturally, they had many things to talk about. In the past 100 years, Gu Zhong was able to cultivate his skills, which made Gu Fei feel incomparably shocked. It should be known that the martial way was not an easy path. It was far more difficult than other cultivation systems. Many martial artists would find it difficult to achieve anything even after cultivating for a while. Novel. If Gu Fei had not coincidentally obtained a mystical jade pendant that allowed his cultivation speed to soar by 10 times, he would have died of old age long ago. If one did not become an immortal, one would not be able to live forever. Gu Fei's master had reached the end of his lifespan and died of old age on Taishan Mountain. For the rest of his life, it was difficult for him to cultivate martial arts to a level that would allow him to live forever. In a secret chamber in the ancient city, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were discussing in detail. At this time, in a region where West Earth and Shaman Land intersected, someone was fighting a great battle. The power of Yin and Yang was vast and mighty. Someone had linked up with Yin and Yang, using the two energies of Yin and Yang to activate the great life-slaying technique. A Yin-Yang Dao diagram appeared in the skies above this area. Rumble! The earth shook, and another force erupted. Rays of golden light rushed out from below the Yin-Yang Dao diagram, illuminating the world. This was an auspicious power of Buddha. The full text of the 5 emblems was free to read. The power of mercy of Buddha was just a facade. The auspicious power of Buddha could also transform into a terrible power of slaughter to subdue demons and demons. The mercy of Buddhism was limited. Perhaps only the legendary Buddha Lord of all ages truly possessed the supreme power of mercy and compassion to save the billions of lives in the 3 realms and 6 paths. You big baldies, if you keep pushing me, I'll break your big bald heads. A voice rang out. Below the Yin-Yang Dao diagram stood a figure. Yin and Yang matrix patterns bloomed all over his body, drawing the power of Yin and Yang between heaven and earth, turning it into a power of slaughter. He was fighting with the 3 golden arhats below. Rays of killing light formed from the essence of Yin and Yang fell from the Yin-Yang Dao diagram behind He Tian, sweeping towards the 3 golden arhats below. Demons, submit to the law! One of the golden arhats shouted. Countless Buddhist patterns emerged on his body, and a peerless and powerful Buddhist power rushed out from his body. Buzz! A golden Buddhist commandment blade rushed out from the top of the golden-bodied arhat's head, and turned into a beam of dazzling golden light. It slashed upward and broke through the layers of Yin and Yang energy essence, pointing straight at Mahakala. Holy weapon? He Tian was surprised, but he immediately calmed down. This Buddhist commandment blade was not a holy weapon. Although there was a wisp of holy chi rushing out, it was not comparable to a holy weapon at all. It's just a quasi-holy weapon, and you want to take my life? What a joke, the mark you left in my heart. Mahakala pointed a finger forward, and a nearly invisible sword beam shot out from the tip of his finger. It instantly pierced through the golden light that was coming at him, shattering the blade energy. The golden Buddhist commandment blade in the blade light was minced into thousands of pieces, and the fragments turned into countless golden lights, like golden stars, dissipating in the void. What? The 3 golden arhats below were shocked. This was a Buddhist weapon bestowed by Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, yet it was destroyed just like that. This shocked and angered them at the same time. At this time, Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had already returned to the spiritual mountain and brought many Buddhist experts with him. These 3 golden arhats were 3 of the 36 golden arhats. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had sent out 36 golden arhats to hunt down the lone experts that broke out from the heavenly Buddha path. Hei Tian was unlucky and was targeted by 3 golden arhats. Hei Tian wanted to ignore these baldies, but these baldies attacked him as soon as they appeared, almost injuring him. This made him furious. However, there were 3 of them, and each of them was an almighty expert with a Buddhist weapon on them. Hei Tian wasn't someone who would suffer a loss when the odds were against him. He immediately retreated, causing the 3 golden arhats to chase him for thousands of miles. Finally, he arrived at the border of West Earth. Since he had already returned to the mortal world, Hei Tian knew that Gu Fei would definitely go find his disciple because he was Gu Fei's only disciple in the mortal world. I'll let you know that Grandpa Hei isn't someone to be trifled with. Do you know how much my heart hurts? Hei Tian smiled wickedly. The nearly invisible sword light fell from the sky and directly broke the Vajra demon's subduing ring propped up by the 3 golden arhats. Wah! My face! The 3 golden arhats felt a stabbing pain on their heads, faces, and chests. One of the 3 golden arhats had a small turtle carved on his head. On the face of the other golden arhat, there was a mark that looked like a pile of feces. The last golden arhat's chest was actually carved with the image of a half-naked beauty by the nearly transparent sword light. The image of the beauty was vivid and lifelike. Hee. Remember this in the future. Don't provoke Grandpa Hei anymore. Hei Tian was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He chuckled a few times and retracted the sword light. He fused with the Yin-Yang Dao diagram behind him and turned into a beam of Yin-Yang divine light that soared into the sky. This is... When the 3 golden arhats saw the marks on their bodies, they almost vomited blood. Especially the one who had the image of a beauty carved on his chest by Hei Tian. His vision turned dark and he almost fainted. This demon! These marks were imbued with the power of a saint. It was impossible to heal them. This caused the 3 golden arhats to be shocked and furious. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. Immortal Martial Saint Master Hei's masterpiece is the Liang clan's 3rd young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream if you like the Liang family's 3rd young masters, indestructible martial arts revered. Please add indestructible martial arts revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the administrator. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1577. War is Over, Master Black's Masterpiece. Chapter 1570. If I remember correctly, it's around here. A figure appeared in the shaman's land, seemingly searching for something. However, despite being a barren land, it was still very vast. This place was filled with mountain ridges and ancient forests. From time to time, terrifying beast roars could be heard coming from the mountains and forests. There were vicious beasts roaming about. Did that fatty Gu Zhong move somewhere else? This person wore the Feather Flight Immortal robe and a purple crown. He waved the 5 elements fire fan and wore cloud boots. His face was as smooth as jade. He was definitely a lady killer. However, such a handsome person had an evil smile on his face. You've really made it hard for me to find you. Hei Tian shot into the sky and flew in another direction. He hadn't been here for 100 years and couldn't recognize the way anymore. It was as if the entire human city had been moved away. Gu Zhong doesn't have this kind of ability. He Tian flew high into the sky and looked down at the mountains and rivers below. Soon, he noticed something strange. It seemed that someone had artificially changed the terrain of this land. What's going on? After returning to the human world, He Tian had already sensed the changes. The changes were so great that the great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to be within reach. This was definitely good news for cultivators. The human world had become more suitable for cultivation. For this reason, there had been many geniuses in the last 100 years. Some of the younger generation had even surpassed the older generation. This was a great era. The return of the primordial powers was inevitable. They wanted to make use of this era as well. Some wanted to become saints while others wanted the fruits of the way to become sovereigns. In such a great world, anything could happen. Perhaps even those super antiques that had disappeared for countless years would jump out at him. Some said that in this era, there was a high chance that someone would break through the limits of cultivation and become a saint. In this era, there might even be the birth of an extreme sovereign. However, this was only a legend. No one could find any proof. One had to know that this was a cycle of reincarnation. The peak of prosperity would decline, and the peak of decline would rise again. The last time this era descended, an extreme sovereign was born. However, this was something that happened at least hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it could be traced back to the later period of the prehistoric times. Can barren mountains and unruly rivers turn into a holy land? He Tian flew in the sky, observing the general situation of the world. The more he saw, the more shocked he became. This place that cultivators were originally unwilling to step foot in was actually undergoing unimaginable changes. There was actually spiritual energy lingering between the mountain ridge and the old forest. Only He Tian, who was proficient in the Tao of formations, would be able to tell that someone had deceived the heavenly mysteries and that there was a change in the direction of the earth. Moreover, this was a change that had only occurred in the last 100 years. The veins of the earth seemed to be gradually shifting. He Tian could clearly feel that the earth essence of West Earth's Buddhism was gradually being devoured by the shaman land. Someone is actually plotting against the Buddhist sect. How interesting. The earth essence was gathering towards the shaman land. Sooner or later, this matter would be discovered by Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. At that time, a great battle would definitely be inevitable, but he didn't know who was so daring. It had to be known that the foundation of the Buddhist sect in the West Earth was too deep. Even the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave, which possessed extreme power, were not willing to easily provoke them. Following the direction of the earth, He Tian quickly found the origin of this terrain. There was a large city there, a dark ancient city that emitted an endless aura of vicissitudes. What is the name of the black shaman? When He Tian saw this ancient city, he was immediately overjoyed. This ancient city was the place he was looking for. In the past, there had only been one ancient city in the shaman land. The great formation that I laid down was actually broken by someone? When He Tian approached, he was immediately shocked. There seemed to be a very faint smell of blood in the air, which made him vigilant. What's going on? Did someone break into the ancient city and slaughter Gu Zhong's entire family? The yin and yang essence around He Tian's body was vast and mighty. A yin and yang Dao diagram faintly appeared on his body. Thinking of the changes in the shaman land, He Tian became even more anxious. It seemed that someone was controlling everything in the shaman land. The terrain of the shaman land had changed, and Black Shaman City was the source of all this. Marshal Uncle Black, how have you been? Just as He Tian was about to enter the city, a voice came from the city. Then, a big fatty appeared in He Tian's sight. You little fatty! Seeing this person, He Tian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This big fatty who walked out from the city was Gu Zhong, the disciple that Gu Fei had taken in the human realm. Gu Zhong was no longer the little fatty from back then. He now had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had become a martial immortal in his middle age, so his appearance was forever fixed at that time. Little fatty, where's your teacher? He Tian had come to find Gu Fei, so he directly asked about Gu Zhong. Marshal Uncle Black, let's talk inside. Gu Zhong invited He Tian into the city. Soon, He Tian's voice came from the city. Gu Zhong ran away? He Tian learned from Gu Zhong that Gu Fei had left 2 hours ago. It seemed that someone had sent something to Gu Fei, and he had left without saying anything. Why do I feel like there's some kind of conspiracy here? He Tian could not sit still, but he did not know where Gu Fei had gone. If something could lead Gu Fei away, could it be something related to the Taishan sect? In the human world, the thing that Gu Fei could not let go of the most was the missing disciples of the Taishan sect. If someone had really lured Gu Fei away, then those people would most likely attack, because their target was not Gu Fei, but Dark Shaman City. He Tian observed the situation of the world. He knew that the land of the shamans would go through a drastic change, and the source of all these changes would be the Shaman City. Shaman City. It was not a coincidence that this ancient city could still exist after so many years. It was a backup left behind by someone in ancient times. And this person was most likely the enemy of the Buddhists. Someone wanted to use the land of the shamans to attack West Earth, and this was a setup aimed at the Buddhists. Perhaps only those at the level of the extreme path could do such a great divine ability that could change the world. They're really here? Just as He Tian was in a state of shock and bewilderment, a powerful presence suddenly came from the distance. The Shaman City was approaching. And it was not just one powerful presence. There were 9 powerful presences that appeared within He Tian's senses. These 9 presences did not bother to hide themselves and charged straight towards the Shaman City. Interesting. I'd like to see just who are you. A hint of a mischievous smile appeared on He Tian's handsome face. Chapter 1571. The 9 experts emitted a monstrous aura as they approached Yanwu City. All living beings in the region felt a great pressure. Enemy attack. In Yanwu City, the disciples of the Gu family reacted immediately. In the ancient city, formation marks soared into the sky and intertwined above the ancient city. The Gu family had activated the City Protection Grand Formation. However, a part of the formation had already been destroyed by the Half-Step Saint. Part of the formation marks had been erased by the power of the Half-Step Saint, so its power had been greatly reduced. Rumble. Formation runes interweaved, and a powerful energy wave spread out from the ancient city in all directions. The great formation suppressed the surroundings, causing the void to tremble. Even though a corner of the formation had been destroyed by the Half-Step Saint, the formation still emitted energy waves equivalent to the Immortal Emperor realm, which could stop immortal emperors and Shen King. Someone had lured Gu Fei away, and then attacked the Gu family of the land of shamans. Gu Fei had left Yanwu City, but He Tian had come. At this time, 9 figures appeared outside the ancient city. The activation of the City Protection Grand Formation stopped them. Hasn't the formation been destroyed? What's going on? The 9 experts were bewildered. The energy wave coming from the formation was very strong. This kind of power was definitely at the Celestial Emperor realm. It was a power that surpassed the immortal realm. Uncle He, this. In the ancient city, Gu Zhong was incomparably nervous. Even his master, Bloody Massacre, couldn't stop the opponent. What kind of power was this? Even Gu Zhong didn't know what kind of power was targeting the Gu family. In the ancient city, the surviving disciples of the Gu family felt despair again. The aura of the newcomer was too strong. The Gu family couldn't fight against such an existence. It doesn't matter. They are just a few clowns. Watch how I deal with them. Mahakala laughed, and immediately activated the defensive formation. Countless beams of divine light burst out from the ground, and in the middle of the ancient city, a platform rose up, with a circumference of 30 feet. It was an ordinary formation platform that was not made of rare divine materials. However, this ordinary formation platform was surrounded by countless formation patterns. He Tian soared into the sky and landed on the platform. How can the formation that I old black set up be so easily broken? He Tian sat cross-legged on the array platform, his whole body covered with array patterns. He used his own array patterns to activate the entire protective array, regaining control of it. The incomplete runes on the platform were quickly replenished, and a peerlessly powerful aura spread out from the ancient city, shaking the heavens and earth. Outside Yanwu City, the 9 experts felt an extremely powerful pressure coming from the ancient city. The ancient city seemed to have turned into a huge mountain that stood in front of them. The information was wrong. The leader's face became very unsightly. They had already thought of a way to lure the fiend away, but the ancient city's protective array did not seem to be damaged. How was this possible? A half-step saint had already broken a corner of the formation. Could it be that the people of the Gu family had already repaired the protective array so quickly? Then do we continue? Someone hesitated. The ancient city's protective array was still intact. Even if they used their trump cards, it would still be difficult for them to break in. Moreover, if they damaged the ancient city, there would be serious consequences. Their only goal was to obtain the ancient city. Since we are already here, if we don't do something, we will inevitably be punished when we go back. That person's temper is not very good, said a tall old man. Hearing the old man's words, everyone fell silent. Buzz! The leader made his move. A divine sword flew out from behind him, emitting a sword cry that sounded like a dragon's roar and releasing a dazzling sword light. It was a dark green sword light, and it illuminated the entire sky with a pale green color. A powerful wood elemental force burst out from the sword light. Azure Wood Sword. Could it be an expert under Ancestor Emu of the East? In the sky above the ancient city, Gu Zhong was shocked when he saw the scene outside the city. The person who came was extremely powerful, and he was also a person with a great background. That person wielded the Azure Wood Sword, and a dark green sword light soared into the sky. It was like a heavenly sword, and it emitted endless killing intent as it slashed towards the ancient city in front of it. Swish! The shocking sword light broke through the void and split the heaven and earth. It was as if the sword had split the heaven and earth into two halves. This sword already possessed the power of a saint-level expert. A wisp of saint's power spread out from the sword light. Interesting. Hei Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform, felt the power of this sword and couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect these people outside the city to have such a method. Hei Tian directly slapped upwards on the platform. Endless power gathered in his palm, and it turned into a huge palm that was like a mountain, and it met the sword light that was slashing down. This was a huge palm that was surrounded by countless formation patterns. Hei Tian's attack had activated the power of the whole formation. Although it was just a palm, the entire sky shook under his palm. The huge palm and the sword light instantly collided, and the whole world suddenly became silent. In the next moment, a muffled sound rang out, and the sword light and the huge palm instantly collapsed. The two forces collided, and it turned into a destructive force that swept out in all directions. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks extended into the distance, like terrifying black lightning streaking across the void, causing one's heart to palpitate. A powerful pressure descended from the sky, and the entire ancient city was shaking. The disciples of the Gu family in the city were already scared out of their wits, and they even forgot to dodge. Boom! A divine light rushed out from the center of the ancient city, and a wave of power burst out. Hei Tian controlled the platform, and it rose from the ground, and came to the sky above the ancient city. You dare to bully my little nephew. You are courting death. Hei Tian's cold eyes swept across the 9 experts outside the city, without a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at 9 corpses, and his words were full of killing intent. The information was wrong. How could there be such an expert in the divine city? The leader of the people outside the city had an extremely ugly expression on his face. This was a fatal mistake. There was actually such a person in the city, and the situation had become incomparably dangerous. Kill! The tall old man suddenly roared, and with a flip of his hands, a red divine spear appeared in his hands, and a monstrous killing intent was emitted from the divine spear. Swoosh! The old man directly held the divine spear, and through the void, he stabbed it towards Hei Tian, who was in the sky above the ancient city. A mournful blood light rushed out from the divine spear, and pierced through the sky, and in an instant, it stabbed in front of Hei Tian, and its speed was extremely fast. Chapter 1572. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Volume 2 Chapter 1580. Killing a Powerful Emperor. Kill Almighty Emperor Eternal Martial Lord Chapter 1580. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Chapter 1580. Revenge Chapter 1580. Killing a Powerful Emperor. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Volume 2 Chapter 1580. Killing a Powerful Emperor. Return to Indestructible Martial Lord Catalog Volume 2 Chapter 1580. Killing a Powerful Emperor. Novel name of Killing Almighty Emperor. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Type. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign Type. Xuanhuan Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Remember, pure text. Update quickly. 9 experts, every one of them was a powerful existence, some were even powerful emperors. This was a force so powerful that it made the Gu clan feel despair. City of Immortal Cultivators. Supreme Treasure. Pure. Such a force was enough to run amok in the human realm. These 9 experts were actually willing to be ordered around by someone else. This was something that even Hei Tian did not expect. It was hard to imagine who could order around such people. At this time, Tian did not have time to think about these things. What he needed to do now was to defeat all 9 of them and resolve the Gu clan's crisis. Shwa! Outside the city, a tall almighty emperor made his move. He held a blood-colored divine spear in his hand and thrust it straight at Tian, who was above the ancient city. It was a simple thrust, but it made Tian feel danger. Mournful blood light soared tens of thousands of zhang, piercing through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it pierced towards Tian, breaking through layers of formation runes. Tian's eyes flashed. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! A blood-red light collided with his hand. His palm was filled with formation runes. The power of yin and yang interweaved and the qi of the great Tao permeated his hand. Destroy the mortal's cultivation. Tens of thousands of zhang of bloodlight exploded. A blood-red spear was sent flying. The elder soared into the sky and grabbed the divine spear that had been sent flying back. Then he charged towards my Tian. An extremely horrifying aura swept through the surroundings. Buzz! At the same time, the sound of the sword rang out again. The azure wood sword flew up again, drawing upon the wood essence. It seemed to transform into an immortal sword light and flew towards Tian. Even Tian was moved by the 2 almighty emperors attacking at the same time. Free novel, reckless fool. A grim smile appeared on Tian's face. He waved his hands in front of him and streams of yin and yang essence qi transformed into formation runes, which he branded in the air. Rumble! The entire world shook. From all directions, spiritual energy crazily gathered towards Tian. A massive yin-yang Dao diagram appeared in the skies above the ancient city. Streams of yin and yang essence energy fell down from the yin-yang Dao diagram in the sky, protecting Tian within. Whether it was the azure wood sword or the crimson divine spear, none of them could break through. The yin and yang essence qi had turned into matrix patterns and activated the power of the Great Path. At this moment, Tian was already in an invincible position. The 2 almighty emperors were forced to retreat. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. How can we fight like this? Some people could already see that Tian had activated the power of the entire world. His body was one with the matrix. Every move he made was filled with great power. It was the legendary unfettered world. The land of the sorcerer had changed. It was no longer a barren land. In the eyes of a matrix master like Tian, the general trend of the world could be used by humans. For a matrix master, such a place was absolutely advantageous. Let's go! Without hesitation, the leader saw that the situation was hopeless. He immediately put away the azure wood sword and wanted to retreat. The other side was too strong. It was difficult to break through the ancient city. The other almighty emperors also retreated into the distance. You think you can come and go as you please? Tian was not happy. As he moved his mind, all the matrix patterns that he had imprinted in the void appeared in an instant. The whole world suddenly changed color. The whole earth trembled. The power of the veins of the earth hidden in the depths of the earth outside the ancient city was activated. Ridges quickly rose from the ground, like giant dragons swimming on the earth. What? The 9 great experts were completely stunned. What kind of technique was this? It was changing the world. The general trend of the world was already in the hands of the other side. This was a killing tribulation of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Bam! A stream of essence qi from the earth rushed out from the depths of the earth and turned into a giant dragon. It directly swallowed an almighty emperor. Even a powerful almighty emperor could not withstand a single blow from the essence qi of the earth. Cultivation rampage. The remaining 8 cultivators could not help but gasp when they saw this scene. Bas! The middle-aged cultivator in the lead activated the azure wood sword and slashed forward. He broke through the layers of power of the earth and actually broke a hole in the general trend of the world. This almighty emperor was fighting with his life. After slashing out with a sword, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although this sword had broken the sure kill situation, it had also injured his vitality. Open for me! The tall elder wielded the crimson divine spear and charged forward. Wherever the divine spear went, the heavy earth qi was dispersed. It was unstoppable. The 2 almighty emperors had successfully killed their way out. However, the other almighty emperors did not have the cultivation and strength of almighty emperors. They also did not have powerful divine weapons. One by one, the figures were swallowed by the general trend of the world. So what if they were almighty emperors? In front of the world, they were still as weak as ants. The 9 great experts were charging at him with a menacing aura? Strong pull? Jian Jian Ci invaded Xian Jiao discord made up of Zhan Yun Yu D. Great pods of the Shanghu mountain range killing 7 supreme beings in one go. Such a result caused Gu Zhong to be dumbfounded. This senior Uncle He was simply too sick. One must know that those who were killed by him were all supreme beings. The 2 almighty emperors fled in the direction of the central plains like stray dogs. At this moment, He Tian's figure had already disappeared from the platform. Not only had he repaired the great city barrier array, but he had also added many changes to it. This grand formation was no longer the same grand formation as before. I'd like to see who's the mastermind behind all of this. He Tian followed the 2 almighty emperors who were lucky enough to escape. He saw the 2 almighty emperors heading towards the central plains. They soon left the Shaman land and entered the central plains. Could it be that a great sect from the central plains wants to destroy the Gu family? He Tian followed them secretly. The 2 almighty emperors in front of him could not sense He Tian's presence at all. They were very careful, but they could not detect He Tian's presence. About 2 hours later, the 2 almighty emperors arrived outside a huge mountain. It was a mountain range in the central plains, and there was spiritual qi lingering in the mountain range. This is... He Tian hid in the dark and looked at the surrounding terrain. His expression gradually became solemn. This place was extraordinary. There were earth veins passing through the ground, and spiritual qi was surging in the depths of the mountain range. It was a place where spiritual qi gathered, which was very rare. Just as the 2 almighty emperors were about to enter the mountain range in front of them, a figure walked over from the front. The person seemed to be walking slowly, but in reality, he was extremely fast. With a flash, that person passed through the middle of the 2 almighty emperors. Then, the heads of the 2 almighty emperors flew into the air. 2 extremely powerful almighty emperors were actually killed on the spot just like that. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Book II Chapter 1580 Translator. Transin Editor. Transin Kill the Almighty Emperor is the Liang clan's 3rd young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the immortal martial supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream if you like the Liang family's 3rd young masters, indestructible martial arts revered. Please add, indestructible martial arts revered, to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1580 Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Kill the Almighty Emperor. Chapter 1573. He Tian displayed a great divine ability and killed 7 of the 9 powerful warriors who came to attack him on the spot. He chased away 2 almighty emperors. His power was so great that it could shock the world. The 2 almighty emperors might have escaped, but who was He Tian? He would not let those 2 people go. He wanted to know who was behind all of this. Hence, He Tian also left Shaman City and followed behind the 2 almighty emperors without anyone noticing. They came to a place filled with spiritual aura. This place was different from the others. There was a dragon vein under the ground and the aura of the earth rose. It was a rare land for dragons to hide in. This surprised He Tian. He did not expect to see such a place right after he entered Middle-earth. There must be a powerful force of power in this place. It was definitely not a place without a master. When the 2 almighty emperors were about to enter the land of hidden dragons, He Tian knew that if he did not attack now, he would not have the chance to do so. However, just as He Tian was about to attack, a person suddenly walked in front of the 2 almighty emperors. He only saw a flash and the heads of the 2 almighty emperors flew into the air. What? He Tian was shocked. This person was too terrifying. He killed 2 almighty emperors with just one move. Those were not ordinary almighty emperors, they were almighty emperors. Only powerful warriors who were above the 5th heaven of almighty emperors had the right to be called almighty emperors. The 5th heaven of almighty emperors was a dividing line. The 2 people who lost their heads rolled on the ground. The blood of the Almighty dyed the ground red. It was the blood of an Almighty and contained a large amount of spiritual essence. However, that person just let the spiritual essence flow out and did not even spare a glance at it. Grand Elder Gu? When He Tian saw that person's face clearly, he was shocked again. The person who killed the two almighty emperors was Gu Fei, the person he was looking for. Come out! After Gu Fei killed the two almighty emperors, he glanced at the place where He Tian was. He had already sensed He Tian's presence. Boss is mighty. He Tian walked out of his hiding place with some embarrassment. In front of Gu Fei. He knew that it was impossible for him to hide and not be discovered by Gu Fei. As the two of them walked together, He Tian finally understood why Gu Fei was here. Someone had made use of the hidden dragon ground to set up a killing trap and lured Gu Fei in. However, Gu Fei had directly displayed his unparalleled combat strength and fought his way out of the hidden dragon killing trap. Using the power of the world here to set up a killing trap? He Tian was extremely shocked. Those who secretly wanted to plot against Gu Fei were really generous. It should be known that in the human realm, a place that contained a dragon vein under the ground was very rare. However, the hidden dragon ground here was not the same as the hidden dragon ground in the past. This hidden dragon ground had just formed, and a small dragon vein had been born under the ground. Gu Fei did not destroy this hidden dragon ground. On that day, someone brought a corner of a bloody robe, which shocked Gu Fei greatly. Because Gu Fei recognized that corner of the bloody robe, it was Zhao Ziru's robe. When the Taishan sect suffered a great calamity, the fate of a group of people was unknown, and they disappeared. This time, when Gu Fei returned to the human realm, his biggest wish was to find the people of the past. As soon as he appeared in the Sorcerer Land, someone brought Zhao Ziru's bloody robe, which really shocked him to the extreme. Zhao Ziru was a name that had been sealed in his heart for 100 years. The beautiful figure of the past gradually became clear in his heart. Without hesitation, Gu Fei left the Sorcerer City. This matter concerned Zhao Ziru's life and death, and it was difficult for him to remain calm. However, he also knew that someone must have wanted to lure him away. Although he knew that those people were up to no good, Gu Fei still went. However, Gu Fei still had a backup plan. Even if someone came to attack the Gu family after he left, the Gu family still had a way to protect themselves. However, the appearance of He Tian made Gu Fei's backup plan useless. Why did someone want to attack the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land? This was what Gu Fei wanted to know. After all, he had taken in Gu Zhong to pass on the bloodline of the martial ancestor. If you dare to touch my disciple, then you must pay the price. After Gu Fei talked with He Tian for a while, he and He Tian went back into the land of Hidden Dragon. They wanted to find some clues. The people who attacked in the dark were very mysterious. They only used a weak cultivator to lure Gu Fei here, and then someone else secretly killed him. This despicable act completely angered Gu Fei. The land of Hidden Dragon, what a pity! As He Tian walked in, he kept shaking his head. The essence of the land of Hidden Dragon had leaked out and was lured out by someone. The dragon aura under the ground was almost useless. Some of the undulating mountain ranges nearby had already been completely destroyed. This was Gu Fei's masterpiece. This was a very dangerous trap, and he had no choice but to break it. The terrain of the land was destroyed. It was difficult to gather spiritual aura from all directions. Even the spiritual aura that had already gathered could no longer be locked. Once the dragon aura under the ground disappeared, this spiritual land would completely lose its spiritual aura, and the area around it would become a barren land. Nothing was left behind in this trap. The rune had collapsed, and nothing could be seen. The people in the dark were very careful and did not leave any loopholes behind. Gu Fei and He Tian were the last to leave this area and return to the shaman city. With their current level of cultivation, it would only take them less than an hour to return to the shaman land from the middle of the plains. When night fell, they appeared in the shaman city. Once Gu Fei returned to the shaman city, he immediately pulled Gu Zhong into the secret chamber and branded the second half of the martial scripture into Gu Zhong's heart. In the past, Gu Fei had only given the first half of the martial scripture to Gu Zhong. Now, he also gave the second half of the martial scripture to Gu Zhong, merging the martial scripture into one. Gu Zhong had obtained the complete legacy of the martial arts. At that moment, he could be considered as the true successor of the martial arts. While Gu Fei was giving the martial scripture to Gu Zhong, Tian was flying around to observe the situation in the world. He wanted to know why those people were so determined to obtain Shaman City. Tian became more and more shocked. Shaman City was incredible. It seemed to be the eye of a rune that was set up with 100,000 lis of shaman land, and the mountain ridges were like rune patterns. This sort of spending was too terrifying. It was practically going against the will of the heavens, and they did it without fear. Besides, this was a trap that had been set up since ancient times, and it was targeted at the Buddhists of Western Earth. They've been preparing for this for countless years, and now they're going to take action? Tian stood in the sky above Shaman City, and a brilliant light would occasionally shine in his eyes. He knew that unless the Gu family moved away, or else, that force of power in the dark would definitely not let the matter rest. The Ancient Legacy. Interesting. Tian smiled. Chapter 1574. Please remember the domain name of this site. Or here, a mysterious ancient inheritance had set its eyes on the Gu family. This was definitely a disaster for the Gu family. Such an inheritance had existed for countless years and possessed a deep foundation that no one else could compare to. No one knew the details of this mysterious inheritance, but the power it displayed made Gu Fei and Tian somewhat afraid. The experts under the Eastern Emu ancestor's tutelage were all under the control of the opponent. Gu Fei had killed the Emu ancestor and formed a grudge with the Eastern demon ancestor. However, Gu Fei acted according to his heart. Whether it was the Eastern Emu ancestor or the Western Buddha, as long as they dared to provoke him, he would blow them up with a single punch. This time, Gu Fei was not interested in the spoils of war. Only the ebony sword was slightly better. Even the red divine spear was not as good as the ebony sword. The ebony sword was a quasi-sacred weapon suitable for people who cultivated in the wood element. Gu Fei learned about the current situation in the human world from Gu Zhong. In the past 100 years, the forces of the ancient desolation had returned, and the major regions of the human world had ushered in a period of prosperity. A great era had arrived, and all kinds of experts had risen rapidly, their names shaking the human world. In the east, an invincible expert of the demon clan had appeared. He was called the Demon Ancestor. Some people said that he was a great demon cultivated from an ancient divine tree. The Emu Ancestor was an existence among the demon clan that could contend with the demon lord Huang Long. Two forces had appeared among the demon clan, and there were signs of a split. The water in the human world was very deep, and even Gu Fei's heart palpitated. Moreover, in this great era, all the big figures and old antiques would jump out to fight for the luck of this era. Such a great world was filled with challenges. Just thinking about it caused Gu Fei's blood to boil. He was a martialist, a natural-born fighter. The east of the human world was originally the territory of the Taishan sect, but the place where the Taishan sect was originally located had now turned into a terrifying Devil's Denver. With the Devil's Den as the center, the area with a radius of 100,000 miles had already become a Devil's Den. Devil Chi lingered there, and an indestructible demonic nature enveloped the entire area. Anyone who entered the Devil's Den would be in danger of being demonized. In the east, there were still some matters that required Gu Fei's attention. Gu Fei wanted to leave, but Tian came back and told him a few things, making it temporarily impossible for him to leave. There was actually an ancient inheritance that had its eyes on the Gu clan. This was a very serious matter. If he left, the mysterious ancient inheritance would immediately arrive. At that time, the entire Gu clan would be annihilated. What should we do? In the city lord's mansion, both Gu Fei and Tian felt troubled. There were so many ancient inheritances, but no one knew which one it was, unless the other party jumped out. Gu Zhong suggested that the Gu family move away. However, both Gu Fei and Tian were somewhat displeased. Their own disciples were actually being forced to move their entire family. This was not something to be proud of. It had to be said that Jianwu City was very important to that mysterious ancient inheritance. Just as the moon was in the middle of the sky, a figure stepped on the moon and approached from afar. He's here again. In the city lord's mansion, two rays of light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. He stood up from his seat and emitted a battle intent. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. Tian also waved the Five Elements fan and stood up. The person from afar had already arrived outside the ancient city, standing in the air above the city gate. He did not barge in. Pass down the sacred emperor's order. You all are to leave the divine city. Everything that happened in the past will be forgotten. The person transmitted his voice into the ancient city. Everyone in the city could clearly hear this voice. It was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire region. What a big tone, Sacred Emperor! A sneer rang out from the ancient city, and a figure walked out from the city. It was a young cultivator waving the 5 elements fan. This young cultivator was very handsome, and he wore the Yuhua immortal robe, which was rarely seen in the mortal world. This young cultivator was He Tian. The person standing in the air in front of the city gate was also a young cultivator. However, this person's blood and chi were incomparably vigorous. An old monster. He Tian glanced at the person and said disdainfully, "What did you say?" The young cultivator's thick eyebrows immediately stood up. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and the blood and chi he exuded became even more vigorous. "If you want to live, then hurry up and scram. Then call that sacred emperor over and let me beat him up to vent my anger." He Tian swore. "You! How dare you?" The young cultivator was very angry. This guy in front of him dared to disrespect the sacred emperor. He deserved to die, and his entire family should be executed. Buzz! A saber rushed out from the young cultivator's body and was held in his hand. It was a bronze saber with copper stains on it. Clearly, it was an ancient item. "Aren't you ashamed to take out this kind of scrap metal?" He Tian's disdain increased, as if he didn't care about the young cultivator at all. However, he was secretly on guard. The bronze saber in the young cultivator's hand was not ordinary. Die. There was nothing more to say. The young cultivator also knew that he had no choice but to act. The sacred emperor had sent him here to exterminate this group of people who dared to occupy the divine city. He had an item bestowed by the sacred emperor. With that item, he was confident that he could sweep away all opponents in the world. Swish! The young cultivator slashed out with his saber. A resplendent saber light immediately rushed out from his hand, cutting through the void. Wherever the saber light passed, it left behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Peak Almighty! When He Tian saw the saber coming, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Although it was only a single saber strike, it displayed the battle power of a Peak Almighty. I will let you know what it feels like to beg for death." A cruel smile appeared on the young cultivator's face. "I'm so scared." He Tian pretended to be frightened, then fanned out one fan after another. Boom! A fire suddenly rushed out from the 5-colored divine fan in his hand. In an instant, it enveloped the entire world in front of him, engulfing the Peak Almighty in a sea of fire. The air seemed to have been set ablaze. An extremely pure divine flame burned the void, causing it to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The angry roar of the Peak Almighty came from the sea of fire. A saber light slashed out from the sea of fire, still falling towards He Tian's head. Swish! He Tian soared into the sky, dodging the saber. He fanned the divine fire fan in his hand repeatedly. A terrifying fire essence erupted from the divine fire fan, the fire illuminating the entire sky. Layers of fire enveloped the Peak Almighty and burned him. "I'm so angry." A furious roar came from the sea of fire. Then, a terrifying saber light suddenly appeared from the sea of fire and swept out in all directions. Under the saber light, the layers of fire were directly extinguished by the saber chi. The Peak Almighty rushed out of the sea of fire, his whole body smoking, his beard and hair burned, his clothes tattered, as if he had crawled out of a rubbish dump, his face black. Haha! Where did this charcoal head come from? Seeing the sorry state of this Peak Almighty, He Tian immediately laughed. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1575. Welcome, everyone. Roar! The pinnacle mighty figure was enraged after being burned by He Tian. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his pitch-black face. If looks could kill, He Tian would have died many times over. "I'm going to tear you into pieces and suppress your soul in purgatory for 10,000 years." The wretched pinnacle mighty figure gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear He Tian into pieces. Buzz! The ancient bronze saber in his hand vibrated, and ancient patterns began to appear on the bronze-stained saber. Those patterns seemed to be formed naturally and interweaved with a Tao rhythm. Sage artifact? The extraordinariness of the ancient bronze saber made He Tian's heart tremble. Swoosh! The pinnacle mighty figure did not hesitate to expend his yuan qi to activate the ancient saber in his hand. A saber qi that was 10 times stronger than the previous saber radiance rushed out from the ancient saber. A terrifying aura spread out from the ancient bronze saber. The void between heaven and earth was instantly torn apart by the saber radiance. A wave of sage power erupted from the saber radiance, destroying everything as it landed on He Tian's head. Swoosh! When the saber radiance landed, He Tian's body suddenly turned blurry. He left an afterimage on the spot, but his real body had already moved 100 feet away. Whoosh! He held the divine fire fan in his hand and fanned at the pinnacle mighty figure. Flaming birds rushed out of the fan and flew towards the pinnacle mighty figure. These were the shadows formed by the fire essence contained in the fan. They were the legendary three-legged golden crows that were born from the sun star. Every flaming bird contained terrifying fire elemental power. The pinnacle mighty figure's ancient saber spun, and a wave of saber chi swept out, destroying all the flaming birds that pounced towards him. Moreover, the remaining power did not diminish as it continued to slash towards He Tian. Although He Tian did not practice the 8 desolate steps, his yin-yang steps was also a technique that allowed him to display extreme speed. Every step he took was a yin and a yang. The yin and yang interchanged and changed unpredictably. With a turn of his body, he disappeared on the spot. The next moment when he reappeared, he had already rushed into the sky and arrived above the peak almighties. Boom! The power of endless yin and yang erupted from He Tian's body. A yin-yang Dao diagram appeared behind him and the power of yin and yang turned into an ancient cauldron that pressed downwards. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. The ancient cauldron formed by the interweaving yin and yang Dao patterns was exactly the same as Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. It activated the power of the great path of yin and yang, suppressing the world in all directions. A praying mantis trying to block an arm. You don't know your place. The pinnacle almighty sneered. He raised his saber and slashed upwards. The powerful saber chi shook the heavens and the earth. It broke through the layers of yin and yang essence chi and slashed at the yin and yang cauldron that was pressing down. Boom! Without any suspense, the yin and yang cauldron was smashed by the saber. The yin and yang Dao patterns dissipated and He Tian was sent flying high into the sky by this attack. At this moment, the pinnacle almighty suddenly realized that after He Tian flew high into the sky, he had actually disappeared. This surprised him. How is this possible? The bright moon was in the sky. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky. It was empty. He Tian had really suddenly disappeared. This made the pinnacle almighty feel uneasy. I want you to have nowhere to hide. The pinnacle almighty roared angrily. A divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows. A divine eye appeared there and emitted a strange wave. It was a divine eye that seemed to be able to see through the 3 realms and 6 paths. There were Dao patterns interweaving inside it. It scanned in all directions, trying to find He Tian. Bang! At this moment, a fist suddenly appeared behind the pinnacle almighty. It hit the back of his head and almost exploded his head. The pinnacle almighty was sent flying. Your head is really hard. A voice sounded in the void. He Tian's figure seemed to directly walk out of the void. He swung his fist as if he was in great pain. Ugh! I'm going to kill you. The pinnacle almighty was ashamed and furious. He was almost angered to death. His opponent was humiliating him. He didn't take him seriously at all. His methods were despicable and shameless. Can you kill me? He Tian said disdainfully. The pinnacle almighty's anger burned the 9 heavens. He stabilized his body and felt a wave of dizziness. His head was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to split open. Even his soul was shaken. I'll fight it out with you. The pinnacle almighty was furious. He patted the top of his head and a divine light rushed out. Within the divine light, a divine picture rose up and emitted a peerlessly powerful and terrifying aura. This is... He Tian's expression became solemn. The divine picture rose into the sky and instantly enveloped the entire world. A terrifying wave that could shock the heavens spread out from the divine picture. The power of a great saint. In the sky above the ancient city, Gu Fei was also shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect those people to even bring such a sacred object refined by a great saint. The surging sacred power seemed to crush the world. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the divine picture and intertwined. The sacred power was vast and mighty, and all the creatures in the entire sorcerer land trembled. Die! The Pinnacle Almighty went crazy. He activated this sacred object refined by a great saint at all costs. The divine picture sealed the world and blocked all escape routes. This? Mahakala was astonished. He had never imagined that the other party would actually have a sacred artifact that had been refined by a great saint. This divine diagram was incredible. If it was truly suppressed, even 10 Mahakalas would be annihilated. Swoosh! An almost transparent sword light rushed out from Hei-Tion's body and protected him in the sword light. This was an invisible divine sword and also a holy weapon. However, the divine picture was a supreme sacred object refined by a great saint. The sacred power of a great saint was vast and boundless. It suppressed the sword chi of the invisible divine sword. Bas! The invisible divine sword was shaking. This divine sword was actually afraid. The great saint and the saint were two different levels. The great saint was a supreme existence that was only one step away from the extreme path of Supreme Master. In front of a great saint, a saint was like a harmless child. How could a child fight against an adult? Boss, help! Hei-Tion felt danger. A great pressure came down from the divine picture in the sky. He almost couldn't straighten his back. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword protecting him, the great saint's aura that swept down from the divine picture would be enough to kill him several times over. If nothing unexpected happened, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before Hei-Tion was suppressed. No one can save you. The Pinnacle Almighty roared. The humiliation that Hei-Tion gave him could only be washed away with Hei-Tion's blood. He was determined to suppress this abominable guy. This divine picture was a sacred object given by the Saint Emperor. This was what the Pinnacle Almighty relied on. With this divine picture, even if his opponent was a half-saint, he could suppress him. Chapter 1576. Welcome to Rumble. The terrifying power of the great saint level was vast and mighty. A divine map that sealed the heavens and the earth descended from the sky, crushing the void of the world. It was peerlessly terrifying. Reading on the internet, boss, if you don't act now, I'm going to die again. Hei-Tion sensed extreme danger. The power of a great saint could definitely threaten his life. Even if he had a saint weapon to protect himself, it would be difficult for him to escape death. No one can save you. The peak expert roared. He had been continuously humiliated by Hei-Tion and was close to going crazy. He activated the divine diagram without any regard for the price, wanting to suppress Hei-Tion. Bas! The formless divine sword trembled, releasing a wave of saint-tier sword chi to resist the terrifying power descending from the sky, temporarily protecting Hei-Tion. Really? Just as the divine diagram was about to completely suppress them, an emotionless voice suddenly rang out from the sky above the ancient city. A shocking battle intent descended. Even the divine diagram of the great sage could not block this battle intent. What? Although the Peak Almighty was on the verge of going crazy, the battle intent shocked him because he knew how terrifying this god diagram was. This was a complete supreme holy artifact. It was not something that those incomplete holy artifacts could compare to. He had once seen their Saint Emperor use this divine diagram to suppress a monstrously terrifying demon. Swoosh! Just as the Pinnacle Almighties were bewildered, a sword light suddenly slashed out from the ancient city. The sword light wasn't very powerful, but it emitted an extremely dangerous aura. This is... The peak expert's heart trembled. He felt uneasy. Roar! He roared angrily, and his entire body emitted brilliant divine light. Divine patterns of the Great Path circled around him, condensing the power of the Great Path. Vast power poured into the diagram in the sky. At this moment, the diagram displayed an unprecedentedly powerful aura. Countless Great Saint-class Tao patterns appeared on the divine diagram, and Tao patterns were constantly being activated. The divine diagram emitted horrifying energy waves. However, the powerful force could not stop that sword light. That sword light seemed to be invincible. It directly broke through the seal of the great saint-level power, and a corner of the divine diagram was cut by the sword light. How is this possible? The Pinnacle Mighty figure couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was a complete great sage-level relic, but a corner of it was actually broken. Countless great sage Tao patterns were collapsing. In front of this sword light, everything seemed to become weak. Wherever the sword light passed, nothing could stop it. When the divine diagram was damaged, the power radiating from it immediately weakened by more than half. Kill! Heition let out a loud roar. He used all his strength to control the invisible godly sword and slashed upwards. A nearly transparent sword light soared into the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the godly diagram. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. The divine painting blocked Heition's sword, and Heition took advantage of this opportunity to rush out from under the divine painting, escaping from danger. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure walked out from the ancient city. With just one step, that person rushed under the divine painting and caught the sword light in his hand. Buzz! A sword chime sounded, and a terrifying sword aura wave emanated from the godly sword in that person's hand. Even the power of a great sage level could not suppress this sword aura. What is this? The pinnacle mighty figure was shocked to the extreme. The godly sword in this person's hand could actually break through the seal of the great sage level power. This was too unbelievable. Could it be a divine weapon of the great path? Swoosh! That person attacked again. There was no divine power of the great path. It was just a simple sword, but it broke through the layers of seal power and directly pierced through the divine painting in the sky. Wah! The divine painting was pierced, and that pinnacle mighty figure suffered a great impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body immediately became exhausted. Gu Fei made a strong move. With just one sword, he destroyed the complete divine painting of the great sage. Under the blade of the purple gold divine sword, only another divine weapon of the great path could contend against it. Although the divine painting of the great sage was powerful, how could it compare to the divine sword of the great path? After the divine painting was pierced by the sword light, it rapidly shrank. The terrifying aura of the great sage level retreated like the tide. In the end, the divine painting turned into the size of a palm and floated down from the sky. I want this thing. At this moment, Heition jumped out from nowhere and snatched the palm-sized divine painting in his hand. No. The pinnacle mighty figure could not accept this reality. One should know that this was a supreme holy item bestowed by the Saint Emperor. How could it be destroyed in his hands? Even if he could escape, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Thinking of the Saint Emperor's methods of punishing sinners, the pinnacle mighty figure could not help but shiver. No wonder the half-sage Qing could not take down this ancient city the last time. It seems like we have seriously underestimated this guy called Gu Fei. He wanted to snatch the divine painting back, but there was already a killer staring at him from below. You can go and die now. Gu Fei shouted and directly rushed up to the sky with his sword. He was filled with murderous intent towards the pinnacle mighty figure in the sky. A dangerous aura had already enveloped the pinnacle mighty figure. The pinnacle mighty figure turned around and left. He could not be bothered to snatch the divine painting anymore. However, he had once again underestimated Gu Fei's speed. He did not know that Gu Fei possessed the fastest speed in the world. Just as he rushed out thousands of feet away, Gu Fei had already caught up with him. Swoosh! A purple gold sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and rushed towards the pinnacle mighty figure. No! The pinnacle mighty figure was scared out of his wits. He ran for his life. However, no matter how fast he was definitely not faster than Gu Fei. The purple gold sword light swept towards him from behind. The pinnacle mighty figure only felt his body turn cold for a moment. Then he could no longer feel anything. His physical body and primordial spirit were instantly destroyed by the purple gold sword light. Just as Gu Fei killed the pinnacle mighty figure, a figure sitting on a mountain in a celestial spirit land in Central Plains suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my divine painting? There seemed to be stars floating in that person's eyes. It was as if the universe was evolving in his eyes. His entire person exuded a unique presence, as if he was a supreme god looking down on all things in the world. This was a peerless and powerful existence. After Gu Fei killed the pinnacle mighty figure, he returned to Shaman City. Things had become even more serious. The mysterious ancient legacy seemed to want to obtain Shaman City at all costs. This was not a good thing. This time, the other party had even used a great saint-level divine painting. No one knew what kind of even more terrifying and powerful methods they would use next time. Chapter 1577. Please remember the domain name. Or here, Gu Fei had destroyed the great sage divine diagram and killed that expert. He knew that the other party would make a move soon. One must know that a complete Great Sage Divine diagram was incomparably precious. The Great Sage Divine diagram was pierced by the violet gold godly sword, and the Great Sage Dao pattern on it was almost destroyed by Gu Fei. However, the remnant Dao pattern could still gather the power of the Great Dao. This divine diagram with a hole in it was taken away by He Tian. Although it was a broken divine diagram, under He Tian's practice, it could still display the power of a saint. The night passed peacefully. Inside Yanwu City, it was very quiet. The residents of the city had long fled, leaving only the Gu clan in the huge ancient city. The Gu clan had quite a number of people. After 100 years of recuperation, the Gu clan had grown to nearly 1,000 people. However, almost all of the experts of the previous generation of the Gu clan had fallen. The remaining people were all young cultivators, and their cultivation levels were not high. As for the 10 disciples that Gu Zhong had accepted, they were all killed in this battle. To Gu Zhong, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. One must know that he had spent a lot of effort on these 10 disciples. Almost 100 years of hard work had been wasted in a day. This was something that no one could accept. The sun rose from the east. The sun emitted a strong yang energy, dispersing the mist that shrouded the heaven and earth. The area around Yanwu City was frighteningly quiet. In this morning, not even the chirping of a bird could be heard, not to mention the roars of beasts that used to ring out from the forest. Rumble. In this morning, war chariots came from afar. Ferocious beasts roared, and an extremely horrifying aura spread across the heaven and earth. Flags fluttered in the wind, and war drums thundered. No one would have thought that the other party would arrive so quickly, and with such great momentum. It was like the legendary heavenly army of the heavenly court. Roar! The terrifying roar of the beasts shook the surroundings. Waves of powerful aura surged. In the sky above Yanwu City, countless figures appeared. All the members of the Gu clan in Yanwu City were extremely shocked. Boom! At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Mega City, and a shocking aura of death rushed out from the broken void. Roar! A terrifying demonic howl came from the gap in the void, as if a peerless death god was awakening. Groups of undead soldiers covered in death chi walked out of the shattered void, led by 3 peerless undead emperors. In an instant, the entire Mega City was enveloped by a terrifying power of death. This is undead creatures. What happened? The appearance of the undead creatures shocked the attacking soldiers. The aura of death filled the air. At this moment, Jiwu City had turned into a dead city. The Saint Emperor has arrived. Everyone in the city, come out and die. A loud voice resounded throughout the world. The person who spoke had a peerlessly powerful cultivation base. He was probably a half-step saint. Humph, it's better for your Saint Emperor to enter the city and die. A sneer came from the city. Audacious! Damn it! Hearing this, countless soldiers became extremely agitated. Some of the generals immediately shouted. Someone actually dared to be presumptuous in front of their Saint Emperor. They must be tired of living. What a grand display! Even the Heaven Emperor of the past was nothing more than this. Another voice resounded in the city, full of disdain. In the ancient city, Gu Fei, He Tian, and Gu Zhong soared into the sky and stood in the sky above the ancient city. Behind them were groups of undead creatures. This was a force that Gu Fei had deliberately cultivated. At this moment, he only used this force. In fact, he wanted to use those fellows outside the city to train his soldiers. In the past, Gu Fei subdued the undead clan in the Hell Dao. After so many years, the undead clan had been left in the inner world by Gu Fei. These undead clan had been bored to death and could not wait to come out and get some fresh air. The Emperor of the Netherworld, the Corpse Emperor, and the Undead Emperor stood behind Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei gave the order, they would rush out of the city. The 3 undead emperors were peerlessly powerful. Their strength was not weaker than Gu Zhong's. They were existences that were about to reach the almighty realm. They were far more powerful and terrifying than ordinary emperors. The ghostly figures, evil corpses, and skeletons all had the cultivation base of immortals. Among them, there was no lack of 9th heaven immortals. The force in Gu Fei's hands was comparable to the legendary heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court. It was not something that the miscellaneous troops outside the ancient city could compare to. The appearance of such a force caused the soldiers outside the city to be astonished. Kill. There was nothing more to say. Both sides had already formed an irreconcilable enmity. Gu Zhong's 10 disciples couldn't die in vain, and so could the Gu family members. Rumble. One after another, powerful figures rushed out of the ancient city. The whole world shook, and a monstrous death chi swept across the sky and the earth. In the ancient city, the clansmen of the Gu family had already been taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Fight! Outside the ancient city, battle flags fluttered in the wind. Groups of soldiers emitted a shocking battle intent as they advanced forward. These soldiers were also extremely powerful, because even the weakest of them could fly in the air. Only cultivators of the mortal realm of the royal void realm could soar into the sky and roam the world. It was as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers were charging. Their murderous aura changed the color of heaven and earth. The roar of the ancient beasts caused visible ripples in the void. Boom! With a huge tremor, both sides collided. Gu Fei's army of death pierced into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation like a divine sword. Countless heavenly soldiers were torn to pieces in an instant. The death chi devoured their lives. Even the immortal-level soldiers couldn't resist and were directly crushed by the army of death. Someone discovered that the undead soldiers' bodies were flashing with formation patterns. Their life force was devoured by the death chi and turned into the power of the undead soldiers. Under this charge, thousands of heavenly soldiers fell in an instant. Their flesh and bones splattered in all directions. The blood didn't fall from the sky, but was absorbed by the undead soldiers. What? Someone saw the seriousness of the problem. These undead soldiers could devour the life force of heavenly soldiers to increase their fighting strength. Such a group of undead soldiers would become stronger the more they fought. Countless undead soldiers formed a battle formation. Countless formation patterns appeared on their bodies. A terrifying killing formation loomed between the heaven and earth. The killing formation emitted a peerless and terrifying aura. It was like an incomparably huge wheel of destruction. Wherever it passed, flesh and blood splattered and countless heavenly soldiers were torn to pieces. The smell of blood filled every inch of the void, causing people's scalps to go numb. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. It's a pleasure to read. I suggest you collect it. Chapter 1578. Please remember the domain name. The Saint Emperor's army had arrived, swearing to take over Ji-Wu City. It was like 100,000 celestial soldiers bearing down on the border, filling the entire area with a terrifying murderous aura. The flowers and trees in the surrounding area were all withering, the originally green leaves quickly turning yellow and falling from the trees. In the sky, a terrifying battle was unfolding. A formation diagram was faintly discernible in the sky, and a monstrous aura of death filled the air. Even the 100,000 celestial soldiers could not suppress it. How is this possible? All the generals were dumbfounded. They had led thousands of soldiers and fought for the Saint Emperor. There was nothing they had not seen before. But today, everything was beyond their imagination. Someone was actually using undead creatures to set up a formation. Every undead creature's body was emitting formation patterns, and these formation patterns were gradually becoming brighter and brighter. Within the formation, He Tian sat cross-legged on a formation platform, his entire body glowing with divine light, like a supreme immortal descending from the 9 heavens. He was the one controlling this formation, killing in all directions. Below the formation platform, there was a broken divine diagram floating. This was the diagram that He Tian had taken away after Gu Fei had killed the peak expert last night. More than half of the Tao patterns on the great sage's divine diagram had been destroyed by the violet gold godly sword. Although there were still many Tao patterns that were intact, the divine diagram's power had been greatly reduced. This divine diagram could only be considered a broken divine artifact, and was no longer the complete divine diagram of the great sage. He Tian had used this divine diagram to set up a killing formation, using it to suppress the formation's core. This caused the killing formation to display an even more terrifying power. Rumble. The killing formation was in operation, and under He Tian's control, the 3 undying emperors led countless undead creatures towards the celestial soldiers. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud sound rang out. The countless celestial soldiers also started to move. Squads of people and horses moved quickly. A peerless murderous intent began to gather. These celestial soldiers also had their own battle formations, and when countless of them gathered together, they formed a peerless battle formation that could change the color of heaven and earth. Kill! The heavenly soldiers' battle formation took shape. countless heavenly soldiers, under the leadership of their generals, began to attack Hei Tian's killing formation. This was a battle formation against a killing formation. Celestial soldiers continuously fell from the sky, and then their essence chi was devoured by Hei Tian's killing formation. The more celestial soldiers he killed, the more power Hei Tian's killing formation gathered. Bang! A huge seal rushed out from the celestial soldiers' battle formation, smashing towards Mahakala's killing formation. The terrifying power of a saint exploded, and the entire world seemed like it was about to be smashed into a hole. Buzz! At the same time, the map fragment floating below Hei Tian's formation platform was shaking, and the void was rippling. Roar! The 3,000 undying generals roared and punched upwards in unison. A monstrous force collided with the incoming seal and sent it flying thousands of feet away. Among the heavenly soldiers, a mighty general coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fight! 100,000 heavenly soldiers shouted in unison, and with their spears in hand, they pierced towards Hei Tian's killing formation. This was a shocking power that even a saint would have to retreat in the face of. Boom! In the earth-shattering collision, Hei Tian's killing formation was shaken, and the hundreds of undead creatures on the periphery were instantly turned into ashes. Damn it! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw this scene. The opponent's battle formation was very extraordinary, and it could actually shake Hei Tian's killing formation. Moreover, what made Gu Fei unwilling to act rashly was that the Saint Emperor they were talking about had not appeared yet. The person who dared to call himself a Saint Emperor was definitely peerlessly powerful. Otherwise, who would dare to use this title? I want to see who dares to call himself a Saint Emperor. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword in his hand as he sat cross-legged in the formation. He didn't make a move because he still couldn't sense the location of the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor seemed to be preparing for something, and didn't show himself. He only ordered his generals to fight with all their might. This was a shocking power that could run amok in the human realm. Unfortunately, they met Gu Fei. Gu Fei also had a powerful force in his hands. The undead army that came from the Hell Realm was not to be trifled with. Kill! Without any unnecessary words, Hei Tian controlled the killing formation, and countless undead creatures attacked at the same time. The terrifying power turned into an immortal light of death that rushed into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. Thousands of heavenly soldiers were swept by the light of death and turned into ashes in an instant. The light of death tore open a 10,000 feet long hole in the sky. The two forces continued to fight. Countless voices screamed and people fell. The sky above Ji-Wu City turned into a terrifying battlefield. There were constantly generals using their saint weapons. Rays of saint-level divine light rushed out from the heavenly soldiers' battle formation, sweeping towards Hei Tian's killing formation. The Great Sage divine diagram below Hei Tian trembled. The Great Sage Tao pattern on it was constantly being activated, emitting resplendent divine light and gathering the power of the Great Tao. The tattered divine diagram of the Great Sage emitted the energy ripples of a saint. The divine diagram fused with the killing formation, forming an astonishing force. Under Mahakala's control, it clashed against the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. In terms of formations, Hei Tian's killing formation was filled with killing intent. With the Great Sage divine diagram as the core of the formation, it was much stronger and more terrifying than the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. However, many of the generals in the heavenly soldiers' battle formation had saint weapons. They used the power of the battle formation to activate the saint weapons. This was a peerless power. This was equivalent to using countless heavenly soldiers to display the greatest power of the saint weapons. From this, it could be seen that this mysterious ancient inheritance was really incredible. To be able to pass down such a battle formation, this kind of inheritance should not be unknown. However, Gu Zhong did not know the origin of the opponent. This seemed impossible. Although the waters of the human realm were deep, how could such a power be completely hidden without anyone knowing? One must know that Gu Zhong's wife was the previous generation saintess of the Yaotai Ancient Holy Land. With the power of the Yaotai Ancient Holy Land, how could they not find some clues? Since this so-called Saint Emperor is not willing to jump out, then I will force him out. Two rays of light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. He stood up from the formation and directly waved the purple gold divine sword, slashing towards the outside of the formation. Swoosh! A ray of purple gold divine sword light rushed out from his hand, splitting the void between heaven and earth. It fell into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation, and the figures were silently annihilated under the purple-gold divine sword light. This was a direct destruction of body and soul. It was the most thorough way of dying in the world. Even the imprint of life had been destroyed. Even ghosts could not be alive anymore. With just one sword, he directly killed over 1,000 heavenly soldiers. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. What kind of sword light was this? It could actually break through the battle formation and kill the heavenly soldiers. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I recommend you to bookmark it. Chapter 1579. Welcome, everyone. Gu Fei made his move. Even though the purple-gold godly sword had yet to awaken, the unparalleled sword radiance emitted from the sword displayed an invincible and terrifying might. The sword radiance silently slashed into the battle matrix outside the killing matrix. Thousands of soldiers were instantly turned into ashes, completely destroyed in body and soul. Nothing was left behind. What kind of sword is this? All the generals were shocked. The power displayed by the sword in Gu Fei's hand was too terrifying. One sword strike was able to destroy thousands of soldiers. Even a saint would not be able to do such a thing. It should be known that the battle matrix formed by countless soldiers was filled with murderous intent. The terrifying power of a saint was condensed, and it could compete with the killing matrix formed by He Tian. This mysterious ancient inheritance was very powerful. The 100,000 celestial soldiers were mobilized. This kind of momentum was not something an ordinary force could achieve. Even the ancient antiquity forces would not be able to do so. Gu Fei's attack really shocked the other party. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the 100,000 celestial soldiers. Beams of divine light shot up into the sky, piercing through the void. The terrifying might shocked the heavens. This was a power that could make all living beings tremble. Great Saint Weapon? Only a Great Saint Weapon could produce such a level of power. A peerless figure was using a Great Saint Weapon. The power of a Great Saint could shake the heavens and the earth. Swoosh! A divine arrow was shot out from the celestial soldier's battle matrix. The divine arrow immediately turned into a divine phoenix. It emitted monstrous divine fire, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. The divine phoenix directly rushed towards where Gu Fei was. In just an instant, it had already pounced in front of Gu Fei. A terrifying wave of heat spread out, causing Gu Fei to feel as though all the blood in his body had evaporated. He felt his mouth go dry. This is... He Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the killing matrix, was shocked. This arrow was incredible. It had activated the power of the divine fire in the heavens. This divine fire seemed to be the Nanmingli fire. Could it be the legendary Nanmingli fire bow? Gu Fei stared at the divine phoenix that was flying towards him, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. The great saint energy contained within this arrow was not something that he could resist. Although it was difficult for him to resist this power, the extreme path sacred weapon in his hand could. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed and a huge cauldron emerged from his body, enveloping him within. An extremely ancient aura appeared in the world. This aura seemed to originate from the primordial chaos, causing one's heart to palpitate. Mountain and river cauldron, how is this possible? A voice rang out in the heavenly soldier's battle formation. The voice was filled with disbelief. The person in the battle formation recognized the illusory cauldron around Gu Fei. Boom! At this moment, the divine phoenix transformed by the divine arrow had already hit the ancient cauldron around Gu Fei. The power of the great saint level suddenly erupted. Countless undead soldiers around Gu Fei were shaken off. Even with the protection of the killing matrix, more than half of the undead soldiers turned into flying ashes on the way to the sky. Even He Tian's killing matrix could not resist the power of the great saint level. Preposterous! He Tian was furious. He sat cross-legged on the matrix platform and constantly took out rare divine materials from his body and threw them into the various matrix eyes of the killing matrix. Rumble! The power of the entire killing matrix was increasing rapidly. Countless undead soldiers rushed out of the bright matrix patterns. The matrix patterns were branded into the void, triggering the killing catastrophe of heavens. The battle cries were earth-shattering. He Tian controlled the peerless killing matrix and continuously attacked the battle formation formed by the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The place where the killing matrix and the battle formation met had turned into chaos. The corpses of the heavenly soldiers constantly fell from the sky. The essence of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Tion's killing matrix. The matrix patterns seemed to have turned into a substance. After the undead soldiers were blessed by the power of the killing matrix, all of them were extremely fierce. The aura of death was terrifying. The undead soldiers rushed into the heavenly soldiers' battle formation and fought with the heavenly soldiers. Whoosh! The undying emperor took the lead and chopped a general into two with a single slash. The bone blade instantly devoured the general's essence, energy, and spirit. The Netherworld Emperor turned into thousands of ghost shadows. These ghost shadows directly pounced on the bodies of the heavenly soldiers. The eyes of the heavenly soldiers suddenly turned blood red. Then, they turned around and pounced on their companions behind them. This was the Netherworld Emperor's killing technique, ghost possession. The Netherworld Emperor cultivated the Netherworld Ghost Path. Only he could use this killing technique to control the body of others to fight. The Evil Corpse Emperor's body was extremely strong. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. His hands clawed wildly and hundreds of heavenly soldiers were directly torn apart. The essence of those heavenly soldiers were all devoured by the Evil Corpse Emperor. Haha! Awesome! The Evil Corpse Emperor bathed in blood and attacked crazily. His hands constantly tore apart the heavenly soldiers and devoured their spirit. This was the horror of the undead creatures. They could devour life essence to strengthen themselves. You pieces of trash that haven't died yet, go to hell! A roar was heard. An iron tower-like general, shining with divine light, rushed towards the Evil Corpse Emperor with a pair of black iron axes in his hands. This was a powerful general. Every step he took in the void caused the entire void to tremble. A powerful murderous aura was emitted from this big man. Eat my axe! The iron tower-like general chopped his axe down on the Evil Corpse Emperor. The black iron axe turned into a black light and set off a gust of wind, creating a spatial crack in the void. Come at me! The Evil Corpse Emperor shouted. Corpse chi surged all over his body. He was like a peerless demon. His eyes emitted blood-red evil light. He did not retreat, but directly punched upwards. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The Evil Corpse Emperor's fist collided with the Black Iron Tower's divine axe. The Evil Corpse Emperor actually resisted the axe with his fist. What? The Black Iron Tower was shocked. This guy's fist was actually harder than divine iron? As the divine axe chopped down, the sound of metal rang out. Humph! The Evil Corpse Emperor sneered. An even more powerful force erupted from his fist against the divine axe. The divine axe in the Black Iron Tower's hand was immediately shaken away. Not good. Tai Ta was also a battle-hardened general. The moment the divine axe was sent flying, he knew it was bad. He didn't even think before retreating. However, it was already too late. The Evil Corpse Emperor rushed forward and stretched out his left hand. He directly broke through the Black Iron Tower's divine armor and stabbed into the Black Iron Tower's chest. Roar! The Black Iron Tower let out an earth-shattering roar. The divine axe in his other hand desperately chopped down at the Evil Corpse Emperor. At the same time, the Black Iron Tower's body erupted with a terrifying wave of power. An extremely ferocious power crazily expanded from his body. Self-destruct? The Evil Corpse Emperor was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but the Black Iron Tower's hand had already firmly grasped the hand that was stabbed into the Black Iron Tower's chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the Black Iron Tower's body exploded due to the destructive energy that erupted from his body. The terrifying energy swept across all directions. This was the self-destruction of an immortal emperor. The celestial soldiers and undead soldiers that were fighting in the surroundings were blown away by the force. This Black Iron Tower was incomparably ferocious. He actually wanted to self-destruct to kill the Evil Corpse Emperor. The Evil Corpse Emperor was a grand completion Deva sovereign, an existence that was only one step away from becoming a supreme expert. He had a body that was strong enough to resist divine weapons. Although the self-destruction of an immortal emperor was powerful, it couldn't kill the Evil Corpse Emperor. Roar! Amidst the chaotic energy, the angry roar of the Evil Corpse Emperor was heard. Although the Evil Corpse Emperor didn't die, he still suffered a great impact. At this time, a small figure wrapped in divine light soared into the sky. It was the primordial spirit of the Black Iron Tower. An immortal emperor expert wouldn't die so easily. As long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, an immortal emperor expert wouldn't die. Trying to escape? The cold voice of the evil corpse emperor was heard. Endless corpse chi condensed into a giant hand of death. It rushed up from below and grabbed the divine light of the primordial spirit. Bang! Without any hesitation, the evil corpse emperor crushed the primordial spirit. Rays of divine light rushed out from his hand and entered his body. The primordial spirit of the gigantic Black Iron Tower general was devoured by the evil corpse emperor just like that. After devouring the primordial spirit of the general, the impact of the evil corpse emperor was healed in an instant. The chi of death on his body was even stronger than before. Harvesting lives was the nature of the undead creatures, because this kind of existence needed the life force of living beings to strengthen itself. The evil corpse emperor had obtained great benefits, while the nether emperor and the undead emperor didn't lag behind. The life force of the celestial soldiers was incomparably strong, far beyond the average life force. Both the nether emperor and the undead emperor had devoured a large amount of life essence. The three emperors felt that the bottleneck of their cultivation had a sign of loosening, which surprised and delighted them. Then, they desperately harvested the life force of these celestial soldiers. The celestial soldiers' battle formation was gradually suppressed by Hei Tian's killing formation. Countless celestial soldiers were constantly falling. Their life force was devoured by the undead creatures, and their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. There were also countless undead creatures that were killed by the celestial soldiers, and their soul fire was completely extinguished. However, the soul power of those beheaded undead creatures would also be devoured by Hei Tian's killing formation, and turned into the power of the killing formation. Therefore, the power of Hei Tian's killing formation was still gradually increasing. The power fluctuations emitted by the killing formation were already close to the level of Great Sage. Mountain and River Cauldron, I didn't expect you to have the Mountain and River Cauldron. In the battle formation, the mysterious man didn't shoot a second arrow after shooting one. With the protection of an extreme sacred weapon like the Mountain and River Cauldron, even the divine weapon of a great sage couldn't break that kind of defense. At this time, Gu Fei finally sensed the location of the peerlessly powerful mysterious man. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the Mountain and River Cauldron to protect himself and held the purple gold divine sword. He directly rushed out of the killing formation and killed his way into the celestial soldiers' battle formation.